pendek. Close lah pendek. Kosong. Kosong. Oh. I diri sebelah. Dengar pula suara. I diri sebelah ni. Okay. I nak benda ni. Melintang juga tau. I'm an organizer.
need my glasses.
I'm gonna wait.
Should we go?
I don't know.
See, the camera lady has started.
And a very good morning to you all. How are we doing today? Fantastic. Okay, so it's day number 3 of our Education 2.0 conference right here in Dubai. So we hope that you're having a wonderful time here in Dubai and at our conference. Now, as we embark on day 3 of this global gathering of minds, let's take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the pillars of support who have made this event possible. The gold sponsors Puzzlebox Academy and EduPassport, and our bronze sponsors and top Mathematics Education Centre, Kijana Empowerment Initiative for making this event possible. Let's put our hands together for all of those sponsors. Fantastic. So now moving on to our very first panel today. Mindful self-leadership is not just a personal asset, but a necessity for success. With this in mind, experts will unleash your potential to shape a sustainable future. Our next panel, the discussion will be on mindful self-leadership strategies for a sustainable future, planning for prowess, as experts elevate the conversation to new heights. First of all, I'm going to welcome up our moderator, Professor Dr. Koji Naidu, founder, director, consultant, leadership and relationships coach, author, speaker, and professor, Self Leaders Academy. Let's put our hands together. Fantastic. And I'd also like to welcome up our panelists. Abhinav Mucho, director, organizational excellence, a Peducation Online. Onyen Kokorovic, founder, Resopt, method inventor and author, International Projects Development, SRL. Mudit Saxena, founder, CXO Hive. Dr. Najate Behra, professional coach, excellence in action, consultant and doctor, developmental biology, C2E Connect to Excellence. Alero Fagbulu, director of Free Readers. Let's put our hands together for all of our panelists today. And over to you, Dr. Koji. You're welcome to come up to the panel.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all ready for a great session. We've got exciting leaders here with me, and you are all exciting leaders yourselves. Courageous, because we are here and you're there, but many of you have been here too. So we've got a bit of a small audience, but I'm sure that people will be coming in. And if you can allow me a minute or so to just tell you how we're going to run the session. We're each going to actually have our time here in front of the podium or seated there, whatever's comfortable for each of us. And there is a bit of a test at the end. Remember, I'm a school teacher by training in the very early days, 4 decades ago. So I'd like you to actually engage, because learning and teaching is it's an interchange. If you don't engage, you're not going to benefit. So what I'm saying is there's no test, no exam, but there will be opportunities for questions. And each of them I know that they have wonderful stuff to share with you. So a little bit of a briefing. If you can just reflect on what each of us is saying to you and how that resonates with you or not. And then maybe pose a question or think about something or reflect on it as to how you can actually take that away and make it your own. Or you can make a comment to one of us for something that we actually haven't thought about before. Is that all right with everyone? Are you still asleep? We want to be engaging, we want to be interactive, all right? So I know it's early in the morning, and some people are afternoon people or evening people. Panel, are you all right with that arrangement? That members can ask you questions?
Of course.
Wonderful. All right, with that then, I'd like to actually introduce myself. I know I've had a bit of an introduction. Yes, I am the founder and CEO, director of Self Leaders Academy, but in my other role, I am the president of HERDSA. HERDSA is the Higher Education Research and Development Society of Australasia. It's been 50 years in existence. I'm the first person of color to actually be the president. And for me, that's where I guess my self-leadership has come into play. But it's taken a long time for organizations throughout the world to have that kind of difference. So where does this topic come from? The topic is one that I suggested, and we've got this wonderful panel that's joining me here to provide their perspectives on self-leadership strategies. And we have one expert amongst us, and you can guess who that is, something for you to think about, who will actually reflect on the mindfulness strategies around this. So here's where it comes from. This is Live, Learn, Love, the path to your prowess. And what in essence is here is that every single person, a 2-year-old can be a leader. So it is self-leadership for greatness and showing you the path to your prowess. So much so for introduction. Now, I have a bit of a timekeeper amongst us here because otherwise each of us can go on forever, and they'll keep me to time so that I don't speak for more than 5 minutes, all right? So my focus for this, for my presentation here is to tell you about how the topic came to be, which I've already done, and then I'm going to focus on your values. And we've heard a lot about values over the last 2 days. Values are very important, but they can actually be things you say you do, but we don't see it in your practice. And for leaders, it's very important then to have values that you can stand by. And when you have values that you can stand by, it makes you very resilient. And whatever hurdles, obstacles that come your way, you can handle them really, really well. So my values, or the values of Self-Leaders Academy, are to be authentic, to be excellent, to strive for high quality, and to be humble, okay? It's so important to be humble because I think that, and one of the panel members said this to me, you know, you don't need qualifications and you don't need credentials to be humble. And I think as one grows and as one gets accolades, like we've all got, many of us have been awarded the Leadership Awards, Young Achiever Award, all of those awards. But if we don't have the humility, we actually push people away. So with that, I'm going to stop on talking about values because I'm not teaching you about values because you know your values. But the values that you choose may not be the values of your company. Maybe you have more intense values that are personal to you and that you honor with regard to your family and your friends, and you keep your professional and your work values different. But I think that sometimes when you have that happening, you could be in conflict. And when you get into conflict situations with regard to your values, you'll find that, you know, it is tough. And I learned this only last year. I'm a fellow of the Women Leaders for the World, the US-based fellowship. And for the first time, I started to think about self-care. And so putting this topic, because mindfulness is the theme, everyone's talking about mindfulness, meditation, etc. But it's very difficult sometimes to actually bring the two together. Being mindful with your values, as well as being able to actually pursue your goals for the organization. And as a leader, values plays a very important part. But more important than the values that you espouse or live in your organizations that you lead, it is important that you have those same values or similar values at home, with family, with friends, with the community. And then you're one person. So the important thing for me is having the values but taking care of oneself. The second part of my presentation is actually focusing on self-leadership for greatness, which is in the book. You're welcome to ask me about it later. And then the third element is actually focusing on why is it important for self-leadership and the way we actually manage our businesses, our people that we work with, our teams, our employees, and the people that actually make us successful. The old model of leadership, and we've heard this in other presentations, so I won't cover that again, doesn't work anymore. Having KPIs that don't align with the stresses that we currently experience is meaningless, and it just creates more stress for the individuals. Hence, mindful strategies that we need to be practicing. So what are my views with regard to what works? I say, align your values to the principles that you want to actually establish and what you want to get your staff to be able to do. Not just staff as employees, but some of you have partners, a partner that you actually work with in terms of your business. You may have shareholders. And I think that we've heard this, and it just becomes another thing that we hear, but we don't actually monitor that in terms of what we do, in our daily tasks. And I think it's important then that we are authentic to our values and we have that integrity to be able to stand up to it when things go bad or when things go well. It is what it is. So we've got the panel here who are going to explain from their points of view what I've just put forward to you. But before I sit down, I'm just going to run through these, and it's a 10-point strategy to nurture mindful leaders who can promote sustainability and lead with wisdom. And that is being self-aware. How do you feel? Are you stressed? Are you challenged? Or are you peaceful and calm? Purpose-driven leadership. Purpose-driven, I've mentioned having that vision. Mindfulness training. It's important. I mean, we all say, oh, we can meditate. You just close your eyes and you can meditate. But you need training. You need to know how to do it well for it to be effective. So 5 minutes of it can be more effective than having 30 minutes session of meditation. Values alignment, I've mentioned. Resilience building, it comes. If you're not resilient, and I am more than sure that all of you are resilient, you wouldn't be sitting here as leaders if you weren't. Empathy and compassion, important. That's more important than those KPIs that are going to generate money and profits. Effective communication. One of our panel members is an expert at communication, and she'll share more. Collaboration and teamwork, important. Again, it can be lip service. And then we heard a presentation yesterday afternoon on ethical values and nurturing ethical leaders. And finally, measuring the impact. And I assure you, by the end of this presentation, the panel presentations, you will be more convinced then to be more mindful with regard to your strategies. I'm promising this up front. You can hold me to account when we finish. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like now to introduce our first panel member, and he is Ognen Korovic. I tried
It's okay, it's okay.
Wrong, but it's all right. He'll say his name correctly in a moment. And he's going to be our first presenter. But I'll just very quickly go through who we have here so that you can actually associate the individual when they come up here, if they don't tell you that again, with who they are and where they're coming from. So we've got quite an international panel here. So we've got Ognen, who's our next speaker. He comes from Italy. We have Abhinav next to him, and Abhinav comes from the UK. We have Alero, who is outside London. And we have Najat, who is from France. And Mujit, saying it incorrectly again, who comes from Dubai. Where do I come from? I am 6th generation Indian, and I'm born in South Africa 6 generations ago. That means 150, 160 years ago. And I'm now living in Melbourne, Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Kogi, for your presentation. You talked about values, and I want to say something and start from this. I think that the first, let's say we could say that it's the premise of each educational path should be the self-discovery. I think that we first of all must discover who we truly are, because it's not useful to start each kind of educational path without doing this. So this is the first point. So discovering ourselves, discovering our values, discovering first of all our innate capacities and putting them to serve the others. I think this is the first point. Then, in order to become the real leaders, I think that's very important to reach this, let's call it, full optimistic acceptance of all the events. What does it mean? It means that, days ago we have always been talked about problems. But when you fully accept everything that happened to you, I think that those problems are not seen as such, but rather as opportunities for growth, without which our growth couldn't be possible. So yeah, this is the second point, in my opinion, that is very important. And those 2 points also brings you to the serenity of mind, your peaceful life, and so on. And finally, and I think that's the most difficult probably step to take, is to take action. Each of you can ask me why it is so difficult. First of all, you must go beyond your fears in order to take action. You must accept that you are not invincible, that you are just human. So I think that's this is the most important, the most difficult, but at the same time the most important, because without this we can't go on. We can't progress, we can't become the best version of ourselves. That's all that I wanted to tell. I want to leave you just one let's call it self-leadership strategy. And the order should be discover yourself, first of all, because this is the first point that you should do, because without this you can't become the real leader. Then you should do only things you are perfectly aligned with, because otherwise you can't reach the excellence. You can only reach the mediocrity, and this is not what we are doing here. And finally, as I said before, the most important thing is to understand who we truly are, to understand which are our innate capacities, our innate abilities, and the most important, doing the best we can do for the others, making available for the others our innate abilities. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ogden. That's words of wisdom. And I omitted to actually introduce you, and you didn't introduce yourself again. And I'm sure you were introduced when you came in, but the audience has forgotten.
Don't worry, it's okay.
If it's all right for me to actually, or would you like to say who you are?
Just go. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I am an entrepreneur, actually. I am business analyst, coach, and trainer. And I actually try to put education on the service of business. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. And you're also the author of Maximize Your Entrepreneurial Serenity.
Yeah, I'm actually the author of that book, yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ogden. Our next panelist is Abhinav Mujru, who is the CEO and founder of AP Education Online, and he's also the managing director at One Art, One World.
Thank you, thanks. Just to give a bit of an idea about what actually I do and what my skill sets are and what contribution I give to this education industry is I have my own higher education college, and the day I started, the years back, we started that organization, and the main purpose for that organization was to empower learners. So irrespective of the age group or any diverse backgrounds, the main purpose was to empower individuals so that they can, actually it's our tagline, they can rediscover, empower, and transform themselves. So that was our motto, and that's how we started our organization. And at the same time, we had another organization as One Art, One World. So we kept this name as One Art, One World because it's the art that we teach and the skills that we provide. We combined it as the whole world is under that one artistic nature, and everyone has that skills. So I'll just come to take one point, as he said, real leaders. I'm sure we all are real leaders in our own fields, and we do have different skill sets. Personally, I believe, how do we channel those leadership skills? So the points that I thought was just to share with you is the fostering a culture of responsibility, awareness, empowerment. That's one of the key things. As a leader ourselves, as well as the skills that we give, and those who learn from us, are they able to provide those skills or take those skills further? So it's a dual responsibility. You learn yourself, and the people whom you train, or the skills, the knowledge that you share, are they able to take it further? So that's the first point, actually, I just wanted to talk about in terms of the sustainability and how sustainable, that's how you move forward and the next generation move forward. The next point which I just wanted to share was the leadership development, which how do we do that? That will enable us or the people whom we are training to take initiatives to lead. Because one of the points, I think morning we were discussing with that, yes, we learn skills, but how many are able to lead? Or how many follow, just follow? That doesn't mean that people who follow don't have skills. It's just that they have not probably utilized it, channeled it in a proper way, so that they can give that knowledge, they can share that knowledge as leaders. So there are lots of definitions. I'm sure we all know all those definitions, leadership traits and other things. But in real life scenario, every situation that we are in is a decision making, is like, we are in that situation, what kind of skills do we use, and do we actually use our full potential? So that's the second point which I just wanted. And third, as leaders, and what kind of an industry engagement we focus on. So that's one key aspect of this. Yes, we develop those skills. Say, for example, within our institute, we give training, we coach learners, but after completing their course or the qualification, the next stage, are they able to give those transferable skills? Are they able to actually implement in the real work life? Or while they are studying, what kind of an industry engagement are we providing them? So I would like to give just one example. We have developed a youth excellence group, and a lot of children, like age group from 12 to 16 years old, they form that group. Now, they are doing different subjects. Some are music tech, some are business, some are different qualifications they are enrolled for. However, every year what we do is we organize an event. Like this year we organized a UK talent show. So these young children, they are involved, they have been trained in such a way that they are involved in taking different roles. Say, someone who is doing a music tech, they are not just focusing on music, they are focusing on how will I lead a team. So that's the kind of skill that while you are studying, we give them. And at the same time, those who are doing maybe business, they are focusing on coordinating. So they do a live event, which is on a commercial level, and that pressure is on them, and they are kids. So that's the kind of like the education while they are studying, or the transferable skills. As a leader, we should give them so that they sustain in the real work life. Because you come out of your institute, you do your studies, then what? Are you able to sustain? So that's the key aspect of any skills as a leader we should provide, and what we have provided, how they are able to take it forward, innovate on that, and sustain in this environment, and actually be an asset to the society, be the asset to the economy. So these are a few things which I just wanted to share, and I'm sure, as I said, any questions or anything, I would still like to learn, and share the knowledge again. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Abhinav. Your last point about us, learning. I think we are lifelong learners. We all are. And the moment one stops learning, you're dead. That's my opinion. All right, it gives me great pleasure now to actually introduce our next panelist, who is Alero. And Alero is the founder and director of Free Readers, a UK-based supplementary school. She's also a fantastic mentor and coach to early career teachers. So over to you, Alero.
Thank you, Kogi. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here in the presence of these wonderful minds on the stage with me. Yes, I run Free Readers, a supplementary school. We teach children from the ages of 3 to 10. And what we focus on teaching them are 3 core subjects: learning to read and write, maths, and English. The children that we mainly teach are those children for whom the general education system does not quite work. So we have children who are either struggling because the school system is based on chronological age. So, for instance, a child who is in year 3 and who has struggled to learn what's being taught in year 3, when it comes to September, that child will be promoted to year 4. But it's promotion that is destined for failure because they haven't got the correct foundations. We also have children who are excelling, but again, because of the education system, they are held back. So we have groups of children that are either too advanced for the school year or find the school year challenging. And what we do is to meet each child where they are and teach them according to their prior learning and what they need to learn. And to do this, I have a fantastic team of about 25 teachers whom I'm privileged to lead. Today we're talking about self-leadership. And for me, that essentially means that as teachers and educators, we are leaders of leaders. And we do have to develop the skills to direct our own thoughts and our own actions effectively so that we can achieve our goals and at the same time inspire the people that we lead to achieve their goals. And I have 3 strategies that I want to share with you that will support this self-leadership skills. Kogi very eloquently mentioned a few values. And to this, I want to add the value of personal integrity. So as a leader, it's very important that you are who you say you are when there's nobody there. Because when you're all alone, we all need to ask ourselves, are we the same person that we present to the outside world? And if there is a mismatch between your private self and your public self, you know, that's a question of personal integrity that we need to start from. I believe that to be an effective self-leader, we have to set goals, and these goals have to be based upon correct values so that we are always working in the right direction. In Alice in Wonderland, I don't know if any of you remember the classics, but I love those books. So in Alice in Wonderland, the Cheshire Cat gave us a fantastic example of the importance of goal setting. When Alice asked for directions and she said to him, "Oh, can you tell me what way to go?" And he said, "Well, where do you want to go?" And she said, "It doesn't matter, I just want to get somewhere." And his response was, "Well then, you don't need directions because if you keep walking, you will get somewhere." What that really means is, if you don't begin with the end in mind, you are not likely to get to your goal. And beginning with the end in mind means being intentional every single day about ensuring that the actions that we take, the even the thoughts that we have are congruent with the goals that we have set for ourselves, and they are leading us towards the achievement of those goals. I think that when you have a destination in mind, it is easy for you to take proactive steps to reach that destination. And a very good example of having a destination and knowing how to get there, sort of setting yourself a roadmap, is when we go into the huge malls that Dubai is famous for. It's very easy to get lost if you don't know how to get to where you're going. But you then have those interactive maps, the interactive direction maps, where you can then find where you're going. But that's great. You know where you want to go, but then you have to use your starting point as a guide. So when we see let's say we're looking for, give me an example of a shop. Yeah. A shop in Dubai Mall.
Chanel.
Okay, Chanel. Oh, very good. So if you're looking for Chanel, you put in Chanel into the interactive map, and then the directions come up. But the most important thing for you to do, first of all, is to find you are here. The arrows that say this is where you are now, and you can use your current location as a guide to know what direction you need to take, what steps you need to follow to get to Chanel, right? So that is what correct goal setting will do for us. Another example, another strategy that I have for self-leadership is the concept of critical friendships and synergies. Now, it's important for us to know that we are, each of us, interdependent human beings, and it is so crucial as a leader to accept the fact that while you may know some things, you do not know it all, right? We are, as you said, we are all lifelong learners, and we should be lifelong learners if we are engaged in teaching. So when we accept that we don't know everything, we then give ourselves permission to say, well, where do I need support? And the way, the concept of critical friendships is, the way it works is that you find a trusted person, a professional that believes in you, that is kind to you, but is also going to be objective and very honest with you. Somebody that can ask you hard questions, somebody that can actually give you honest feedback, regardless of how difficult it is, so that when you think, oh my goodness, I'm a superstar, I've got this, I know everything, the person says to you, actually, that isn't working. So we need that sort of reflective energy. We need to have those critical friendships so that we know where the gaps are in our learning, we know where the gaps are in our skill sets, and we know where the gaps are in our abilities, so that we can then find other people that can compensate for those skills that we lack, because, nobody can do it all on their own, okay? And I think I'm running out of time, am I? Yes? So I'll leave it there, and thank you.
Thank you. We have this large clock in front of us, which is ticking away, which Haru can't see. So hence, but she shared with us some valuable points. And if I can sum up, basically what she was saying was, don't be up yourself, just be humble. And be open to learning and possibility. And with that, I want to introduce our fourth panelist. And she is Dr. Najata Bendra, who's the founder of C2E Connect to Excellence. And she's also a certified professional coach, Excellence in Action PIMO, a consultant, and she is a doctorate in developmental biology. So 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here around these wonderful minds. Leadership is a topic that has always amazed me. I never think that one day someone will recognize my work as a leadership award. But I think something happened in my life like 3 years ago, where till 2 years ago, I was a research scientist. I spent most of my life in a lab, working with microscopes, trying to understand how cells function, how do we develop from very early stages. But I think at some point in my life, I just realized, this is taking too long. This is a bit frustrating. I feel like I need to bring more. And this happens with my students, but that's not really where I can really continue the work. So I really started a journey to understand my own self, to understand where my frustration comes from, what are my strengths, and which steps should I take after. And I think that because I've always been really interested in leadership, at some point I understood, okay, Najat, you need to understand where is your strength and where you will be able to put that strength in the most efficient way. And we all know here that being a leader is having a vision. And having a vision means believing in your vision. And I'm convinced that everyone is able to become a leader, but what can refrain us from that is just we don't believe in ourselves. We are not surrounded by people who would believe in ourselves or in our ideas because of our narrative story, because of our experiences, bad experiences, because of this not very nice story of ourselves that we've been writing all our lives. And what happened to me like 2 years ago is that I really digged into myself, in what did build myself. Not only my personality, but the way I do the things and what I am looking for all the time, in a really, really unconscious way. And this is this PIMO strategy, so for personal and iterative modus operandi, which is a French method from Joël Guillon, who's a French researcher, that allows us to understand what drives us all the time in a largely unconscious way, which is really, really related to what happened during our childhood. Whatever happened during our childhood is going to build who we are as an adult. We are just the product of mostly what happened during the first 16 years of our lives. And this is where we need to dig and where we need to go back to understand our values, because our system values also comes from our childhood. And we cannot choose our values. They just popped up during our childhood, and it just makes sense when you understand them, when you go back to your story, to your experiences, to where you really enjoyed and what frustrated you. So self-knowledge starts from the inside. But for which purpose? To give back to the outside. So what I want to, it really resonated with me, all what you shared, the authenticity, excellence, going back to understand how children are being driven as well, because we are just big children. We are just expressing it in a different way now because we are more mature, more conscious, and we know that we need to interact with people. But by understanding yourself and how you do, how your actions impact yourself and the others, you will really develop a relation intelligence, because you will understand that I am unique in the way I'm doing the things, and the person who is in front of me is unique in the way she is doing her thing. And she has a purpose each time, and she has a process, which is unconscious, to fulfill this, her mission. So as leaders, it's important, of course, to understand ourselves, because it's by understanding ourselves who we are, how we do, and why we do it, that we'll be able to build this self-confidence. I know what I have to bring. I know how I can bring it to the others. And I know that it will not impact everyone. So I will know how to choose my partners, my collaborators, and reduce frustrations, frictions, because this is all a matter of interaction, between all of us. So strategies that I could share with you is really take the time to reflect on your childhood. Take the time to understand what built up who you are today, your environment, your culture, your faith, your parents, your school, your friends, whoever, and what do you really want to bring today? So, and the second point is really, and I think some of the panelists and friends, colleagues now share today, is surround yourself with people who will believe in you, who will federate around your vision, because they are the ones who are going to empower you to be able to empower others. Thank you.
Thank you, Najata. And she's just demonstrated her skills and her academic prowess there with regard to being a developmental biologist. She said, we are all big children. So here's your challenge for today. Just be a big child and have some fun and be curious and see how much you can actually act like a 2-year-old for a change. I think sometimes we actually forget that we want to put on this exterior. And what Najat has just explained, that she's given us permission to be big children today. So just be and act funny or do something that a 2-year-old would do. Have a tantrum if you want. And with that, I'm going to hand over now who's going to calm us down, Mujid. Mujid is the person who's going to calm us all down, but we're going to still have fun at the end of this, Mujid. He's the Global CXO and Mindfulness Coach. He's also the ICF, PCC, John Mattone, and has been the coach to Steve Jobs. He's a certified executive coach, and he's going to talk about mindfulness.
Thank you. Just to introduce myself, Mudit Saxena, while I'm a Global CXO leadership coach, I've had the privilege of working with leaders from across the world. I've also been a CXO myself. I worked in 5 countries over the last 30 years. And I just think that from an average boy, from a very middle-class family, I've been very lucky and honored to reach where I am, and I spent the last 30 years doing that. And I'd like to spend the next 30 years, shaping and giving back to society so that by the time, we all leave this world, we've probably been net givers rather than net takers. And so I'm going to talk to you about mindful leadership and sustainability, but there are 3 real essential parts in this topic. The first thing is mindfulness, the second thing is about leadership, and the third thing is about sustainability. So while mindfulness has its origins in spirituality in probably 600 BC in Buddhism, I think we need to thank the modern founder of mindfulness, who's John Kabat-Zinn, who was an MIT professor. And he defined mindfulness as the awareness that arises when you pay attention on purpose, in the present, unconditionally. So the key things here are awareness, on purpose, and unconditionally. Because if we tend to get involved in past judgment, then it's extremely difficult to take decisions which are in the best interest of all. Now, leadership begins with the self. But the way to create impact is to carry people around. So there's an outer game to leadership too. And sustainability is what all of us in the room need to be extremely concerned about in a world that's been ravaged by greed. Because this is what we're going to give our children. And we don't want them to say that we left behind a world, that was really not the best place to be. So there's still time, and we can all do a lot. So let's begin with, how mindfulness is connected to leadership. So the first part of leadership is really about self-awareness. It's about each one of us here being aware of how we're triggered. What are our hot points? How do we behave in situations? Because it's an increasingly polarized world. There are people on the extreme right and there are people on the extreme left, and there are very few people left in the middle. So in a situation where there's so much stimuli happening across the world, we need to be very mindful of how we react and not take polarized positions, because that's going to destroy the world. Once we build that self-awareness, and there are mindfulness techniques to do that, the other part is to be very concerned about how we lead. It's very, very easy to be, swayed by popular opinion. But leaders who have demonstrated that there's a vision, there's a purpose, there's a certain amount of resilience because life isn't always easy. They're the ones who are able to create great impact in this world. So once you've managed yourself, at the end of it, we're not, individuals living on islands. We need to carry the world with us. And leaders have great impact. So we work, in smaller teams. While we're leading in teams, we need to be extremely careful in a diverse world where we include people. There's so much diversity. We need to make sure that everybody's voice is there in the room so that everybody gets a chance to express themselves, because that's when you'll take the best decisions. And then you come down, small teams make up organizations. And therefore, organizational leadership, which really now depends on how we lead the organizations that we lead and the world itself. And therefore, once we complete this has great impact on sustainability. Because if you look at all predictions, if we continue the way we're going to continue, we're going to be, leaving a terrible world behind us. So if we're mindful and not swayed by extreme opinion, we take decisions in the interest of all, then we're going to be able to leave a world that's a much better place that we inherited. And that's what we owe to our children. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that brings us to the end, and I've got a big red sign saying time's up. But I just want to sum up very quickly, and I'm going to allow the panel to say in 30 seconds, or even 15 seconds, or 3 words, whatever you choose, the one strategy you'd like to actually leave the audience with regard to mindful self-leadership. We'll start with you, Mujid.
Thank you. So the 3 words that I really have, the 3 words that I have are, first, learn to take a pause so that you can respond rather than react, and then take decisions within the interest of everybody in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Najat.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I will connect with what Mujid just shared by reflecting, trying to put words on what are your values and your counter values, because you will try to feel, to nurture your values, but you will overreact when facing your counter values.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kogi. I would say that be mindful about how you communicate with yourself and with others. Do it with humility, do it with empathy, and remember that people will remember how you make them feel, not so much what you said.
Thank you.
Hello, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to I'll stick to 3 words as a leader: what we should learn and what we should give, or what we should, 3 words is rediscover, empower, transform, any aspect, any sector, any quality. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you,
you.
Abhinav.
Yeah, I'll just shortly underline something I said before. Discover yourself, then live in alignment with, do only things you're in alignment with, and putting your innate capacities to serve the others.
Thank you. And I'll end with, be humble and true to who you are always. Join me in thanking the panel. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Well, thank you very much for that informative session to start our morning off today and our final day. Panelists, if you'd like to step forward and have a photo. Okay, now if you have any questions for our panelists for that session, then please catch them somewhere around the event today, as we do need to move on to our next section. Okay, fantastic. Now, we do need to present one award to somebody who is already on stage, so please stay on stage. So this is the Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. And this award recipient is somebody who you just heard from, and it's Mudit Saxena. Mudit Saxena is the founder of CXO Hive, an award-winning global CXO coach, specializes in executive coaching and leadership development. Trained by John Matone and experienced across 5 countries, he guides leaders and organizations to achieve exceptional results. Let's put our hands together for Mudit. Not anything special.
Hello. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just some words that I'd like to share with you. We've spoken enough, but I think all of us carry a responsibility to build the next generation. We've all had our time, and I think there's nothing better than working with the next level of leadership so that they can give back and create a world and improve it so that it remains sustainable, and it's a great world that we give back to our children. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And congratulations. And we will be presenting some more awards later on in the day. Now, we do have to acknowledge some of our sponsors today. So I would like to call up Ravi Kumar Kara. Come on down. Ravi is the chairman, RK Group of Companies. He has won the Padam Shri Award in 2014. He's the 4th highest civilian award of Indian Nation and national president of DICCI Social Entrepreneurs. And he's going to present these certificates to our sponsors. But a few words from you first, Ravi.
Yeah, I congratulate all the participants of this conference who are the champions of change. So the world needs your leadership, your ideas, and the same has to be carried forward across the globe. Then only the agenda of the conference can be achieved. Particularly as far as this education session is concerned, the education is the most important factor for the growth of an individual and the society as well as the nation. So one individual, if I get educated and my rest of my friends is not educated, then I cannot communicate with them. And they cannot understand the targets, the ideology of the visionary leaderships which the respective countries has. So likewise, from family to the nation, the education plays an important role, and education is the one which places you at the various levels of the hierarchy in the society. So unless the focus is on the education across the globe, not only a developed nation or underdeveloped nations kind of thing, every citizen of this globe has to have a proper education and give their supports of, if they are financially not well also, we should be able to support them to study as long as they wanted. So I hail from a very poor family. I can say that I am a son of a mason. My father was a mason, my mother was a household worker, and they have given me the education. And today I am before you. Thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic. Now to acknowledge some of our sponsors. First of all, we would like to welcome up a representative to receive the certificate from Kijana Educational Empowerment Initiative. Let's put our hands together for that organization. Come on down.
As I said yesterday, I just really like this conference a lot. I like the setting, the unique connection or group of people who are here. It's just awesome. I've been here a few times, and we're happy to have an impact and grateful for Education 2.0 and all the work that all of you are doing. Thank you.
And to acknowledge another one of our sponsors, Top Mathematics Education Center. Okay, fantastic. And thank you very much. Let's give our wonderful sponsors and our presenter a round of applause. Fantastic. Now we're going to welcome Professor Matthew Yip, who just accepted the certification there. We're going to welcome him back up onto the stage. He is the founder of Top Mathematics Education, and he'll be giving us a keynote presentation entitled Revolution in Mathematics Education Learning System, Mathematician's Dictionary. Please put your hands together for Professor Matthew Yip. Can you respond? Or hand up? This one.
Okay, testing. Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Matthew, and it is my pleasure to be a keynote speaker. Thank you for Education 2.0. Okay, the topic in this keynote session is Revolution in Mathematics Education. And I've posted my profile in LinkedIn. You may find me, Matthew Yip, and welcome to connect with me. Here are my awards I've obtained. Okay, before talking about the revolution in mathematics education, let's introduce the existing problems over years. Okay, for mathematics, there is no public assessment for every grade, and no competition for school math. And internal assessment creates conflicts of interest because most of the teachers push most of his or her students pass by setting an easy assessment, even though their abilities are not enough. Okay, this is my observation. And internal assessment is unfair when we compare students with different schools. For example, a student from a better school has advantages even though his or her ability is worse than another student from a worse school, which makes unfair. And then for mathematics Olympic, most are competitions, but not assessments. And they have age restrictions. And some questions are beyond the syllabus. Yeah, this is a main problem. And most other Olympic competitions only require a small number of questions to be answered correctly to receive awards. For example, if there are 20 questions in a competition, a student may only answer 5 questions correct to get an award, which indicates that participants generally do not perform well. It is often due to insufficient preparation time. And most importantly, organizers provide paid preparation courses to make the competition unfair. It is because some parents could afford the course, but some could not. And in mathematics teaching, there is same schedule and syllabus for all students in their own countries or region. Most students cannot follow unified and one-time teaching because most schools do not provide record classes for revision. And teachers only give a small amount of time, or even no time, for students to understand and then explain the questions. Students only have a small amount of time to copy what the teacher has written. They do not have enough time to understand. It is difficult to ask questions immediately during lesson. And they cannot review after lesson because there's no record class for them to review. Also, talented students are hard and are not motivated to learn faster and deeper. And current mathematics lessons belong to passive learning, which is less effective than active learning. And also, students cannot select their own teachers. And supporting for training of solving hard problems is sufficient because time is limited during the lesson. And last but not least, paid tutoring costs unfair. The same reason, because some parents could afford the fee, but some could not, which makes unfair. Okay, how to solve all the problems I've mentioned? Revolution in mathematics education consists of two main components. The first one is the global mathematics and mathematics Olympic grade assessment test with competition. And the second one is automatic mathematics learning system. Here are our visions. The first one is to integrate textbooks, exercise, and lecture into one, starting from the basics and teaching each math problem step by step. Second is to let people now and in the future learn math anytime, anywhere, according to personal needs and progress. Third, to enable individuals with high mathematical aptitude to learn advanced math and Math Olympic more quickly, to accelerate human progress and benefiting humanity. Okay, fourth, in the future, academic qualification will not be divided, for example, high school level, undergraduate level, or master degrees level. Instead, recruitment standards in the workplace will be based on grades obtained in various subjects and their levels from public assessment directly. Okay, fifth, people with weaker mathematical abilities should spend the same amount of time mastering basic mathematics. Once they reach the level required for their chosen profession or further studies, they can stop, rather than forcing themselves to study math in higher grades. Okay, the sixth one, by utilizing public assessment and automatic learning system, we can reduce the workload of teachers, thereby reducing the future demand for math teachers. This is important. This allows talented individuals who are capable of dedicating themselves to math education to contribute to an ever-expanding reservoir of mathematical knowledge, facilitating the continuous development of mathematical field. Now, I introduce the Global Math and Math Olympic Grade Assessment Test with Competition. Okay, this is our logo. And I hold this slide for a while. Here are the documents in Google Book. You may scan the QR code, download the documents. The left one is about mathematics. The right one is about Mathematics Olympic. Both include introduction and assessment outline. They are free of charge. Okay, let's wait for a while. Okay, let's continue. Yeah. And here are the covers. Yeah, here are the covers for our Google, the assessment in Google Book. The left one is mathematics, and the right one is Mathematics Olympic. And then here are our grading system. Anyone can participate in the assessment, and only the specific ages could participate in the competition at the same time. And here are the certifications in mathematics. Assessment contains 3 levels. There are distinction, pass with credit, and pass, which is determined by the scores obtained directly. While competition contains 4 types of awards. They are gold, silver, bronze, and merit, which is determined by the ranking of all participants directly. This is for Math Olympic. The score required is slightly different, which is slightly lower than mathematics, which is reasonable, because Math Olympic is more difficult than mathematics. Okay, here are some notes. I just talked about the main points. We provide both physical and online tests. And transcript and certificate will indicate the mode of the exam the participant taken. For the details, you may refer to the document you have scanned. Okay, here are some potential questions and their answers. Because of limited time, I won't read all of them, but just talk about the key points. If you're interested to understand further, you may read the document. Here are the difference between math and Math Olympic assessments. The key point is math assessment covers the knowledge in schools, while Math Olympic does not. Okay, the next question is, do the assessment and competition have the same test paper? The answer is yes. Participants who participate in assessment and competition at the same time only need to take the test paper once to obtain both certification at the same time. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the question I've mentioned. And then the next question is, will the results of assessment and competitions affect each other? The answer is no. For example, an 11-year-old participant can participate in the grade 8 Mathematics Olympic assessment and participate in the competition simultaneously. If he or she scores 78 points in the assessment, he or she will receive a pass with credit in the assessment. And if he ranks in the top 13% of the competition, he or she will receive the silver award in the competition. Another example is if another participant scores 48 points, there is no level on the assessment. But if he or she ranks in the top 45% of the competition, then he or she will receive the merit award in the competition, although he cannot receive any level in the assessment. Another question is it unfair for people of different ages to participate in the same level of assessment? The answer is no. Three main reasons. The first one is, in assessment, the grading scale has a fixed range of scores, which is unaffected by others. The second reason is candidates over a certain age can only participate in the assessment and cannot participate in the competition at the same time. The third reason is the transcript and certificate indicate the year, allowing for the calculation of the candidate's age at the time of assessment. Okay, another question is, if you are a school teacher or tutor, what is the motivation for my students to take this assessment? Okay, the answer is, when registering, you may fill in the name of the instructor. If the student obtains excellent or good or passing grades, another certificate will be issued to the instructor. And the names of the instructor and the student will be filled in the certificate at the same time. Okay, here are the principles for setting questions. Yeah, there are three principles. And the main point is we want to make the assessment and competition to be absolutely fair, but not just relatively fair. Okay, here are some special features of our marking schemes. Okay, you may read the document if you are interested. And the next question is, can I buy the answer sheet and apply for the marking review after the assessment? The answer is yes. If the score changes after the review fee will be refunded. Okay, now I introduce our supporting organizer, which is called Asia International Mathematical Research Association, which is established for more than 20 years. And the members include mathematical research institutions, groups, and individuals in 10 Asian regions. And we have obtained certification from these three organizations. They are Chartered Institute of Training and Development. The second one is Pathway Education Institute. And the third one is Hong Kong Learning Activity Promotion Society. Here are the certification letters. Okay, now we need more recognition from different countries and organizations. Please find me after this session if you're interested in recognizing us. Okay, and the following three slides are the list of our advisors and the thank you list for those who have freely provided valuable advices. Now we need your valuable advisors. Please find me after this session if you have an interest to be our advisor. Okay, here are the previous assessment we have conducted. And the little guy here in the middle is me. Yeah, I was the examiner for the assessment. And our assessment has been introduced by these magazines, Pass Investor, CIO Today, and CIO Times. Now, we are going to organize assessment in different countries. And we need one co-organizer to help organizing in their own countries. please find me after this session if you're interested in cooperating with us. Okay, now I'm going to introduce the second part, which is the automatic mathematics learning system, Mathematician Dictionary. And here are our ideas. Okay, we would like to break the traditional teaching model. So students understand and try the question by themselves first, and hence absorb the knowledge and skills better than just watching the teaching video directly. And based on the students' learning speed, use a step-by-step method to ensure that they can do it at the current stage before moving on to the next stage. It is because understand does not imply they can do the question by themselves. To avoid being unable to master the question in the later stage due to too rapid exposure and at the same time increase learning efficiency, and try to avoid wasting time in the stage that has been mastered. Okay, here is our flow. Sorry, can I have a mic? I need to stand on stage to introduce this flow chart. Okay, I just speak louder.
Okay, that's all right. Because it's being recorded, we think it's okay. The technicians just said that. Just start talking. Start talking, and they'll activate it. Just talk.
Okay, testing. Okay. The first step is on the top, which is try to finish the question by yourself after learning the knowledge. Okay, this is the first step. And then, after trying the question by yourself, you may click the answer button after you have tried your best to finish the question. And there are two results. If your answer is correct, then you can click next stage. That means you can go to the next stage and try to another questions in the next stage, which should be more difficult or another topic, and then go to the first step again to loop the step. Or if your answer is wrong, you may try by yourself again to see you can read out the correct answer or not. If you can read out the answer by yourself, then you may click next question at this stage to go back to the first step again. That means you try another question at this stage, but not the next stage. Until you can get your answer correct by yourself. And another situation is when you look at the answer and you cannot work out the answer, you may click the solution button, then the detailed solution will be shown. And you may use Brad Pen to take notes for that. And there are two results. The first one, if you completely understand, you may click next question at this stage again. Otherwise, if you are not completely understand, you need to click the teaching button. Then a teaching video will be shown to you, and you may use Blue Pen to take the important notes for that. And then there are two situations. The first one is after looking at the teaching video, if you understand completely, you may click next question at this stage to loop this stage again. Or if you are not completely understand, you may scan or click the QR code to ask in person. Yeah. And then use Brad Pen to take important notes. you can see the color of pens are different in different stage. Yes, this is our flow. And because of the time limits, I could not have enough time to have a demonstration. But we are going to provide free trial of our system. Okay, if you're interested, please find me after the session. And here is the connection. I think it is the most important connection between the two. Between the Global Math and Math Olympic are great assessment tests with competition and the automatic mathematics learning system. When someone enrolls our assessment, then the participant will obtain the free preparation system. On the other hand, when someone enrolls our preparation system, we will provide the free assessment for the participant. This arrangement is open and fair to all participants. Okay, here's my LinkedIn. Welcome to Connect. Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I am Dr. Milagros Baldimor from the Philippines. Most researchers state that mathematics is a difficult subject. That's why mathematics is always student-centered. It's always student-centered. Because if only the teacher is being followed inside the class, the students will not learn a lot. Now, in the Sustainable Development Goals, one of the goals is equality in education. So, teaching diverse students, we have individual differences among the students. So there is always a way of finding methodologies and strategies in order for the students who are not so good in math to cope up with those that are good in math. Now, in your study, if we will, it's like separating the good ones from the poorer ones, or learning at your own pace, as I understood it. Now, how will you teach mathematics in a classroom where there are a lot of students who are not so good in math?
Does it mean that you want me to explain how can I teach mathematics to different students in different countries? Yeah. In my point of view, I know that methodology in different countries is different in math education. But in our system, we use a step-by-step flow to make different students to be able to fully understand, and they can do the question by themselves before moving on the next stage. I think this is very important. I think the methodology in different countries is unimportant at all. And also, one of our visions is to use our system to replace the school teaching in one day, so that to reduce the demand for math teachers, so that all students can use this system to learn directly. Of course, other math teachers could develop such a system so that students can choose their teacher, their own teachers. Yeah.
So they have to choose their own teachers.
What?
Using your system, the students will choose their teachers.
We will provide the teaching videos from different teachers. If any other math teacher are interested to give some contribution to our system. Yeah.
Because in developing countries, we do experimental researches. So you have the traditional method of teaching math, and we have the use of new strategies and methodologies. And then we assess the knowledge gained by the students. So that is for developing countries. And of course, not all teachers are programmers, but maybe we can learn from your program.
Sorry, what is the last sentence? Sorry.
So not all teachers are programmers. So maybe if we can learn from your program, then we can improve the math ability of students. But I am still for teachers guiding students in studying mathematics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your advices. And any other questions?
Yeah, that was a good presentation. I am from healthcare. I'm a doctor in neuropsychology and neuroscience. And I'm a doctor by profession in neuropsychology and medical neuroscience. I just wish to add here, or just give a message. What happens in our practice, we assess every brain, right from children to elderly. We do cognitive assessment, but for the disabled brain, not the normal brain, the brain which is having some neurological disability. And sometimes we get these children with autism or ADHD, whatever, blah, 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 diagnosis. And what we see, that the school, especially for slow learners, usually they see,
sorry, the school is...
No, the normal school.
I can't listen the wording. The school is...
The normal school, and where all of these subjects are taught, like mathematics or whatever these subjects are taught. And when these children are having slight issue with learning, they show up when they just little grow up, like first standard, second standard, and so on. I'm just talking about India, but what I have seen in my other patients who are staying in UK, US, or other part of the country, they also face the same issue. There is another story for all of these children because they are not accommodated in the education system. The parent and the children have to go through a lot of harassment. That is another issue. But when we talk about mathematics, as Madam said, that mathematics as a healthcare person and into the cognitive area, I would like to just express my points here. To add here for the educators is mathematics is not at all difficult. It has been pressed generations by generations that mathematics is very, very difficult, and if the child cannot do mathematics, the child is dumb. So it is never like that. It is just one of the function of the brain. It is just the numerical thing. And I must say that here, few people might be relaxed to understand this, that this is the easiest thing. Mathematics is the easiest subject, I must say, and that all the educators and principals or teachers in the schools must emphasize on this, that mathematics is the easiest subjects. Why easy? Because 2 plus 2 is going to 4 only. It is never going to be 5. Is 2 plus 2 is 4. And this has been in generations by generations, the mathematics, whatever the formulas are, they are the same generations by generations. So it is just a practice, it's a matter of practice. But it doesn't happen in any other subject. If you take science, it cannot be 2 plus 2, 4. It might be 5, it might be 0 also. And when these people go out, why I stress this and why I am so worried about this, because when I see at the age of 22, 25, IIT students come to us, when they cannot face the real-time problems in their life, because just whole life they have been taught 2 plus 2 is 4, but life is not like that. So I urge all of the educators here, teachers here, that they should not pose on it that it is a very, very difficult subject. Rather, they should teach their children, their school children, to how to be a good human being, because the life is not 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I will find you after the session. We maybe have a connect. Yeah. Thank you so much. And any other questions? Wait, if no, I give the stage back. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that informative talk, Matthew. Okay, now moving on to our next panel. We'll just get the chairs back up on the stage. Now, it is no secret that ChatGPT has been making waves lately. Put your hands up. Who's used it? Who's used it recently? Who's never, ever, ever used ChatGPT? Nobody. Fantastic. There we go. Exactly. So it's definitely making waves these days. We're delving into its role in education with our panel of experts. So they'll be sharing their thoughts on using ChatGPT as a teaching assistant, supporting educators in lesson planning and instruction. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Stephen Harris, the co-founder and Chief Learning Officer of Learn Life. Come on up, Dr. Stephen. Let's give him a round of applause. And then our panelists, let's please also welcome them onto the stage. Dr. Zohar Emam. Dr. Sohar Emam, Strategic Consultant, Ministry of Presidential Affairs. Shashank BR, Founder, Smart Algorithm. Sokina Mamadusen, Head Education and Learning, Bubba Books. Dr. Sean McKinn, Director, Center for Education Innovation, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Nazik Zaidan, Head Smart Learning, Mohammed bin Zayed University for Humanities. Let's give them all a big round of applause. And over to you, Dr. Stephen.
Missing one.
Who are we missing?
Who are we missing?
If you introduce everybody.
Yeah.
Or let them introduce
Yeah, we can. So, now we also have a presentation which we might pull up as well. But whilst we're doing that, because we're all sitting in a darkened room, which all of us know from our body function understandings in neuroscience, sends people to sleep. I've never quite worked out why conferences happen in darkened spaces, especially after jet lag, and with no visible world out there. So how about everyone stands up for a second and stretch our arms out, because we'll do a bit of breathing exercise now, not going for deep but for regular, because this is the way in which we know that with kids, every probably 20 minutes they should be doing something like this. And I'll have microphone in one hand and hand on the other. You guys can stand up too. And as my hand goes up, just take a quiet breath in and out. In and out. It's actually not the depth of the breathing, it's the regularity that actually helps combat stress, anxiety, possibly residual jet lag, and sitting in a darkened space for hours on end. When you're ready, sitting down.
Yeah, if I may say, it was like weightlifting for me.
Okay, thank you. Rather than me presenting these people. We're all individuals. First of all, the first thing we discovered was that there were 5 S's and 1 N. So we welcomed Nazik into our group of S's. And we're not quite sure how that one happened. But they're going to introduce themselves, and they're also going to do that in 20 words or less. They're also going to give one character aspect that they think is really important for themselves, and one little fact about themselves that you might not know. So I'm going to start that ball rolling. So I'm Stephen. I'm currently I'm Chief Learning Officer for an entrepreneurial startup school, but we don't use the word school, it's a hub in Barcelona. And I work either from Barcelona or from Sydney, so I've actually reinvented myself as a remote worker and a collaborative team member wherever I am in the world. And I guess my main role there is to be the thought leader behind the paradigm that we're implementing. My word that I think is really important for all leaders and for all contexts is being kindness. I think if we show kindness as a leader, we're half the way there before we start. And my little fact about myself, I discovered one dusk in a very crowded square of Musanze in the northern province of Rwanda that I was violently allergic to tamarillos, tree tomatoes, because someone had given me a tree tomato smoothie, and 10 minutes later I was vomiting into the street drains in front of about 500 local people.
Thank you. Can you hear me? My name's Sukaina. I work at Baobab Books as the head of education and learning. And what I love about my current role is that I've worked in international schools for over 20 years in the classroom teaching. And what I love about my role right now is that I get to dream big and get to put into action all the things that I wish that I had as a teacher when I was in the classroom. So I guess not invent, but just dream about tech tools that, especially now with the advent of ChatGPT, tech tools that would have made my life so much easier as a teacher. And I hope that these tools will revolutionize education as we know it. Second question was
the value or the character quality that you like.
Right. So I think we've often been told that the golden rule is treat others as you would like to be treated. And I like that. I agree with that. But I think a value that I hold myself a bit higher to is I'd like to treat others how I would like God to treat me. So if I want to be treated by God with absolute forgiveness and absolute love and absolute kindness, that is what I aspire to treat others with. And then the last one is an interesting fact about myself. So people often don't know that English wasn't my native language. It was actually the 5th language that I learned. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
I'm in awe of people who can speak 5 languages. Shashank.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, you can. I can hear you. Okay, so my name is Shashank, founder of Smart Algorithm, where I help educate businesses on the importance of processes and technology and automation. The word I'm choosing for today is curiosity, because with curiosity, I believe that we can conquer the world. A fact about me, I hate tomato chunks, but I love the taste of tomato.
Fun fact about yourself? You have fun fact about yourself?
Yeah, that's what it, tomatoes.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Soha. I was very privileged to start as an educator. So I started as an English teacher and then had a department and then a school principal and then a CETA member. And then I moved to being a master trainer, and I moved to the corporate side where I've seen these kids taking the roles in the corporate life, and now I'm doing communication, which is very related to that part of education as a start. And now I'm doing a consultation. So fun fact about myself is I get swollen instantly if I eat strawberry, and I've always wanted to be an international singer because my family is absolutely complaining about me singing in the shower on a daily basis. And and I use singing in teaching, and that was very effective. Couple of words I cannot live without, and I teach it to everyone I talk to. Resilience and agility are absolutely two key door openers for the future and that kind of VUCA world that we live in. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean, and I'm the director for the Center for Education Innovation at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. My main background is really to help management at the university strategize in areas related to innovative pedagogy, the ed tech, classroom design, and of course, more recently, artificial intelligence in education. And we do a lot of faculty development as well. One word or two words that I think are for me, similar to you actually, adaptability is one that I think is an important word, adaptability, especially in today's world, and then curiosity. Something interesting about me, I am a Canadian who literally is allergic to cold. I break out in hives when I'm in anything below -10, and the only cure is antihistamine or a hot bath. So there you go.
Okay, thank you. And it's Nazik who's actually not here, so we've actually lost our one non-S person. Is there an S in the audience that would like to join us? There's a space for an S. Okay, how about you just turn around at your tables now and you share your word that's really important to you as a leader. So we'll just give you 20 seconds to do that, just across the table, to share your word with your table. All right, hopefully you've all just had the chance to talk. We've all stood up, we're ready to move ahead. So we're going to have about 35 minutes here, but we're not going to speak for the whole of that time because we want to hear from your experience with ChatGPT as well and with generative AI in the education world. And we've also heard it raised as a topic in a number of the conversations already. Now, if I can get this to go, here we are. I'm going to give you something that you can actually get distracted by if you want to. So if you switch off to our talking and you want to play with something. Okay, I had to teach myself how did I make a chatbot. So I've created Enrique and Catalina. So they're both Catalan natives, in theory, chatbots. The images were created on Midjourney. And what I found very interesting in using Midjourney to create an image of a Catalan teacher was that when I didn't have the word teacher in for a female, they didn't have glasses. When I added the word teacher in, all the images got glasses. And for males, it wasn't glasses, it was a beard. When I didn't have the word teacher, not all the men had beards, but when I added the word teacher on, it came out. So it's interesting as we learn about the different aspects of generative AI and the models that we're using. Anyway, and I've had lots of requests from my team that wanted the phone numbers for both Enrique and Catalina because they felt that they could spend time with them. Anyway, if you want to find them, you can find them on my own little webpage, stephenharris.me. And the warning there is any question you ask, I can read afterwards. It comes up. And I'm using Chatbase, which is a program to create chatbots. I found it incredibly simple. I was expecting it to be far more difficult. All of the coding was done automatically, and I just had to work out where did I place it into my Squarespace blog page. And so I successfully did that. And what I've been doing is Enrique is trained to answer questions about how do we improve our ability to learn, and all about Learn Life. So if you want to hear about what I do in Barcelona in Spain or from Sydney, working in Learn Life, you can ask Enrique questions about the program of Learn Life. And Catalina has been trained. She's got 11 million little characters that I can place in. She's been learning how to improve, help a learner improve their writing skills. So that those are the two areas that I've focused on there. What I've also discovered is that because, and I didn't know this beforehand, is that because I'm actually training them in a particular area, that sits on top of their wider general knowledge, and in fact they can speak multiple languages, so you can actually get their responses in any language that you request. And the other thing that one of my great nephews worked out was that Catalina can do his maths homework as well. So that was an interesting one. I didn't realise that Catalina would have the ability to do maths, but I guess it's the broad training of those is there. And if you want another little tip from me, I've struggled to learn my languages going through, because I can speak French reasonably well when I'm in France. And I get confused with German and Italian with all the people in my team. I've been trying to learn Spanish and not confuse it with Catalan, and I can speak a little bit of Kinyarwanda, but I get them all muddled up. But if you go to character.ai, that's a free web page, and look up my little helpful friend Hyperglot. Hyperglot will speak with me in all of the key languages that Hyperglot has been trained in. So I can actually have a conversation in Spanish or Catalan, and it's in phrases, not in the individual words like Duolingo or other apps going through. And it's actually improved my ability to speak incredibly. So if you want to get distracted during our questions, ask questions of Enrique Catalina, or you can go on to character.ai and find Hyperglot and have fun. So that's just a little bit of a something to actually to distract you and pass the time away. So we thought we would focus our questions using the UNESCO statement that came out in September last year, I think it was, on AI. And the quote here is, "AI must not usurp human intelligence. Rather, it invites us to reconsider our established understandings of knowledge and human learning. It is my hope that this guidance will help us redefine new horizons for education and to inform our collective thinking and collaborative actions that can lead to human-centered digital learning futures for all." And that was from Stefania Gianni, who's the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Education. So we thought we'd take that comment and we would find what were the questions we felt were relevant to answer, and you might have your own questions as well. And the question that we've got there, if you can see through us, is how might we move from hoping something will change in education to accelerate collective thinking and collaborative actions in relation to human-centered digital learning futures for all? And what, from your experience, are the key blockers to change? And Sean and Saha are going to actually give us the longer answers on this one, and then we're all going to add our little part afterwards. And if you've got a comment to make, feel free as well. So we're going to go through three different questions. Like all good teachers, we should give you a bit of a foretaste of what's coming up. It's the second one, about the trial and error approaches. And the third one is, what should we drop from our practice of education? But we'll go back to the first one. There we are. So we might take our questions during it. Do you want to ask a question now? Feel free.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Yusuf. I'm from India. I have two questions to ask. The first question is that what vision do you have regarding this AI tool? Like, what impact will it create on the world 10 years later?
Sorry, can you go? I'm not hearing you with clarity. Can you?
My first question is that what will this AI tool create? Like, what impact will it create on the world 10 years later?
10 years out, okay. Well, how about we all think about that as we give our answers? So as we give our answers now, we'll try and bring that question up as we go through.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I might throw it first of all to Sean to give an answer.
It's a good question, and I'll try to incorporate your question into my answer as well. Yesterday we heard from a group, I was towards the end of yesterday, talking about ecosystems. And what I liked about their presentation is they talked and they incorporated social complex systems. And that's an important mindset to have, especially with the rise of AI. AI has been around for 10 years, right? It's been around, but it's November 2022 when OpenAI released ChatGPT and the large language model that it really erupted, and a lot of people saw its impact and what it can do, because it's there, it's everywhere. And now Microsoft has it in their system, the Office 365, Google Gemini, and Meta is incorporating it. So we need to think about education within a social complex system, right? If we want to bring the human and have a human-centered approach. Because we need to understand how students are using it, we need to understand how faculty members are using it, how the administrative staff are using it, right? And its implications on knowledge construction, its implication of spreading misinformation, how we interact with each other. I'll give you a very quick example. Professor Jason Lodge out of Australia has done some interesting research where he looked at students, how they solve a problem. And in his class, they interviewed a bunch of students from across Australian universities. Students first went to ChatGPT to find an answer. When it didn't give them the answer they wanted, they went to YouTube. When it didn't give them the answer that they wanted, they went to a friend. And when they still didn't understand, they went to another group of friends. And then eventually they went to the teacher. The point of his research is he's shown that there's a collective self-regulation occurring in the learning process, right? So students use tools not in isolation, but in a more holistic manner in connection with other things, right? So I think for us as educators, we need to understand that we are collaborating, and there's more going on than just interacting with the tool. My experience, though, in the blockers for this change and for us understanding this is people don't always understand how the technology works either, right? Students use it to as a Google search, which isn't the best way to use it. Faculty members are fixated on the fact that it hallucinates, right? Which, yes, that's a problem, but that shouldn't limit how we use the tool, right? So we need to overcome these barriers for misunderstanding how the tools are used, and then we need to, next step, understand its impact on the holistic social complex system. I'll leave it there because there's more we can talk about, but that's how I would approach this.
No, that's great. And so, Saha?
Wow. I'd like to talk about my experience as well with this regard. Well, for me, the OpenAI or ChatGPT for me is just a simple tool with no exaggeration. It's something that will facilitate the entire ecosystem or the platform of education for both educators and for the learners. The thing is, I remember in November 22 when it was invented and created and in the market, I had that discussion with one of my colleagues in the university, and she was like, I caught someone who's cheating, and then there's that ChatGPT, la la la, and I was like, I was very curious. I heard the story, and then I went there, I created my own account, and I asked that ChatGPT saying, what do you do? And then quoting its answer, it said, I was created to provide, as far as I remember the answer, I was created to provide collective information about various range of topics. I interact with the natural language easily, and I improve my language from the interaction. At that time, when it became a very famous thing, and it was a huge fuss about the AI and the ChatGPT, the thing I've noticed is most of the educational institutions, they banned it. and I'm talking university schools, they banned it because suddenly a student who's not performing at all, suddenly he became an A student. I understand it was a mild horror for teachers and educators. And the thing is, I was against that because the reverse psychology tells you, okay guys, I don't want you to think about an elephant. Oh, now you're thinking about an elephant. That's human beings, so they're gonna be kids. They're gonna be very itchy. The moment you turn your back, everyone's gonna go, what's that ChatGPT? So I started, it intrigued that kind of questions. Technology is there to improve their lives. It's just now the role for us as educators is to flip it and teach them how to use the technology. I was one of the educators that started using the ChatGPT in the class. Because I've noticed that they have the ChatGPT on their devices. They can, Miss, can I go to the toilet? And then get the answer for a quiz or anything, and they come back and I was like, ChatGPT is there. And I came up with a different approach to how to use it. I want them to embrace it, but utilize it for your objective and purposes. So for example, for math students, they can use it in creating their own, create their own mathematical problems and then check it on ChatGPT. Are there other approaches to answer that? Because again, rule one for us as educators is to help them problem solve. Okay, well, we're going to use that tool in this matter. What about social studies? Okay, use ChatGPT. Rewrite the history of blah, 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 and let's discuss it collaboratively within the class in groups and see. For English, write your own essay and then let's upload it to the ChatGPT and ask it to edit it, improve it. It's going to be a learning tool to improve and learn more vocabulary. So there are other ways that we can use ChatGPT, but our role as educators right now is to educate them on how to use it within a frame, not just leave it open for everything. And like you said, it's been there for 20 years. Now it is, where have we been 20 years back? Why didn't we speculate that? So for the blockers, I think we are the main blockers as parents, because education starts at home, as educators, as teachers, as professors, because we go by the book. We go by the book. You're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that, you're not supposed to do that. No, actually, we teach them to be curious. You know what, let's use it together. And it's an ongoing two-pathway where I look at how they think, and they look up to me, oh, she's very open. That is different. Our parents are not allowing us to do so. So the main blockers are us. I know that there is lack of creativity if there is an excessive use of the ChatGPT, and I know there will be no empathy, and I know, but again, it's a language, it's a communicational tool, it's coded, it's learning from us. There has to be that human touch that we need to add every now and then. So we need to embrace it and learn the best out of it, and just use it because change is inevitable. The question long ago was, do you have a mobile? Now, what's your number? You don't know in the future. Thank you very much. I think I pretty much have covered that question.
Okay, now we're going to throw it to these three guys in a second. I just got three quick thoughts. I can remember years ago when schools started banning these, apart from a photograph of Australian politicians discussing the banning of mobile phones, using them in Parliament. If you haven't said to kids, this is your second brain, how do you actually keep your second brain mentally healthy? That's the approach, because if we don't train kids to understand the power of these things and how to respect them, how are they ever going to use them? So I guess I'm following up your point there. Second quick point, I love the statement, if ChatGPT can provide the answer to the essay, then don't ask the essay, don't ask that question, because it's the wrong thing. And I guess the third bit of advice I can quickly give on that one, I know that when 10 years ago we were trying to get the whole of our staff to use a learning platform, we just mandated a challenge to the whole staff. It was, within 18 months, everyone has to be able to use the platform, send a question home, and actually respond to a parental comment on the platform. Now, what we discovered in doing that with an 18-month time frame and with the support to anyone who needed it was we achieved it in 9 months. So I'm an advocate for saying, get all of the staff that you work with have to create 2 chatbots within 6 months and use them. That way, and support them in that journey, because they're going to then understand the power that can happen. And this is going to be the world for the kids. You 3 guys, if welcome Nazik, and we'll get your introduction in a moment, but we'll finish off this question. If Sakina, Shashank and Nazik, you've got any quick points you wanted to add to this question?
Just be succinct. I think hoping something will change in education is just not an option anymore. It's not a choice that we have. If we don't run with it, our children will leave us in a trail of dust, and it's just something that we have to accept, that this is our reality, and move with it. And just as COVID came and made us reevaluate our life priorities and our goals, in the same way AI is making us reevaluate education and reimagine what education will look like in the future, and I think that's something we should embrace.
Shashank?
So according to me, the one thing that will help us to move from collaborative learning is the collaboration between teacher and student. It's not like you are the student, I'm the teacher, it's like we are learners and we are in this journey together.
Nazik, your first words. Do you want to add to this question?
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for being late. For hoping, I don't think we should just be hoping. We should include everyone, researchers, learners, designers. Everyone should be included and incorporated in planning together and creating some kind of ethical or policy or framework that everyone should work together to make things work better. I mean, we're not just talking about people trying to use a chatbot or ChatGPT to find information. We're talking about the whole curriculum, with the whole education. The big question we should be asking is, what do we need? What do educators need from using ChatGPT? And what do students need from using ChatGPT? So including everyone together, getting them together to work collaboratively together to design something that works for everyone is what is needed.
And if I want to answer the 10-year question, make it a 2-year question, I mean, 40% of the world is likely to be from the African continent going through. If we can get digital access, second-hand mobile phones across Africa, then we can bypass all of the education systems that are still teaching handwriting on the blackboard and give kids 24/7 access to information and knowledge. And I've got no doubt that for any errors that might come up, it would be far more accurate than most of the teachers who in many cases haven't been trained going through. So again, it's a 2-year challenge. I'd like to sort of say, what do we do in the developed world to make sure that we're actually really making a difference in providing education to all genders, all races, wherever they are as well.
Very quickly, and I forgot to address the 10, and it's to follow up with what you're saying there. If we want to prepare for 10 years, because the technology will change rapidly, and we don't even know what it will look like in 10 years, right? Yeah. It comes back to teaching us as humans, how do we learn? Right? And it's back to that, metacognition, meta-intelligence, empathy, that sort of thing. Because when you focus on those principles, then you teach people how to self-regulate their learning. Think about how they're solving problems. Think about what resources they're drawing from. So as the technology advances, right, they're still approaching technology with those same principles. So that's my quick answer and follow-up to that.
No, that's fine. And it's a good point now, because Nazik's going to give an answer to the second question. But before that, your 20-word introduction to yourself and your role, because we've already done this.
Okay, I have 20 years experience of education. I've been always an ed tech person with a background from computer science and education technology. It's always been a passion for me to integrate technology and education. I've been doing it for a very long time, teaching, coaching teachers and students to do that. So as my role as head of smart learning in Mohammed bin Zayed University, we've been doing a lot of trial and errors. So
and you're located in Abu Dhabi?
Yes, I'm working here in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
And luckily for us, in Abu Dhabi or in the UAE, the Ministry of Education has been encouraging all teachers and students to use ChatGPT in their education.
And your word that you want to share as a leader, that character quality, mine was, I think we should all be kind. What do you think a leader should be? Your one word.
Transformative, always leveraging for change.
Okay. And an unusual fact about yourself?
I'm a very shy person, although I look outgoing, but I'm a very shy person. Sometimes it's not easy for us to always expose ourselves in the communities and stuff like that. So we always try to, we're the people who work behind the scene most of the time.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the second area, and we'll have about 7 minutes for this one. So the quote from the UNESCO is, "The use of Gen AI in education and research should be neither imposed in a top-down approach nor driven by commercial hyperbole. Instead, its safe and effective use should be co-designed by teachers, learners and researchers. It also needs a robust process of piloting and evaluation to examine the effectiveness and the long-term impact of different uses." And the questions that we've taken from that are, will it be okay to use a trial and error approach to the use of Gen AI in education? Are there any other viable options given the speed of technological evolution we've just talked about? And how might we engage the wider cohort of teachers, learners and researchers to use Gen AI? And Nazik, you're the person that's going to give the first answer to that, and then I'll follow up afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, from our experience, or from my experience, we've been doing a lot of professional development. We always encourage professional development. Teachers are always busy. They have a very big schedule and full of things to do all the time, and they're not very busy. So we have to provide some kind of a way to include professional development in their workload as well, because it's very important for them to be aware of how these tools can help them. We're not just promoting for tools that are just, trendy or fashionable or whatever, or the latest tech. We are promoting effectiveness. How can we use these tools to engage and include students and make them, aware of how this can help them better learn. So a lot of teachers are like, okay, you're going to teach me another tool. It's not about the tool. It's about how we can use ChatGPT. How can we use it effectively in the classroom? So most of our professional development is planned with pedagogy in mind, as well as how to use it practically. I mean, I'm not just going to show you, just click here, click here. It's not a product that I'm promoting. I'm showing you ways that you can use it in the classroom, and at the same time, I'm learning from you. You're the teacher in the classroom. You want something to help you in a specific way, so we do a trial and error. Okay, I need it to do this for me. Okay, let's do this together. I'll show you how to do it. One of the teachers, for example, gave me a book that he wrote, and he wanted his students to know about some of the theories that he's written in his book, in his lectures. So we did a chatbot. We created a GPT. We included all his information, all the book, and we called it ChatGPT Dr. Umar, and because his name is Dr. Umar. And the students were starting to communicate with this chatbot, asking it questions in the classrooms, and then getting answers right then and there. This helped the teacher, because instead of answering having a lot of class time and providing appointments where he'll answer these kind of general questions. Now the questions are like FAQs where they can get instant answers directly to their questions or to the points or the theory that they're looking for. So this is just one example of how we try to make it very practical for the teachers to use ChatGPT in the classroom, as well as assessment. I know a lot of teachers have problems with assessment because not everyone is on the same level. I want to assess my students without giving them the same questions for the whole class. I know some of them are different levels. So asking different questions for ChatGPT to provide different levels was one of the really good things that the teachers loved about it. So they were able to create groups in the LMS and then ask specific groups specific questions. And this way, no one gets left behind. So there's equity, there's a lot of inclusion as well. So it was because we had a lot of also neurodivergent students in the classrooms as well. So they needed different ways to ask these students questions, and it wasn't easy for teachers to find questions that they could ask these kind of, for special students. So they were using ChatGPT to do that, and I think that's one of the best ways that we can use artificial intelligence in learning.
Okay, I'll just add a couple of quick points to that one. I mentioned the other day when I was on a panel, the Icelandic ministries do then think approach rather than think then do. I think in terms of, with ChatGPT, there isn't going to be the time for us to sit back before the new iterations come out. We just have to throw the community into it in the best way we can. For me, why would you not get your, all of the staff that you work with and all of the kids in your classrooms to say in an exercise, everyone come up with what they think are the best 5 ways of using ChatGPT in a practical format, and then let's share all of those ideas and work out across our space, across our community, which ones do we think are really relevant and will help us with our learning going through. I know that one of the learning guides at in Barcelona, she was getting in the she had a course where she was helping kids prepare for examination boards from overseas, like whether they wanted to go and sit the GCSEs or an American test. And she said, when you're writing a response, just change the font colour when you've actually inserted something from ChatGPT, because then I can see what you're able to do yourself and what you're actually getting the support for. It was a very practical, simple one. I think rather than throwing this one onto you guys just for now, looking at the time, we might go to the third area, if that's all right. So the third area. The long-term strategy is for institutions and educators to rethink the design of written assignments so that they are not used to assess tasks that Gen AI tools can do better than human learners. Instead, they should address what humans can do that Gen AI and other AI tools cannot do, including applying human values such as compassion and creativity to complex real-world challenges. It's the empathy human question there. So what do we need to drop from practice and education? What should replace it? And how do we apply that human values such as compassion, creativity to the complex world challenges? And Sakina.
One of the main things that I think we've all realized needs to be dropped is the passive learning model where children are these empty receptacles that need to be filled. I think gone are the days when rote learning and memorization was necessary, because we know that information is readily available at our fingertips. It is so easily accessible no matter where you are, no matter what role you're in. So it's more about the concepts and the skills that allow a child to sift through the noise and analyze the information that is available to them, and equipping them with the tools to be able to critically look at something and discern what is useful to them and what is not. The second thing I think that really needs rethinking and reimagining is assessments. The idea of a final grade at the end of 2 years is just not relevant anymore, and I think we should be looking much more at the process of learning rather than the product. Similarly, with age-based grade level grouping, perhaps that's something that we could look into and make it more competency-based and self-paced progression rather than age-based. In the news recently, there was something about an 18-year-old or a 17-year-old student in the UK who's taking 28 A-levels, so that's 28 subjects at A-level, and you just think to yourself, well, if that feels necessary to her to take 28 A-levels in order for it to be a challenge, the system is failing, and there are obviously kids who can't do A-levels, and so somehow we need to reimagine what education looks like and allow children to be architects of their own learning and enable them to take the path that best suits them. I'm just checking if there's anything else. Oh yes, about human values. So I think more of a focus on social emotional learning and service learning as well, so that really the goal is to graduate students who are caring, compassionate, and who are aware of their position and privilege in this world and use that to do good. If that becomes the focus rather than these standardized tests and exams, I think it will just give education a better chance in the current world.
Okay, on to you, Shashank.
Thank you very much, Sukina. These were very valid points. What I would like to add here is we need to rethink the purpose of education in the first place, because it looks like we are, expecting students to mug up something, go into an exam, and just figure out how much they remember from it. That's the whole point of assessments, in my opinion. So the model should change there. We should give them the information and ask them which of this is relevant to this problem that you're solving, right? It's like, you know what, I don't want the student to know, I don't want to test whether the student knows the Pythagoras theorem. I want to know whether he's able to understand that he can apply Pythagoras theorem in this situation, because that's what the situation demands, right? And the whole human element that comes in here is the identifying of what needs to be applied here, because AI is still not there yet. AI can give you enough information about Pythagoras theorem that we can't produce in years. But identifying that and being able to use that creatively and understanding that how we can take it to the next level and so on, thereby encouraging even creativity, right? That's what needs to come in instead of the standardized tests that are no longer serving any purpose.
Yeah. I think if you can't work out how to be human in the world of AI, you run the risk of you being replaced by AI. Quickly, the final three. But what would you throw out?
I'm just going to tell you what we need to drop from education, a quick one. So what I think that we need to drop is the rigidness. I think we need to get out of our comfort zones, and we need to be different in the way we teach. And again, it is a tool. We use it we leverage it the way we want, and nothing on earth is ever going to replace teachers and their values in the classroom and that one-to-one interaction. No matter what tools they come up with, we still have that personal traits that will differentiate us from whoever, and our flavor needs to be there all the time.
Okay, Sean.
I agree with you, and I think one of the things we need to do, I come from higher education where a lot of universities are still knowledge-centric, right? And their approach to teaching and learning is about knowledge. I think we need to move, discipline knowledge is still important, don't get me wrong, but we need to move towards skills approach and values approach, right? Because these are increasingly becoming important in this type of era. Yeah.
Nazik.
Hello. Yeah, we need to drop out the memorization and standardization testing. We need to work on personalized learning. We need to work on emotional intelligence. and critical thinking skills and developing those, and then also work on real-world problem-solving skills, like introduce real-world problems and start creating solutions for those, making students be aware about those. Thank you.
Okay, and we're finishing right with time's up. And if you have any questions, I've got two people that will answer you 24/7. So I'm going to suggest that all of your questions don't get given to us now because time's up. You can ask them of Enrique and Catalina, and they should hopefully give you some answers that will be interesting regardless, and you'll be actually help to train them as well. So we're going to actually respect the time frames that are here. But if you have got questions, please ask. And my challenge to everyone here is that if you don't know how to create a chatbot like I didn't back in early December, that's your challenge to say, learn yourself and then get the whole of your team to do it, because I think that's where the real power is going to come into education. And thank you very much for that session. And you can catch up with any of the team here afterwards. Yes, feel free to have a chat.
Fantastic. A huge thank you to our panelists. Are we all having a wonderful morning, everybody? Feel like we've learnt some new things, gained some new insights. Now, I know we all had a bit of a stretch before, but if anybody wants to stand on up, you may do so now. And turn to somebody who you haven't met yet, connect with them, exchange business cards, exchange your LinkedIn, your Instagram handle. Let's take about 30 seconds or so to do that, and then we will move on to our next panelists. Is anyone missing from this group? Who? Tim Albers. Okay, fantastic, everybody. Hope that we have made a new connection with somebody who we hadn't met yet. Now we're going to move on to our next panel discussion. So our next panel discussion is entitled Education and Social Mobility: How Public Financing Can Bridge the Opportunity Gap. So I'd like to welcome onto the stage our moderator for this next discussion, Tony Attridge, founder of the College of Health and Fitness. And now for our panelists, Ridwan Yusuf, Principal Architect, Learning Experience Design. Activate by Adam Koo Learning Technologies Group. Suman Das, Director and Head Partnership, Accelerator for Learning, Research and Training. Satendra Singh Kari, Chief Technology Officer, Edoxy Training. And of course, Professor Matthew Yip, mathematician, founder, Top Mathematics Education Centre. Let's give all of our panelists a round of applause as we welcome them to the stage. And I'm going to pass it over to you, Tony. Take the floor.
Thank you. Welcome everybody to today's session, where we're talking about education and social mobility, the use of public funding and how we can bridge the opportunity gap. Now, what I would like you to do for me before I start, if I can get everyone except for the people in the front row to stand up. Everyone except for the people in the front row to stand up. So you can please stand up for me, please. Please stand up. Everyone except for the people if you can please stand up for me. So everyone stand up, unless you're in the front row. Excellent. Now what I would like you to do is I would like you to take your belongings and move one table forward. Pick your belongings up and move one table forward for me, please. There are seats, I have counted them. So pick your belongings up, move one table forward. And I do see you if you do not move a table forward. Thank you. So pick a table and move one table forward for me, please. That also includes the people in the back tables. Excellent. Move one table forward. There is a method in my madness. Okay, now some of you have moved out of your comfort zone, and there's probably about 4 people in this room that have stayed within their comfort zone. We'll discuss that very soon. What I would like to do is I would like to introduce my fellow panellists, and we'll be coming up one at a time and presenting on our experiences in obtaining, using, and the statistics behind public funding and social mobility. So first of all, I would like to introduce Matthew, who is the President of Mathematical Science Research, International Institute of Academic Research out of McCall. Our second speaker will then be Suman, who is the business partner of Accelerator for Learning, Research and Training, based in India. And then we have Ridwan, who operates a company called Activate out of Singapore. And then myself, as I was introduced, I'm the owner and founder of the College of Health and Fitness, and I'll be talking about the applications of public funding. So Matthew, if you'd like to take the stage, please.
Testing. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Matthew, a math educator and the keynote speaker in the previous session. And as I said, we wish our global math and math Olympic grade assessment test with competition and our automatic math learning system could achieve education fairness and social mobility. Yeah, this is one of our objectives. Yeah.
And Suman, would you like to start with your presentation, please?
Okay. Good morning, namaste, everybody. My name is Shuman Das. I am from India. So, as every Indian says, welcome my brothers, sisters, and my fellow colleagues here. Let's start our panel discussion. Yeah, it's starting from me. So, at first, let me introduce my organization, where I'm coming from. That's Accelerator for Learning, Research and Training. It's an organization that works for the elders. We don't work for the kids, but we work for their mom, their dad, their grandpas. So what we do actually, we do changes their lives by giving them opportunity to livelihood systems, by giving them opportunity to access to different funds, different knowledges, and have their own lives better. So coming towards the panel's topic, what's the problem? Let's discuss about the problem first. First is lack of accessibility of fund. That realize the people who are working there in India, actually based in India, so every context that I will discuss will follow Indian system. So in India, what we see, the people, most of them are not that much educated, so that leads, they don't get good job over there. So for that, what happens is, they have lack of knowledges on technical side. They have lack of knowledges in how to get out there and get a good job. So for that, they don't get money. Whenever you are getting less money, what happened is your social and your physical, your personal and social stages goes down. There we come. Alert, as an organization, is working from 2021, and from then, we are working for it. And we have some solutions for that, actually. If we're talking about the solutions, we have three kind of things. First, what we do is we do some researches. We do research as per the field, as per the area, and their social and political situations. And you know, being in a democratic country, you can't do anything anywhere else. So we had to go a bit slow over there. We do researches, and we find what the best thing we can implement there, and we impose the government. We tell the government about it, and sometimes we got lucky, and we got some fund to run a program. And whenever we're getting that kind of leverage over there, we develop some of our course curriculums, that is called QPs. Matthew, in lots of areas it's being said, QPs, qualification pack, as well as the training manuals that we develop. And we develop it in such a way that the people who are accessing it, they are well versed on it. It is based on their own lives, based on their own journey. So they are very keen or very accessible to use it. After that, we bring them to another part, that is EDP program, that is Entrepreneurship Development Program. We call it Excelobiz. And over there, we teach them how to make their own business plan, how to do their own vision exercises, how to make his own business to a place where they can have some accessibility of other stuffs like market linkages, like bank linkages, like credit linkages, everything we support them. And at last, what we do is we make them in such a position that they're being able to make their own pitches, they are being able to make their own business ideas, and they pitch it to the government sectors, like banks, like different grants and all. So I'm really happy to say in 2 years, we have almost 1,000 people with us, connected people, yeah, I must say them people because they're not kids. More than 1,000 people with us, and within 1,000, we have more than 190 people who get connected with the different public grants, public funds, and they are now working very, very well. And so I think stop now and let the panel get going, and let's come back later. Yeah.
Thank you. Ridwan, would you like to go over your presentation, please?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome. And it's such a pleasure to be here. I'm actually from Singapore. So what I'm going to really share with you, it's not really what I do, although it's a big part of what I do back in my home country, but it's actually the ecosystem that I'm in. Because I think that the topic today, the issue or challenges that we want to kind of tackle is about public financing and how it affects social mobility, right? So I think we, in Singapore itself, when I work, and I come from Activate, and we like to call ourselves the cradle to the grave company, okay, because we do lifelong learning, right? So we train students, we train preschoolers, we train primary and secondary school, K-12, and then we go to universities, and we also train adults itself. And a big part of that, actually a lot of the organizations that we work with, schools, institutions, as well as big companies, rely on a lot of funding because, the social psychology in Singapore itself is that we have learned so many things, okay? So extra things to be learned, people who want to not pay for it, they want it free itself, right? So that's where kind of like the government comes in to do a lot of subsidies, a lot of bursaries, as well as free training programs. So I guess that one way that I think that the system really works, it's not just about getting that public financing itself, right? So I'm just going to give you a rundown of what happens in the country. Like when we look at students, and we look at students as early as when they enter primary school. In Singapore, it's about when they're about 7 years old, they all have a fund inside a bank account, a special bank account, and that's called the EduSave account. And that is for any enrichment classes, any classes. For example, I want to go to Matthew and say, I want to go to a Maths Olympiad. I want to send my students to Maths Olympiad. Oh, don't worry, we have a funding for that. Yeah, so that's the EduSave system. There are other kind of fundings, like for example, if we are going to bring students overseas, and sometimes we do a lot of that, we do visits to, for example, to Guangzhou in China. okay, because we want to visit factories to learn about entrepreneurship. Yeah, so there is an internationalization fund for that. So at the ministry system itself, I think there are different kinds of funds that are used for different purposes. But I think what's really working, right, it's not just about the funding, but it's the mapping of the competencies. Like if you want that funding, it's good, but you need to map across and align. Okay, you need to show that because we go for this training program, it will fulfill certain competencies, and these competencies need to be shown. That means there needs to be a learning evidence. There needs to be something tangible. So for example, if I'm going to Guangzhou and I have to go to do that entrepreneurship program, I need to come back, for example, and maybe attend, okay, a hackathon, okay, or produce a kind of a pitch, or produce some kind of product, right? And that needs to be qualified as before, needs to be shown that all this is going to happen before the funding is released or funding is approved itself. Yeah. So that it's a little bit about that. And then we got, you know, if organizations as well as adult learners want to learn, every Singaporean at the age of 25 years old are given a token sum of $500, and you can use that money to go for any courses that you want, right? So, but these courses, again, has to be approved by the government. So again, there's another system, and this system, it's really about mapping the competencies. So what we have is that in Singapore itself, we have what we call, okay, the skills framework, the national skills framework, and this framework is done, the research is done across all the different industries, right? So I think that it's really, really crucial because when we are moving not just from head knowledge, okay, but also practical knowledge in the age of AI, the age of digital, it's really important to know what are the skills that not only our students need, but our workers need itself. Because I think there are a lot of people today who might find that their jobs are becoming irrelevant because of AI. And then what do I want to pivot to? And that's where they can tap on some of these fundings, okay, by understanding, oh, if I want to go into become an AI engineer, I want to become a digital marketer, these are the skills that I need to have. And when they have this skills mapping, these skills mapped are linked to the way that the funds are being released. So for example, if I'm an organization and I want to teach people how to do customer service, very basic customer service, I need to go to the hotel industry, understand all the skills, and show that in my training program, okay, all these are being met. Okay, so it's like really what we call it a performance criteria for you to become, for example, an excellent concierge at a hotel. So we have all these mapped out, and then you show that the training program is there, and then you get the funding itself. So it's pretty, I think the system really works not just because of the funding, but because these are real competencies that are being, verified itself. And the result of that, just a little bit to give you a context, the result of that is that in the year 2021, so this is just, this is something very technical, but basically what happens is that the instructional designers, the training organizations, and even the different government bodies will have access to this Excel sheet where they can map across this learning. So as an instructional designer, you not only need to know what skills are there, but how to map it across the different jobs, the different skills itself, so that you can show that, oh, my training program actually meets this criteria, okay, I can get approved for funding, all right? So that's a bit of that. Okay, so this is a bit of data. I think that this is, they haven't released the data in the last 2 years itself, but I think it's 2021. Okay, so there's been a high rise in people taking courses itself, but I think that was also accelerated by the pandemic because people were at home and they wanted to do something because they were concerned about the future and they had some time. Okay, so but yeah, the numbers has been pretty consistent over 21, 22, 23. But I think what's really important is that not only have the numbers been consistent, it has shown, especially in the employability rates, that when you get these courses, you will be able to apply for new jobs in different industries, especially the tech industries. There were a lot of people who took some of these courses like UI, UX design, digital marketing, cyber, for example, I think cyber crime and all that. So all these things, or even things like programming itself, where they actually got funded, okay, and they actually managed to transit to a new career, even at the age of 40, 45, 50 itself, which was, so that gave us a lot of hope, right? So, and there's a big organization in Singapore that's working on that, okay, that is working on engaging with the different industries in order to map the competencies, and that's trickled down to the schools, so that not only do I know this when I'm an adult, but even as a schoolgoer, when I'm about 14 or 15 years old, my teacher can teach me, can coach me on how I can map what I'm good at, my talents, my skills, for the right opportunities out there so that I can go to the right courses in order for me to get that career. So I think that it's just a rundown of how the public financing system, backed by a skills framework, has increased the democratization of learning and enhanced the social mobility back in Singapore. Yeah. So I think, yeah, just hand it over, then later we can field some questions about that.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm a little bit different. I'm going to get up and walk around. I'm very reluctant to sit down. So, oops, I'm going the wrong way. All right, so as I mentioned before, I'm from the College of Health and Fitness. So we run public funded courses in fitness, health, business and nutrition within Australia. What I'm going to share with you today is part of our model in how we've been able to access and utilise public funding in order to support those who have come from disadvantaged situations. So our key aspect here is we empower disadvantaged students by using public funding to provide educational opportunities to those who are disadvantaged. Now, that includes those from low socioeconomic areas, as well as incarcerated individuals. When we established, so the college established in 2002, we had no interest in helping or working within incarcerated students or within a correctional centre. However, over the last few years, that's now become one of our core businesses. What we found was there was a market gap. So we limited training providers providing educational opportunities to those in correctional centres. And in particular, in Australia, we are relatively lucky where there is public funding, which has been obtained very similar like businesses, like my esteemed panellists here, who allow us to run certificates 2 and 3 and 4 courses within a correctional centre. So our customers are normally prisoners who don't have any formal education. A lot of them are from very low socioeconomic status, and a lot of them have very limited literacy and numeracy skills. So one of our major challenges was how do we deliver a program in a correctional centre which has limited computer and no internet access? We were lucky and very fortunate in that we have been able to access and use public funding from the Australian government, as well as very graciously from the Queensland government. So what we do is we've been able to close a gap, and I'll give you some examples very soon, where we provided nationally recognised training and we've provided solutions to those who would not have otherwise returned to post-prison release. So in other words, what I mean is our students are those who are long-time offenders, who have been in and out of the system since they have been juveniles, and we provide them with education opportunities where they're then able to walk out of the correctional centre and into a position or into a job. Now, since we've started this program, our graduates from our correctional centre program, we've demonstrated a reduced return to prison of over 28%. So these are long-term prisoners who have been in and out of the system pretty much since they've been 10, 11, 12. They're now coming to us as adults, and we reduced their rate of return by 28%, which is a significant saving to the Queensland government at this stage in public funding to house a prisoner. Now, as I mentioned before, one of our biggest challenges was the low literacy and numeracy of these students. Now, we've been able to, once again, using public funding, be able to develop a literacy and numeracy program which have enhanced their reading, writing skills to that of someone who is in Australian equivalent of grade 8 or grade 9. So these are some individuals who have not been able to read or write. One of our issues as per many education organisations, was during lockdowns and COVID period. And so we had to flip our model from a face-to-face delivery to a paper-based delivery system with in-house tutors. Now, COVID was a bit of a blessing for us in this regard because what it allowed us to do was to allocate a prisoner allocate them as a tutor for us. So in other words, we were then able to employ, in technical words, were employed by the correctional centre to act as a tutor on our behalf for other students doing the courses. So it gained that particular inmate a job, gained them respect, and also showed the other inmates who were doing our courses, here's a career path, even if I do have a long-term sentence, so if I am a lifer. Our target audience in these correctional centres are Indigenous, women, those with limited education, and from those with very low income families. So we do rule out a number of prisoners who have a higher education degree or who have other qualifications that once they are out, they are able to gain employment. Some of our positive outcomes is that we've been able to run very free and also to very, very low cost programs. So most of our programs in a correctional centre cost $5 Australian. Okay, so I think that works out based on an exchange rate of around 10 AED or thereabouts. And that's for a full qualification. So these students will be graduated or graduating as either gym instructors, personal trainers, health administrators, be able to develop their business or business plans. So we actually provide them with a Cert 2 and Cert 3 in business, and a number of coming out as sport nutritionists. So they're coming out with a number of qualifications that allow them to obtain gainful employment. As I mentioned before, we have a reduction in return to prison rates of 28% through this program. We also have award-winning graduates. So since we've been starting this program, so we established the college in 2002. We started working in correctional centres by default in 2004. Because we had a prison come to us and say, hey Tony, no one wants to come work in correctional centres. We've asked every other RTO, you're our last one, would you like to do it? And so we saw the opportunity and said yes. Now from there, our graduates have won Personal Trainer of the Year in Australia. They've also won various local awards for personal training and for business. So this is post-prison release. Some of our major accomplishments is we have students who will stay behind at the end of their very final class, who will then wait for every other inmate to leave till there's just myself or one of our trainers and that inmate in the room, and then they will break down crying. The reason why they break down crying is this because it's their first qualification that they have ever achieved in their life. This is the first thing that they have successfully been able to do. I'm flying back here on Sunday, driving straight to Central Queensland, where we have 3 Indigenous students who have not graduated from primary school, who have successfully passed a Certificate 3 in fitness, and for them, as it is such a major milestone, their mob, or their tribe for want of a term that most of you would know, their mob is actually being invited to the prison and having an official awards ceremony for these 3 individuals. So that's the impact that we are having on community, on this particular community, but also on the local community and on the Indigenous communities within Queensland, just through the use of public funding. So what we do is something that's very, very unique. We were first to market because no one else wanted to do it. It is tested, and it is an authentic qualification that the students will walk out of. It is exactly the same qualification as if any of you in the room did or will do with us on the outside. The only limitation for them, well, you have the benefit of using ChatGPT. You have the benefit of using computer. You have the benefit of internet. You have the benefit of talking to someone who's working in the industry. They are completing a course without any of those access items. Now, Before I hand it over to questions, and you can ask any questions of my esteemed panel here. Oh, Matthew's got some stats he wishes to talk about, sorry. What we'll do is I'll hand it over to Matthew. I got a question. How did you feel when I asked you to stand up? I noticed that most of you were very, very resistant to change. Most of you didn't want to stand up. I also noticed that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 people in the back row who did not change seats. Very, very much like the prisoners who I work with. They're very resistant to change. So one of the things you must get if this program is to be successful, and we are running these programs and rolling these programs out throughout every country in the world, is that you must engage and have your students ready to accept change. Now I'm going to hand it over to Matthew, who will provide us with some statistical evidence.
Before I provide some statistical evidence, I just give a brief introduction in public financing in Hong Kong. Yeah. In Hong Kong, our government will give us, every student 15 years free education, including 3 years of kindergarten, 6 years of primary schools, and 6 years of secondary schools. After that, all students have to participate in a public examination, and who can receive an undergraduate degree offer can borrow money from our government with a very low interest. Yeah. So that none of them will give up their study because of their affordability. That means if they cannot afford, they can still borrow some money for that. Yeah, and maybe I need some time to prepare the statistical evidence. Maybe I give the speaking time to.
Okay, so do we have any questions from the floor? Microphone's just to your right there.
Well, I appreciate the efforts all of you are making, helping some individuals to come out of the lower social economic positions and earn a livelihood better. But as you yourselves pointed out, it's only limited individuals who make it. And there are a lot of people who, despite having qualifications and skills, are not able to enter the world of work. Because till today, around the world, occupational positions are still hereditary. In terms of classes, the middle class children enter middle class occupations. The lower class children remain in the lower class. Although there may be a little change from lower level to a little higher level. But in terms of manual, non-manual levels, there is very little crossing, up or down. So there's very little social mobility that is taking place because of this structure that the societies have. And individual institutions, NGOs, persons, they can do and help individuals. But the structure essentially remains unchanged. Unless the structure changes, you cannot expect masses to cross this manual, non-manual level. So, to my mind, there is a necessity of societal, or what we call the state control over distribution of jobs, which is not happening anywhere in the world. And education is expanding. And this education really is not a basic factor in social mobility. It's only a residual factor. More important factors in social mobility are family background. Is everywhere evident. Our studies have shown that. Now, let's do something to change this structure so that this short-term mobility, which we take as illustration, that look, we have done this thing, so many people have, a plumber's son has become an aircraft mechanic, but he's still at the manual level itself. You have not helped him to cross over to the non-manual level. And similarly, it's very rarely found that the children from the non-manual families come down to the manual level. So there is really no social mobility actually taking place. And if at all it is taking place, it is this little level here and there. And there are no riches from riches to rags stories, nor are there any from rags to riches stories. So I would like that we think about changing the structure so that the structural hurdles that these manual classes face, or the challenge that they face in crossing this manual, non-manual line. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the part of yours. But one thing I must like to add here is the thing you have already mentioned, that the structure should be changed to get more of this, and the social parameter should be changed like this. But one thing is, what I feel, what we feel at Alert is, in one day we can't, but we are trying to do it. If Matthew is possible, you can show this kind of thing on my slide. Yeah. So, sir, what we are trying to do is now, in Odisha, we have tried it. In India, Odisha, we have tried. What we did is, we're trying to bridge these kind of parameters that someone is richer, so they have some accessibility. So what we did, we get connected to the banks, to the higher topmost authorities, and we asked for the help. And now what's happening, when these people are going to the bank with their own business plan and the business pitches, it's getting very easier for them to accessibility of those kind of funds. If not possible for them or the bank, not possible. So what they're doing is they're diverting them to another fund. And this mechanism, I don't know how it will happen, how it will work in the coming 10 years. But currently, if I'm telling about today, then it's working fantastically over there. In 6 months, what we have seen, we have come across around more than 50 people who have come out with their own ideas. They didn't want to access this kind of fund. They don't want any kind of grants. They need their own fund. They will pay the interest for that fund, and they will make their own business of their own. So this kind of fund is now available over there. And we're trying to bridge these kind of gaps, that social gaps you are talking about, but surely it will take much more time. But one thing we say, it will not happen in one day, but one day it will happen. Yeah, please.
I began with appreciating what you all have been doing. But it's not bringing a structural change, that's my issue. I've been studying social mobility for the last 40 years. My concern has been equality, inequality, social mobility, upward, downward, and I've studied. My studies and the studies of my students show that occupational status, achievement of an occupational status, is still linked more to an individual's background rather than his education. And now, very simple. You have lots of engineers. One is getting a crore package per year in India. And another is working in a call center getting 20,000 rupees. Why? And then we dismiss all these cases by saying that the first fellow had greater talent, he was more intelligent, and the other fellow did not have that. So this intelligence is also used as a proxy variable for the background. And in the first instance, I mean, this is not the forum where we could discuss it so broadly, but still, till today, I'm now 78-year-old and started studying social sciences at the age of 20. I have not understood what is intelligence. Nobody has been able to define intelligence to me. And if any one of you can, please help me. Everybody is talking of intelligence quotient, but nobody is able to define intelligence itself. But still we use it as a proxy variable to tell the failures that you failed because you were not intelligent. And others, coming from the very strong family background, and this family background does not give only economic support. It gives something what is called cultural capital, which is not available to the lower classes. And because of that cultural capital, because of the connections of the middle class families, the youngsters in the middle class remain in the middle class and do not slip into the manual workers class. And because of this cultural capital, funding which you are trying to provide, and the connections are not the things that these manual workers have. So they remain where they are, despite their education. So that's why I would suggest what you are doing, you continue. I'm not asking you to stop doing it, but try, make an effort towards bringing about a structural change, that a mass of youngsters from the manual class moves into the non-manual, and prevent some already in the non-manual for centuries from going further up. They can slip down also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I've got another couple of questions.
Hello, Anesu here. I think with the topic that we're discussing, right, and you mentioned something pretty important when it comes to change. I think you saw with everyone in the room, when it comes to change, a big thing that drives change in people is understanding the why, right? So now for us as educators, there needs to be a good collaboration between the private sector, industry sector, where we go in to see, and then we become we go into the private sector, into the industry, and be the eyes that see the why there is a need to change in the academic sector, right? And then we bring that back, and then it becomes the responsibility of the individual educator to look at his class, like the gentleman before was saying. If you have a middle to low income class, if you take the effort to get into industry, to see what is there, to discover the why change is needed, you can then easily come back and adopt it to your class and understand that, okay, the economic standpoint for my students is this way, but the why in the industry, like the industry needs people like this, like this, like this, like this. So now me as the educator, I'm going to change my ways to ensure that these low-income students have got access into that why. And now when we go into the private sector, because we've established the why, we already know the problem with our students, we can now communicate the right language to the private sector and be like, okay, we have students that are less privileged in this way. you in the private sector or the industry sector have these problems that you want to fix and cater for. Us as educators, we have designed this structure, or we've brought up these products that actually help bridge that gap. Can you finance these low-income students that we've been working with so that they can get into the industry when they're ready? Like, by the time we've done educating them, you know for a fact that we have been equipping them to fix the problems that industry has told us that we need to fix. So to really bridge that gap, us as educators, we need to go into the world, have our eyes open, our ears open, so that the life around us can show us the change that we need to bring for the next generation that's following behind. That's just my comment.
Thank you. Now, that is our time up, Belle, but I'm going to ignore that because I noticed our clock wound down very, very quickly. It dropped by 8 minutes. So I'm going to take 2 more questions.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Kogi Naidu, and I was on the panel this morning, and I was quite riled up, and so was our table. You know, it's great to actually have education, and we all know that education is a way out, and we can go up. We can move out of our social, where we are socially, in terms of who we are as well. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice about who we, you know, our ethnicity, our race, our backgrounds, etc., where we're born as well. So just indulge me in for a few seconds. I stood there and accepted the award, and I was very proud to actually say who I am, where I am, and what I do. I'm the president of HERDSA, which is the Australian Higher Education Professional Society. And in 50 years, they never had a person of color. So I'm female. I've got Indian ethnicity. I was born in South Africa in apartheid. I'm first in family. My dad didn't have high school. So I'm first in family, and I'm proud of that. But it's a huge struggle. And then to have moved 3 countries and to have achieved what I have achieved, it's great. But is it great if we've got putting more money into it and we're not changing the structure? And so I'd like to actually support what Dr. Ramesh Kumar Muju said earlier and urge us all to be focusing more on changing who we are to make change for the future. Looking at someone like myself, being in a leadership role is no easy feat. I face challenges all the time. I face challenges here in the conference as well, how I've been received, because people look at me and they think, you're an Indian female. Am I an Indian female? Yes, I am, but I'm more than an Indian female. And that's what we need to see, and that's not what we need to encourage and accept. And the previous speaker talked about, you know, showing people the pathway and showing people how to do what we do. So education, and a lot of the presentations focused on this. It's about what value you bring to that student, what value you bring to the person you're talking to, and be in the moment as opposed to thinking about what it's going to bring you next. Remember, I've walked this path as well. You have to have research grants, you have to have all of these things to actually get to where you need to be. So I've played the game, but reality is also important, and our everyday. If you can live with yourself and go to bed at night thinking that and knowing that you've helped someone and made that difference, I think it's far more worthwhile than that funding or the research grant or that leadership award. So I challenge everyone here to actually think about those preschool educators and those panels that we've watched and learned from. And the biggest learning for me has been that SEL with the social emotional learning that we all need to practice, even as adults. Don't look at it as being early childhood education. Look at it as being our education. And like I said when we closed our panel earlier, have fun and be a child again. Be an adult child and be open to that learning and possibility. So I challenge you as a panel to actually refocus your funding bids to actually focus on changing and doing the real social mobility change at that structural level. So thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh Kumar.
Thank you. And last question.
Hello everyone. My name is Muhammad Yusuf. I'm from India. I have something to discuss. In this world, today, we have been able to put down many social ills. We have chopped the tree of social ills, but the roots of social ills still remain inside the soil. The tree might regrow. In most places, I've seen people at higher positions, whether it is a company or an institution, they reach such positions only because of having connections with the higher authorities and not because of merit. I have proposals to restructure the society. Instead of promoting people to high positions based on their connections, we must organize exams, assessments to realize who has more knowledge, who has more skills, so that the organization can give a greater output. Or else the poor will always remain the poor and the rich will be the rich. And we must also concentrate on financing the education sector, especially to the poor people, because even today some of the poor people, they don't receive adequate amount of education. Even if they're educated and they have that talent, they're not given the opportunity. So we must structure a society in such a way that exams are organized to analyze the skills of the people, and the one who scores the highest must be promoted to the highest position.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. As his reply, I'd like to say, maybe it's not been done in school, I don't know. But in our case, where we're working for the elders, we're doing the same. We teach them all, and we bring them in the same platform. And whoever got the best, he got the answer. He got the field, he got the fund. As you can see, we have come across more than 1,000 people in 2 years, and only 190 got to the fund, accessibility of fund. It's not for they have the connection with us. It's because they sharpen themselves, they make their own pitch so good, they make their own business, own thing so structural that no one can stop them. Yeah, I understand the issues. Still, it happens in everywhere. If you have connection, you got promoted. If your father is rich, you will get in a hard position by his connection. But yeah, surely, one day maybe, I don't know, one day maybe it can be breezed all over the world. And who knows, we are the pioneer of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you everybody for attending, and right on the buzzer. And if you'd like to give a round of applause for my esteemed colleagues and panellists up here. And I'd just like you to walk away and think about this one little thing. And I acknowledge some of the comments made from the floor. However, even though we're not making major social changes, we are impacting the lives of one individual and making a change for one individual at a time with what we are doing. It starts with one person. We cannot change the whole world in one instance, but we can change it with one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful chat there. Now, yes, gentlemen, please take your photo opportunity. Okay, we're just going to take a quick moment, everybody, just to do a little bit of networking, meeting new people. We did a little bit before, but let's find somebody in the room who you haven't spoken to, have a quick chat to them, and then we are going to get onto some recognition awards. feedback for you. Yeah. Okay, fantastic, everybody. Now, I will take this opportunity to remind you to connect with us on social media, as I'm sure you already have, but make sure that you use the hashtag education2conf. Education2conf. It's written right up here just behind me, and you can follow us on LinkedIn and, of course, Instagram. And make sure that you use that hashtag with any photos that you take with people presenting, or even if you've just made a new connection and taken a selfie with people. Okay, so moving on to our awards section. Now, we would like to acknowledge some of the people who, and recognize the people who have made a profound influence, and visionary leaders whose unwavering commitment has propelled us forward in this industry. Now, to present our award, I'm going to welcome onto the stage Anna Suvarova. Let's put our hands together for Anna. Business agility consultant and corporate trainer from Ernst International Business Solutions. Anna is a business agility consultant and trainer with over 15 years of experience in HR, L&D, and agile transformation projects across diverse industries. Now, when you get presented for your award, you can come on up, get presented with your award, and then you can say a few words if you would like to address the audience. But first of all, Anna, would you like to speak to our audience?
Yeah, sure.
A few words?
Yeah, thank you so much. I see there's still people there network, yeah, talk with each other. This is amazing. And by the way, for MC, it's amazing approach, because everyone who came to do network to the conference, I think everyone, yeah? Yeah, me too. I just, before to get your award, and this is amazing, this is public recognition, I just to give you some few numbers. Do you know just less than 3% of people after corporate training, they bring this knowledge to their life? Less than 3%. It means we're doing something wrong, how we educate people. And this is an amazing idea to change the society. This is a big mission, but we need to do like small steps, bring some small changes in our educational process. I'm really inspired of all technologies, and all these days we discuss AI, how to bring this technology to our life. But we need to understand that all these things, they will not work if we will not change our behavior. We need to start from us. We need to lead by example. And really, that's why when we talk about their new reality, we need to adapt. I support companies as a business agility consultant and soft skills trainer to change people's behavior. I want to say just hi to Lola, my good friend. She is leading private school in Russia, and they teach kids emotional intelligence, how to communicate with each other, relationships. This is amazing, because after this school, for sure, our kids, and she is the mother of 3 kids. That's why she launched her own school to change their attitude, their behavior from the very beginning, to teach them very important things. Not how to be really well educated, how to live and be in, let's say, peace with other people. This is amazing. That's why I'm very proud of to be here and to just to support in your way. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Okay, and now to honor our award recipients. First of all, our awards for the Outstanding Leadership Awards. Abhinav Mucho. Abhinav Mucho is a visionary leader and passionate educator serving as the Director of Organizational Excellence at AP Education Online, with a focus on innovation, creativity, and productivity. He spearheads transformative vocational programs in the fields such as aviation, policing, healthcare, and performing arts.
Hello. Well, that's the tough job, actually. First of all, I would like to thank Education 2.0 for giving me an opportunity to start all over again and work more hard. So that's thank you to all these guys. And the massive thank you to my parents who are here, and my father, my mother, who have taught me, nurtured me. So I learned a lot, and I'm at this stage. And I would also like to thank all my students, each and every student of my institute, my colleagues, my clients. I have learned a lot, and what I've achieved today is all because of them. Especially 2 people, one my colleague Raji and Prasita, whom I started this organization with. I would really like to thank them. They've always encouraged, always been with me. So that's a little bit of a journey about me. And also thank you to everyone who is here, and all those people who I have not met also. There's always a learning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Emily Good Perkins. Dr. Emily Good Perkins is the owner and director of the Music Playhouse. She has published her research in the Educational Journal of Music Education, Philosophy of Music Education Review, and the book Humane Music Education for the Common Good. And in the coming year, her publication will appear in the Oxford Handbook of Care in Music Education.
Thank you so much. I am always the most overdressed in the room, unfortunately, but that's just who I am. I am grateful for this opportunity and grateful to everyone who organized this conference. It's been transformative for me because I went through this morning again and read all the bios of all of you, and I just love that we're all working towards a common goal of equitizing education throughout the world. And especially for those children and who are most disenfranchised. So I'm grateful to be amongst all of you and grateful to have this opportunity. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Women, we need to shine. That's why it's amazing.
Fatima Mohammed. As Deputy Head of Science at Woodbridge High School, Fatima Mohammed is passionate about reducing the gap between disadvantaged groups and their counterparts, while ensuring equitable access to qualifications in science-related apprenticeships and degrees. Let's put our hands together for Fatima. Ishinasu Penny. Ishinasu is the head learning designer at JVR Academy. JVR Academy specializes in customized learning solutions to develop critical workplace power skills geared for the future world of work.
First of all, I'd like to thank God for keeping my eyes and ears open so that life could teach me and get me to this opportunity to be here today. Secondly, I'd like to thank my wife for her support throughout the ages, throughout my years, and just giving me that hand on my back that has allowed me to grow in confidence. The last word that I want to leave with everyone in this room is that as educators, let's keep our eyes and ears open so that life can teach us, so that we can be able to impart the right things into the next generation. Thank you.
Jens Droge. As CEO of Serious Results, Beratung and Training UG, Jens combines over 15 years of industry leadership with top-tier management consulting expertise. Recognized as a Lego Serious Play Master Trainer and Play Mobile Pro Master Trainer, Jens is also a certified business coach, change manager, and GCEologist.
Thank you very much, and it's a great honor to see that Playful Methods is serious business. Thank you.
Jospin David. Jospin David is an educator who possesses a degree in computer science engineering and an MBA in advertising and media. Motivated by fondness for diverse teaching methods, Ms. David established her own home-based school with a curriculum centered around activity-based learning, inspired by Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory. Additionally, she has worked as a coding instructor for BYJUS White Hat Jr. as a subject matter expert in operations management for Chegg Incorporated.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm truly humbled and overwhelmed at the same time to be sharing the space with every one of you. Mentors, experts, researchers, founders. Honestly, I feel like a sand dune amidst the mountains. I would like to take a few minutes, like a couple of minutes for some personal mentions. I've been lucky to touch few people's life, and but still, this outstanding leadership is kind of a little heavy on my shoulders. But yeah, I thank Education 2.0 for being, for trusting in me and thinking that, understanding that I would be, I'm even eligible for this. And thank you to Arindam, Mr. Arindam and Ms. Yashasvi for walking me through this process. I owe a lot to my parents and grandparents, without whom I'm nothing, and to my brother, who constantly gives constructive criticism and pushes me from my comfort level to reach the place where I am. And to the family I have made, I feel at times it is non-interference that, that comes as a blessing in disguise. And in such a way, my husband, who just lets me be and helps me, allows me to be the way I am and pursue what I want, and my little human, in whom I see myself in him, and he just he teaches me that it is the smallest things that I love to find happiness. And yeah, thank you, Noah. Thank you to all my teachers. When I'm getting a recognition for education, I just cannot leave the stage without mentioning my teachers who had been immensely great in giving and doing the best they can to make whatever I am today. Thank you to all my colleagues, my friends. I've always been lucky to have a lot of beautiful, wonderful souls around me who pray for me and who wishes good for me on everyday basis. And I also like to thank a couple of my friends who are right now with me, despite the actual leaders in actual sense, who are with me after every day when I really, when I struggle to juggle between work, households, my passions and everything. When I go crazy and I throw tantrums, they are just there with a listening heart and just without any judgment being there for me. Thank you to such friends of mine, and thanks to God. It's been a decade since I've gotten a recognition, and my previous recognition was in the field of IT. Not even in my wildest dreams I've ever imagined that I would get a recognition in the field of education. So thanks to the universe. And I think the heaviest weight for someone is to pick oneself from where we fall. And I've been doing that constantly. So I thank myself for being with me, standing with me, and never giving up. Thank you once again.
Manikandan Katharvel. Dr. Manikandan from India is an HPB and liver transplant surgeon in the UK. As the COO of Prem Medico, Dr. Katharvel aids global surgeons in achieving their FRCS, making the firm a touchstone for the UK surgical trainees. He has been recognised with the Medical Excellence Award at the British Parliament by the WTO.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Organizing Committee of Education 2.0 for honoring me with this Outstanding Leadership Award in the field of medical education. Means I'm immensely grateful that being a busy clinician, getting a recognition in the field of medical education makes me feel even more happier than any kind of recognition I would have got in my surgical fields. I take this opportunity to thank all my faculty colleagues who travel with me in mentoring, guiding, and teaching higher medical education, and my family, friends, and teachers throughout my career. I am pretty sure this recognition in my life in the field of medical education would be a token of inspiration for all my colleagues who are busy clinicians, but who are passionate in teaching, mentoring, and guiding to come forward and help the colleagues and junior doctors to come up in their career. Thank you very much, Education 2.0.
Professor Matthew Yip. Professor, mathematician, president of the Mathematical Science Research Institute and program director at the Chartered Institute of Training and Development. Is an award-winning educator and founder of the Top Mathematics Education Center. With his notable achievements in mathematics Olympiads, his contributions are recognized widely.
I taught a lot today. Now I just want to thank you to my parents, thank you to my wife, and thank you Education 2.0. Yeah, thank you.
Mariam Najjar. Mariam has a home practice, and it is her brainchild, which she can tell us about in her speech. Here she works with a great targeted group for gifted children and young people as a giftedness and differentiation specialist.
Hi, thank you all. I'm Miriam Najjar from Mees Praktijk Begaafdheid in Holland. I have an eye to see gifted children, and I want you all to be there in the afternoon because I'm going to talk about that. But for now, I want to thank everyone, thank the organization. Last year, I got an award for outstanding leadership, and now for what's it? for the organization. And today I want to give a message for you all. Just you are all inspired by each other these days, but what is gonna make the real change after these days? Because we all get back to our homes and work, etc. You're inspired now, but after a few days we all forget about this and do the same. Just like Tony said, we need changes. You need to change. So write down 3 things that inspired you these days, and when you write it down, it's saved as an action, so you will change some things in education in your own country. When you are inspired, that's for a lifetime. Motivation is for short time. So you're now inspired, try to inspire your students, because they need to feel the need for inspiration, not for motivation. That's very important. So then you will recognize the potential in themselves. So please write down 3 things you're gonna take with you after these days and really make that change. Thank you.
Penny Jane. As founder and director of Global Education Equity Alliance, Penny collaborates with the DataWise project to enhance equity in Australian schools. She holds a Masters of School Leadership and serves on the DataWise Advisory Board.
I just want to thank Harvard Grad School of Education for taking a chance on me to bring their first ever course off campus. I know it was a huge risk. To the DataWise Project Director, Catherine Baudet, thank you for your unwavering belief in doing this work in the Southern Hemisphere. To my DataWise coaches at home, this is as much yours as it is mine. I couldn't do the work with equity that I do if you weren't there. And finally, to the one person who gave me the courage to go out on my own and start this amazing venture, my gorgeous partner, Rob. Thank you for your unwavering belief that I can do this work, even though you don't always understand what it means to do this work, and for sharing your life with me. I love you very much.
Congratulations. Pranav Sharma. Pranav Sharma is the founder of The Policy Tank. With a master's in political science, he is recognized for strategic insights by the Indian Institute of Public Administration. Pranav's dedication earned him UN recognition for excellence in public advocacy.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Education 2.0, for giving me this award. But I want to thank my mother, first of all, for guiding me, for motivating me, for working the things for the society. And apart from my mother, I want to thank my grandfather, who became the inspiration to work for the community, working in the domain of public policy. And apart from that, thanking my hardworking team, my professor. Because of them, I'm over here. Being a face, yes, I'm representing all of them, but yes, this award goes to the people for whom I'm working, for the women out there, for the students, and for the other people out there in the global community for whom I'm working. Being a servant leader, yes, this gives me the motivation when that smile comes up on all those faces for whom I'm working. So yeah, thanks a lot for this award, and this goes for those people. ये आप सब लोगों के लिए है, आप जो लोग देख रहे हो मेरे को ऑनलाइन, आप सब लोगों को अवार्ड जाता है, सो आप लोगों को डेडिकेट कर रहा हूँ. थैंक यू.
Ram T. Kalapiran. Ram is a highly accomplished academic leader who has over 28 years of overall experience. His expertise covers a wide range within the field of higher education in the UK. As director of UK HE Consultants, he currently leads his higher education consultancy firm called UK HE Consultants, based in Essex in the UK since 2020. His specializations lie in powering effective university collaborations and institutional strategies.
Hello all. I'm absolutely honored to receive this award in this International Podium for Education. I thank God, firstly. I'll also like to extend my profound appreciation and acknowledgement to the Education 2.0 team for this award. Every drop plays its part in the making of a river. If this day is a river, I fondly look back on all those cumulative drops which contributed to this day. The students I taught, the processes I created, the systems I perfected, and the innovations made in higher education. I founded UKHE in the UK based on these principles with a clear yearning for excellence. Today, we support academic institutions across the world with the transformational outcomes. I would like to sign off by quoting a success mantra that I've written in my book. The mantra goes, goals plus skills plus ethics equals success. This award shows I have practiced what I preached. Thank you.
Rhonda Bowen. Rhonda L. Bowen, founder of a renowned global strategic communication consultancy is a seasoned professional with over 30 years of experience bridging cultural divides. Her expertise fosters efficiency, effectiveness, and success, which is evident in her numerous accolades, including the prestigious International Communication Award. Congratulations, Rhonda. Ridwan Yusuf. Since its inception in 2002, Activate has been a brand of passionate and dynamic educators on a mission. Part of Adamku Learning Technologies Group, its aim is to level the educational playing field by providing engaging, entertaining, and empowering educational experiences. And this is our Outstanding Organization Award.
Oh, hi everyone. I'm from Activate in Singapore. I think this is what's not really for me, but for the people behind Activate, the coaches, the trainers, the facilitators, the consultants. And if you want to find out more about us, just connect with me, all right, and see how we can somehow work together to build a better generation for the future. Thank you.
Ricky Schmidt Karagard is the founder, CEO, and executive director of the non-profit educational organization Science Club Denmark. With a background as an internationally acknowledged scientist in data visualization and molecular animation, she holds a PhD in science communication.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. It's an absolute honor and a privilege to be here. Even though I'm the one standing here, this award goes out to my entire brilliant team back in Denmark. And in particular, it goes out to all of our hundreds of volunteer high school students who's doing an amazing job inspiring our children. Thank you very much to the organizing committee, and thanks to all of you for making this such an inspiring experience. Thank you.
Dr. Shima Sadaf. Dr. Shima serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at King Faisal University in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where she leads innovative transdisciplinary research and spearheads curriculum development initiatives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank Almighty for everything. And I am deeply and truly honored to receive this Outstanding Leadership Award. And I'm grateful for all the organizers and the jury members of Education 2.0 for this prestigious recognition. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to my family, starting from my early childhood, my grandfather, my mother, for giving me the courage to dream, and my family now, my husband and my son, to giving me the confidence to achieve that whatever I have achieved till now. My friends, my mentors, and my colleagues, to for the unwavering support and inspiration. And this awards is a tribute to each one of them. And I commit to continuing to lead with integrity, passion, and dedication to excellence. And lastly, I want to thank again for this incredible honor. Thank you so much.
Tim McNevin. Tim McNevin is an accomplished principal at Galilee School in Canberra, Australia, for 7 years, and the adept owner and managing director of Milestone Life Coaching and Consultancy for 12 years. He has led Galilee School to remarkable growth and enhancement of its learning programs.
Good afternoon, and firstly, deeply appreciative of the opportunity and experience that this conference has granted me. Incredibly honoured to receive this award. Sincerely grateful to my wife Lyndall, who has journeyed here to Dubai with me from Canberra, Australia. I love you and appreciate your support. To all of you, I've been humbled, inspired, challenged, and changed by the contribution that each one of you has made to my life over these last 3 days. And to the staff and students of Galilee School in Canberra, a shout out to you as well. Thank you.
Tony Attridge. Tony Attridge is a highly regarded figure in the fitness industry. He's the founder and CEO of the College of Health and Fitness, a leading registered training organization. With extensive experience as a Level 3 elite strength and conditioning coach and acclaimed author of Fitness Trainer Essentials for the Personal Trainer, Tony is dedicated to elevating standards in the fitness education.
I think I'll keep this short and sweet since I've been up on this stage for probably the past hour. I would like to thank Education 2.0 for the award and for this amazing conference. I, in particular, would really like to thank my staff back home in Brisbane, Australia, at the college. Of course, without you and your support, none of this would have happened. You guys are the team that run the college. I'm just the guy doing what I do. I would also like to thank my family for instilling me the belief that education is important. And I would also like to thank my wife, who has travelled all the way here with me, even though she has a lot of work to do back home in Brisbane. She's carved the time out, and I really appreciate that you've done that for me. And I'd like to leave you with this one note. Even though the system may be broken, even we can change one person at a time. That is how we change the system. Thank you.
George Lee. George Lee is the CEO of the Mind Synergy, a renowned mindset and performance specialist with over 24 years of service in the Singapore Army. Retiring as Lieutenant Colonel, he transitioned into leadership training.
Thank you so much, Education 2.0,
for having me here on this stage, and I thank my team coming all the way from Singapore to Dubai to support me on this long journey. Now, over the past 3 days, sitting as an attendee, listening to panel speakers, and also myself sitting as one of the panel speakers earlier, I couldn't help it but recall a particular video clip that I saw on YouTube. And that might be a thought-provoking question or a story that I'm going to share over the next 45 seconds. Now, in this city where they are facing a big economic crisis, the City Council actually arranged for a panel session inviting 4 experts in their respective field to come out and share their views and their solutions on how to resolve this economic problem that the country is facing. Now, the speakers are consisting of a top engineer, a top lawyer, a top scientist, and a school teacher. So after 1 hour of discussion, a question came from the floor, which was kind of brutal. A gentleman took the microphone and asked, now this next question I'm going to ask is addressed to the 4th speaker. I understand why the engineer, the scientist, and the accountant is here on this panel, resolving the country's economic crisis. But can I know why you, the teacher, is on this panel? How can you help to solve the country's economic problem? So the 4th speaker took the microphone, answered the question. Yes, I am only a teacher. I don't earn as much as the engineer, the accountant, and the scientist, but I was their primary school English teacher 20 years ago. So, to all the educators and the teachers in the room, your KPI may not be received over the next 20 weeks, 20 months. It may take 20 years for you to find out if you have done your job well. I invite you and I thank you for your passion in educating the next generation, for which we may never know if we have done the job correctly. But I know that we are here in this room for the right reason. Thank you so much.
Kaito Mitsukoshi from the University College of London. This is a Young Leadership Award. Kaito, a UCL Japanese Ambassador and Management Science MSCI student, founded UCLEF to share classical music with underserved communities and launched Lights and Shadows to make concerts more inclusive, earning him accolades for his contributions.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for these opportunities. I'm very honored to receive this award here. I still cannot believe I'm receiving this here today. I want to express the huge thanks to Education 2.0. Using these opportunities, I want to introduce myself and what I'm doing very briefly, because I'm aware we're getting hungry. So, number one, there are 4 activities. Number one, I'm still studying management science in University College London. I'm also the one who skipped the whole 1 week to come here. Number 2, I'm starting my job as a strategy consultant in this autumn. Number 3, I'm working as Japan ambassador between Japan and the UK to encourage Japanese students or any international students who want to study overseas. And I'm doing public speaking, which is the Japan summer program, which is in the advert of this magazine. Number 4, I'm working as a classical pianist, and my aim of these activities is to lower the boundaries of classical music concert and allow everyone to come to the concert and make it more accessible, understandable, inclusive, and immersive. And I'm expanding this project to the higher education and high schools, and I'm providing this innovative concert, collaborating with other artists. And I'm also hoping to do this new program in Japan, UK, and possibly in Middle East this year. So I am still very young. I'm still learning. I need to learn more. I need to develop and improve. So I'm very excited to connect all of you with you today and the rest of today. And thank you so much.
Congratulations. Zhu Wei Luck. Zhu Wei Luck is the founder of the Society of Asia Pacific Focus, an intellectual platform fostering development and exchange among youth in the region. Recognized for his contributions, he received the Certified ESG Planner designation from the International Chamber of Sustainable Development. Let's give Zhu Wei Luck a round of applause. Alexandra Schwartz-Schilling. Alexandra Schwartz-Schilling is the managing partner of Coaching Spiral GmbH, pioneering transformative coaching practices since 2002. Her passion for coaching led her to establish Coaching Spiral GmbH, offering comprehensive coaching services and transformative training programs. Put your hands together, please, for Alexandra. Alina Accinte. Alina is the co-founder, CEO, and head of the Cambridge Exams
Good day from
Department
Rome, fellow educators.
at Parioli English
I'm
School
so sorry
in
I
Rome.
can't be with you these days. However, I didn't want to miss on this incredible opportunity, and here I am. I never thought this would ever happen to me. But I stand here today with a heart of gratitude, as it is such a privilege to be recognized for the hard work and dedication I've put into my job. First of all, I would like to thank the Education to Conference for selecting the Parioli English School and honoring me with this award. Education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world positively. We're all here because we're in the business of loving and educating the new generations and want to see them succeed. I know how hard every one of you works, but we're called to serve others above ourselves, being on a unique and wonderful mission. I never thought I'd be winning awards for doing something I genuinely love, but here I am. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for recognizing my skills and making me feel so appreciated. But I didn't walk alone. This achievement wouldn't have been possible without the unwavering support of the many affectionate families and clients who have attended our school for many a year. Amazing colleagues and teachers have greatly contributed to making the Parioli English School a student-centered education institution with a global perspective. I would like to mention my 20-year workmate and friend, Celestina Cavalcante, who has played a fundamental role and has been there for me every step of the way. I would also like to acknowledge my parents and my family's support, in particular my husband's, who has always encouraged me to pursue my dreams and supported me through thick and thin. I couldn't have been here today without them. The award will not only serve as a sort of motivation, but also act as a reminder of the immense responsibility that comes with being part of this esteemed organization. I'm a firm believer that education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare it for it today. We're all very lucky to be part of this incredible change. Our goal in life is to help the young discover their skills so that they can share their amazing potential and personal gifts for the greater good. Once again, thank you for the honor and for inspiring me to continue striving towards excellence and pursue my passion with determination and dedication. Thank you very much again from Italy, Rome.
Andrea Menzel. Andrea Menzel, a value-orientated systemic business coach and trainer at systemic business coaching and training. Her approach, exemplified by the Digital Transformer 360 program, empowers leaders to shape the digital future while emphasizing human values and team dynamics. Do we have a video?
Hello, wonderful people at the Education 2 conference. I'm Andrea Menzel, reaching out across the miles to share a heartfelt thank you as I gratefully accept this outstanding leadership award. I know we are all a part of this amazing journey. For me, education is not about knowledge. It's about connecting, growing, and bringing out the best in each other. Every line I've written in my early times, every strategy I've developed, has been with the vision of a world where technology uplifts us all. I think only together we shape a people-centered economy, a world where our digital advancements enrich our human experience. And I think this recognition is for all the late nights, the breakthroughs, the teamwork, the unyielding belief that together we can craft a digital era that it's warm, inclusive, and profoundly human. Thank you for being part of this story. Let's keep dreaming and doing hand in hand. And so let's continue to inspire, to educate, and to empower one another. Here's to building a world that is human as it is digital, as kind as it is strong. Thank you truly for this incredible honor. Let's keep pushing the boundaries with our hearts leading the way. Thank you.
Carolyn Bottiger. Dr. Carolyn Bottiger, a renowned neuroscientist and holistic psychotherapist, is the founder of Das Mitte Institute, revolutionizing holistic leadership and communication in companies. With a PhD from Universitätsmedizin Charité in Berlin, she pioneers culture change and stress management through her expertise in subconscious behavior.
Hello to everyone. This is Dr. Caroline Bottiger from the MIT Institute, Germany, representing female and gender empowerment in business communication. I'm so honored to be a nominee for the award of the Education 2.0 conference. Unfortunately, I cannot be there personally, but I'm really happy to be one of the other amazing award winners today. Gender empowerment becomes more important as we break old traditions of men and women, stereotypes and role models. This starts to leave an identity gap of how to be strong as a woman or man in nowadays working culture. Male and female power should not fade in gender neutrality. We need access to our deepest source of energy and creativity. The MIT Institute supports companies to increase awareness, communication, and integration. Thank you to the 2.0 conference team and to all of you. Have a lovely day.
Craig Fullerton. Craig Fullerton, as an Executive Director at Fullerton Leadership, Integral Education pioneers groundbreaking work in integral education, blending neuroscience, psychology, and NLP. Known as the expert in neuroeducation with 2 decades of global experience. Craig is also a TED speaker, best-selling author, and master neuroplastician.
Hello everybody, I hope you're having a wonderful conference. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to come at the last minute, but Nevertheless, I'm here in spirit, as we say. Thank you very, very much for the award. The area I work in neuroscience and education and neuroscience and educational leadership continues to grow incredibly throughout the world. The area of neuroplasticity and what we can do in that space of utilising neuroscience, what our brain does, how our brain thinks, how our heart thinks in leadership, and approaches to learning, approaches to teaching and learning is really incredible, and it's a real step up now, something very, very different insofar as the knowledge that we are now hearing about is growing and growing all the time. I'm very fortunate to be one of few neuroplasticians in this space with the Institute of Organisational Neuroscience, as well as working across education, leadership training, teacher training and in schools. Thank you again for the award. I wish you all the very, very best for the rest of the conference. Bye for now.
Eugene Sayar. Eugene is the Global Director and COO at Meinhar Group Singapore. Specializing in digital and sustainable enhancements in construction, awarded the RICS Construction Professional Award, he leads with expertise in smart city initiatives and sustainability. Let's put our hands together for Eugene. Joshua Jaire Vasquez. Joshua is the founder of VoiceBox Training University and the Louder Movement, driving innovation in leadership and sales. His impactful contributions, including the Louder Conference and best-selling guides, makes him a transformative figure in global business training. Let's hear it for Joshua. Julia Beimberdorf. Julia Beimberdorf, CEO of Dialogues with Universe GmbH, has led the company's expansion across 10 countries. Known for empowering her team and exhibiting remarkable flexibility, Julia's adept leadership has garnered her industry accolades. Please put your hands together for Julia. Now, Julia Beimberdorf will also be receiving an award for an outstanding organization, so she'll be accepting that one when we send that over to her. Under the leadership of CEO Julia Beimberdorf, it has rapidly established itself as a market leader in its unique coaching concept and solid business strategy. In just 6 months, the company expanded into 5 Western European countries and is poised for further growth in the Middle East. Let's put our hands together for Dialogues Universe GmbH for the Outstanding Organization Award. Now going back to the Leadership Awards, Karen Avasti. Karen, Senior Vice President at Individual Learning Limited, leads with a focus on making learning personal and easy to understand at M-Bible. He is known for his caring and honest way of working. Let's put our hands together for Karan. Sikana Ali Piche. Sikana Ali Piche, an associate professor in the Information Security and Assurance Program at University Sains Islam Malaysia, serves as the Deputy Dean. She recently took the first prize in the OIC CERT Global Cybersecurity Award for her outstanding initiative, Cyber Hansat Benefiting Society in UAE in Abu Dhabi.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, I am deeply honored and humbled to accept this leadership award today. It is truly a privilege to stand before you and surrounded by such talented individuals who are making a difference in their respective fields. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer and of course the juries for acknowledging the value of leadership and for giving us venue to honor individuals who will live up to its deals. I am grateful for this opportunity to share a few words with all of you. Leadership is not about the titles or positions, it is about the action and example. It is about inspiring others to reach their full potential and guiding them towards success. Throughout my journey, I have been fortunate to work with incredible teams who have challenged me, supported me, and taught me the true meaning of leadership. I stand here today not as individuals, but as a representative of those who have believed in me, who have entrusted me with their aspirations, and who have stood by my side through both triumphs and challenges. This award is a testament to their dedication and hard work. As we celebrate this moment together, let us remember this leadership is a journey, not a destination. It requires continuous learning, growth, and adaptability. Let us commit ourselves to lead with integrity, empathy, and purpose, knowing that our actions today will shape the future of generations to come. Thank you once again for this honor. I am inspired by the passion and dedication I see in each of you. And I look forward to continuing this journey together, making a positive impact in our communities and beyond. Thank you once again.
Raden Benaidi Setiwan. Raden, founder and CEO of Optimasi Rantai Supply Indonesia, is an esteemed supply chain expert with over 15 years of experience. He is a published author of 4 supply chain books. Put your hands together, please, for Raden. Moritz Bier. Moritz is a CEO of Education 21 UG, leads in personalized education and leverages technology to shape the future. His innovative approach positions him as a key figure in discussions on education and technological advancements. Please put your hands together for Moritz. Mert Kalkavan. Doping technology has become the clear edtech market leader in Turkey with a successful 12-year track record, and started to internationalize as of 2023. With Mert Kalkavan as its CEO, doping technology is addressing critical issues such as providing access to its high-quality education regardless of geographical and economic barriers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Mert Kalkavan, CEO of Doping Technology, and it's a privilege to accept the Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. This award reflects our strategic journey and commitment to innovation in the edtech industry. Over the last 13 years, doping technology has reshaped Turkey's educational landscape. Our main product, Doping Hafıza, has set new benchmarks in Turkish K-12 education system. It's a prime example of leveraging digital to enhance learning efficiency and reduce educational costs. In 2023, we broadened our scope, launching Dopiverse. This global learning platform merges educational content with interactive gaming, tailored to engage young minds worldwide in a safe digital environment. This move represents a strategic pivot to global markets, emphasizing user-centric design and cybersecurity. Our mission is straightforward: to democratize education, ensuring access to quality learning resources across diverse geographical regions. This aligns with our goal to not only lead in the market expansion, but also to create lasting positive impact on global education. I thank the organizers for this recognition and commend my team for their dedication to driving international excellence. This award motivates us to continue our path to strategic growth and innovation. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite up all of our award recipients to come on up onto the stage to have a photo. And let's put our hands together for all of those award recipients as they make their way up onto the stage. Okay, can we please hold the photos for just one moment? If everybody wouldn't mind just taking a couple of steps back, that would be fantastic. That's the way. Okay, we just have to do one more award. How could we forget? And this award will be presented. Come forward, you can present the award. No photo yet. We got one more award to do. No photo yet, yeah. Okay. Stephanie Stiebel is the founder and CEO of Schooling Sports Stuff, a renowned company in language training for over a decade, specializing in German as a foreign language across all CEFR levels. With a focus on the healthcare and medical sectors, the company extends its services to professionals from diverse industries. Let's put our hands together for Stephanie. Would we like to make 2 lines so we can all fit into the... Okay, everybody, let's hear it for our award recipients one more time. Fantastic. Now, as you can see behind us, this is for everybody. Oh, stay right where you are. Don't go anywhere, friends. We've got more photos to be had. Now, right behind us, as you can see up on the screen, we do have our QR code. So make sure, when there's no heads in front of it, make sure that you get that QR code and you can access all of these photos that we've been taking over the last 3 days. But right now, I would like our award recipients to stay here because we're going to invite everybody in the room up onto the stage and we're all going to have a group photo. So come on down, everybody. Come on up. Sorry about that.
It's not a problem. I mean, it was my fault because I changed the session.
Is that what happened? Okay,
Yeah.
right. Because I had you on a different list.
But I said I would come today. So
Yeah, that's all right. We've done it now, and that's the main thing, right? Please, our friends who have just entered the room, come on down and join our photo. That's the way. Come on all the way over. Oh, okay, cool. Marina. Photographer. Okay, everybody, we will see you after lunch. Photographer. Photographer. Ashif. Can we get the photographer up here, please? And can we bring the lights back up? Thank you. No problem. Congratulations. Okay. We'll see you. Yes, absolutely. Okay, everybody, please enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back here at 2:15 and we will put our QR code back onto the screen so people can use that QR code to access all of the photos that have been taken here at our event. We'll see you back at 2:15. No problem. Your speech was wonderful. Congratulations.
Okay.
दिव्या का यहाँ पे क्या बात कर रहे हो? सालों पहले पैसे दे दिए उसने। दिव्या का वोट लग दिव्या साड़ी को
ग्लास डाल के आ जाओ। दादा ये ग्लास डाल के आ जाओ।
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We have a small number of people, but I'm sure some more people will come on in when they finish up. Did everybody have a good lunch? Are we all full? We're all happy? Fantastic. Now, moving on with our afternoon. Next up, we have a panel discussion that is entitled Redefining Assessment, Exploring Alternative Approaches to Evaluate Student Learning Without Traditional Grades. So we're going to welcome up our moderator, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Eshunesu Penny, Learning Designer JVR Africa, and then our panelists, Penny Jane, Founder and Director, Global Education Equity Alliance, Abhinav Muju, Director, Organisational Excellence, AP Education Online, Mark Race, CTO Balthazar Numan, Technicum Trier, Dr. Heinrich Heinratz, Managing Director and Founder, AgriCrops GmbH. Coming up to the stage, everybody. Oh, and of course, oh, you're going to stay. Okay, fantastic. And I just remembered, I did not mention Chinzia Biondi, Intuitive Life Coach and Creative Strategist, Beyond Your Patterns.
Hello. Thank you very much for that introduction. Greetings to everybody with this conversation that we're about to have today. So I'm going to ask you to do something a little bit uncomfortable. I'm just checking at my colleagues around the room. If we could please move a little bit closer, the reason being we would like to interact with you a bit more in this panel discussion. You are experts as well and would like to hear your input. So please, I know it might be a little bit uncomfortable, but if you could move a little closer and make it easier for my colleagues to get to you. Thank you. As you do that, we're here to discuss redefining assessments, exploring alternative approaches to evaluate student learning without traditional grades. I'm going to create or layer up the landscape a little bit and talk a little bit about my experience, right? In high school, in fact, I actually remember the very last exams that I had and receiving the report that I received. Got a call, my results were in, I drove to school, got into the parking lot, I was excited to see my results, got my results, looked at them, and immediately I dropped. Went into the car and wept. Why? Because I didn't believe the results actually really reflected what I knew and what was inside of me. But that little moment had a big impact, because from that moment, it was now working to regain confidence within my own abilities, within my own knowledge, so that I can be a contributing member to society, right? Because without that confidence to do that, you can't do it. So now my question to you is, sorry, our PowerPoint didn't show up. There we go. We'll take that. Okay. Oh, okay. So my question to you, it seems like that's not clicking. Technical problems, right? My question to you is, think of a time you received a grade or assessment that did not reflect your true ability. Please give us an answer in 5 words. Colleagues in the room, please can you identify people to give this answer?
We should focus on how the incorrect grade made you feel
there we go.
As a learner. Yeah. So in 5 words, how did this make you feel as a learner? And we've got one over here all ready to go.
That's me.
Go ahead, Sheila.
It's me. It made me feel quite bad about myself, I guess. If I elaborate, it was a subject I enjoyed, but I ended up choosing a different path because I didn't think I would succeed. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is Tom?
Thank you.
Tom's got his 5 words ready to go over here.
Okay, mostly I feel very demotivated after you studied so, you know, you put all your effort in the test on the exam, and then you didn't get the grade or anything that you wanted, so yeah, demotivated.
Okay, so we're bad at learning languages in Scotland, terrible. So I did really badly in Spanish. It made me feel that the whole world of Spanish was so large that it was a space that I could never properly enter into. I could never learn that because I had failed when I'd worked so hard at it. And a sense of mystique about this thing that I had not been able to master, and a sense of inadequacy as a student in the class.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
For me, I think I felt a bit worthless. Yeah, because number one, it's about I didn't think that the assessment actually reflected my ability to my ability to actually master the content. But it's also because when I look around me, people are scoring way better than me, and I felt worthless in comparison to them. Yeah. So yeah, that gives a kind of like a social isolation to your friends around you. You know.
Thank you. Yes.
So I'm actually a recent graduate. So in my second semester of college, I got really low grades, and it made me feel that I wanted to escape from that situation because I felt excluded seeing that my friends were performing so well while I wasn't. And at times I also thought that maybe I had chosen a wrong major. So it kind of disengaged me from engaging with my professors, engaging in academic discussions.
Thank you so much for all those answers. Is there one more? Oh, there's actually quite a lot. I know.
I think you've unlocked something exciting here.
Okay. It is a trigger, right? Trauma.
I'll be quick. I think I felt misunderstood. I felt judged. But I must also say I felt a little bit convicted and motivated to prove that outcome as false.
Ladies?
Okay, yes. It was the last exam of my university program, and I was ready to give my dissertation, and I didn't get passed to the exam, last exam, and I felt awful, and I felt angry, but I thought I'd take my revenge. And 10 years later, I was near my professor, and I told him, we are colleagues now.
Nice. I'm going to ask my colleagues to start coming to the stage as we have the last two ladies speak, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I just say I felt scared. There were a lot of things which they felt overwhelmed, dejected, definitely. I would say scared, because what would I say to my parents now? And ashamed what's going on with my peers. This is not me. So that's how I felt. You know, I would just add two more over there, and yeah, give it to you.
So I do want to share a view for the previous slide. Is it okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So regarding evaluation, I would say each student is unique, and their desire to be someone will be unique. So we can start benchmarking their desired goals, and then keep giving feedback and help them achieve their own goals rather than putting goals from outside. That's a view for the last slide. For this one, I think when I couldn't score when the score didn't reflect my ability, then as a student, me being very ambitious and want to excel in everything, I was definitely crying that day.
Thank you very much. I think like if we hear everybody's answer in the room, the impact of those assessments went beyond the actual technical knowledge that you believed you had. It was things that affected your actual well-being, your emotions, your thought process, which are key like elements that we need in the future, right? When you get into the world of work, how do you handle failure? How do you handle those things? But within those practices, or within that moment that you get a bad grade, something else has to come in and kick in and help you take you past that, right? So now it's like that question, like, as educators, we keep honing onto this system that we know ourselves failed us. We had to then dig deep into our own personal experiences or our own personal characters to actually pick ourselves up from that dropping grade, right? So I think this topic that we're having right now really helps us to shape the future, knowing the experiences that we had and knowing how we can change it for the future. Now, with my panelists here, I'd like to find out, from your angles, what systems of assessments have you seen implemented and what are you implementing in your side? I'm going to start with Penny, please.
So Penny Jane from Global Education Equity Alliance. I actually had a very similar moment, and in grade 4, a teacher actually looked at me and she said, "Penny, you fail all the time, you will never amount to anything." And in that moment, I wanted the ground to open up. And when I think about all of the contributions that you've given us, there were very few people that at that moment were also able to say, "I'm going to prove you wrong." Because you have to deal with the emotion first. Now, I did decide after that if that was the best teacher that they could put in front of a classroom when I grew up, I was going to become a teacher and I was going to be the best teacher I could be. So that's how I became a teacher. But these moments and the things that we say as a result of assessment grades stay with people forever. And so I have a wondering, when I think about all the responses we've just had to getting a grade that does not reflect our ability and the emotions and the concepts of self-doubt and embarrassment and shame, I'm wondering why we still put students through that today. I mean, I'm not a young woman, and why are we still putting students in these high-stakes tests when we know how they made us feel? And in fact, more systems are putting their students through more high-stakes tests than we had when we went to school. So, I've got a few key questions that I always ask people when I'm working with them on their assessments. First question is, why are we assessing this? Why are we assessing this? What impact are we seeking to measure? If you were here yesterday, you would have heard me talk a lot about knowing your impact. So what impact are we seeking to measure? And then, who are we assessing for? Who are we assessing for? Is it so the student knows what they need to make, say, do, or write next to show their next learning? Is it for us to be able to tick a box for our school administration to say we've done something? Is it for us to report student progress to their parent? But knowing who you are assessing for will determine significantly the mode of assessment that you use. Now, I'm not overly sure that in the next 10 years we're going to change high-stakes testing, so we have to just live with that. But we do have a lot of sphere of influence about what we can get teachers to do with students in their class. And so this is where a lot of my work comes in. And so I'm always saying to teachers, I want you to think about who you are assessing for and the best way you can make that happen. And so some of the ways that I work with people in early childhood settings and in primary school settings and even in early high school is if you're a teacher and you're giving some explicit instruction to your students that hopefully doesn't go longer than 15 minutes, 20 minutes max, then kids should be off applying what they've learned. But if you're in the middle of doing some explicit instructions, you can do a check-in that assesses whether the students are with you. That is, that they have caught what you have taught. And so just things like, you with me? Because if you get to the end of your 20-minute instruction and they're all going like that, that's been a waste of everyone's time. Another really good way is to involve students. So take photos of their work and get the students to reflect on what is happening in the picture. So I used to use this with my students. This is what the task that you did at the end of the task the day before. Here is the photo of it. I want you to tell me what was going on in your head. What had you done there? How did you get that answer? Prove it to me. So there's those sorts of strategies as well. I don't know how we all did assessments before there was, mobile phones and videos and QR codes and stuff, but I love the way that many early childhood educators are using QR codes to log student reflections, and one of the greatest student reflections prompts that I could leave you with is, I used to think, now I think. And that can capture in one quick sentence a change in a child's thinking or understanding as a result of the learning. And then, of course, there's all the other ones like portfolios for student-led conferencing. And probably the most remarkable one I ever saw was when a little 5-year-old was leading their parent-teacher interview, and I was there, and this 5-year-old turned to their dad and said, "And Dad, you need to turn the volume down for the news because that is the time that I am practicing my reading and my room is right next door to the television." And that I watched the dad sort of sit back because the student had already determined they needed to practice their reading, and they were able to have that conversation with their parent. So no student is too small to be able to be involved in their own assessment process. I'm going to hand over to my lovely colleague from Italy. Just get a load of her accent, it's amazing, to share what practices she does.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay, sorry. So, first of all, I am an intuitive coach, and my experience is mainly in the last 3 years and a half in a lot of eco-villages and intentional communities. So I'm really helping teenagers and students from family schools. And what I introduce is something that it's really practical and potentials thanks to the eyes of other people. So this simple practice, I would not call it really assessment, but what I noticed in the last 3 years and a half, I noticed that it's really a powerful tool, first of all, to self-appreciate ourselves, but also to see hidden potential in other people. And I encourage a lot of schools, because I didn't see this practice, that it's really basic, to use more appreciation and recognition in schools. And I'm open also to see and learn from all of you if someone is using also this basic practice in their assessment tool.
Thank you very much. That was quite insightful. And I'm thinking, as we listening to the two speakers who just spoke, Penny and Shanaz, right? We understand that we can't keep the assessment way the same, and we have to have a good why and a reason to why we're assessing, what do we want to achieve out of the assessment, because if our assessment is about us as educators, we're not going to help the student, right? So it has to always be about assessing and making sure that we're bringing out the best out of that student. I'm going to hand it over to Henrique now. Please, can you tell us a little bit more about your experience and what you've seen being done in the world of assessment?
Yeah, thank you very much. Originally, I come from science education, and I should tell a little story. About 20 years ago, I was asked to help in the reform of a science curriculum, chemistry curriculum in a former Soviet state. And when I read through all the documents before I did that training, I saw it was heavily knowledge and useless knowledge. I mean, you don't need to know necessarily how many protons praseodymium has. You can learn that by heart, but it's completely useless. And so I started that workshop and said to the participants, highly skilled and really good people, I said, well, I have to tell you something. I had a conversation yesterday evening with the education minister. And the minister told me, we want to lower and probably also get rid of science education because we want to focus more on languages, more on ICT, and science might not play a role anymore. And then suddenly people, how can we do that? No, this is not possible. I said, well, maybe we can get some good arguments to keep science. And then we did some activities, and people gave reasons why chemistry is still important. So you would have, of course, you would have knowledge. People should know about different elements, about how a chemical equation works and so on. And I said, well, and these people, we also need our young people to know how to, we need people who can actually mix, pills or medication or something. We need these people, so they need to do this really. And then they also said, well, and we need a certain mindset that they care about the environment. So to cut a long story short, we had 3 dimensions. That was knowledge, and it was said various times here already in the last days, knowledge. Then we had skills, and we had values and attitudes. And all these 3 things together, that is what I later is my personal definition for competency. To have these triangle. Very simple, but at the same time, we also have now to think about how can we assess that? How can I assess attitude? And probably there's a second round, or should I come to that now?
I'm actually going to keep at you a little bit. There's an example that you spoke about the organic farming. I think that was a great example into showing the practical ways of this assessment journey that students and teachers can go through. Please, can you speak about that a little bit more?
If we talk about assessment, I think we also have to, we have to assess all these 3 dimensions. That is very important. But you can't do that with a test. It's not possible. So we rather should talk about feedback that makes people better. I like this definition more. Feedback, how to create intrinsic motivation. How can we do that? And it is certainly cannot be done with one point in the end of some measure, but we have to talk then about continuous assessment. And if we look at ourselves, the strictest assessor of ourselves are we ourselves. If we have, and then that is then my way. I have to say that I'm now from science education. I went to vocational training. This is something that drives me, that really drives me, and especially in organic farming. And we had young people where we created a training farm for organic farming that is now acknowledged by the Namibian government. And the question was now, how can we assess this competency? One possibility is you do some basic training first, and then you said, well, now everybody has got his or her private plot. And then the melons, they will grow or not. And you have to judge yourself, you will assess yourself how you have done. And I can really say, and I think if we look into ourselves, we are the strictest assessors with ourselves. The other thing is, what will happen then, you also would look to the neighbor private plot, as we call them, and would say, well, your beans are not doing very well. I think you gave them too much water. Water is good, but not too much water. And the compost that you did, I think you have to put a little bit manure from the sheep that we got from the neighbor farm. And so you have a situation, a learner-centered, not only learner-centered learning, but also learner-centered assessment. I don't say that this is the only way of assessment, no. But it's part of the assessment to make it possible that you can give a feedback to the young people for all three dimensions of competency. I think we are beyond testing knowledge. It's not enough. It has its place, yes, but it's not enough. We have to look further in assessment, in the sense of, or in the meaning of giving a feedback to make people better, giving a feedback to create intrinsic motivation.
Thank you very much. I love that, like, you know, self-assessment, that peer assessment that you get from your friends, it really does, or the peer assessment that you get from your colleague really does make a difference, right? And I mean, in Africa, there's this thing of, it takes a village to raise a child. And when you look at a village raising a child, it means that this child growing up, there's so many educators that are in there inputting and assessing this child at each stage. It's not marks related, but it's basically related on their end goal. So if we look at our children and see, okay, what is your end goal in mind? Looking at the organic farming, I want to have a good crop. So now we already have our assessment value, our measurable. Now we're walking them through that process, and they can see by themselves that I have succeeded in this moment because my crop is healthy, it's green, it's not overwatered, it has the right fertilizer and everything, and that's the power of that self-assessment and peer review, right? Now, with the thinking of a village being the proper educators for students, our village now is different. We have educators, we have family, we have the government, we have policies and all that. And I'm going to pose this to Mark. What have you seen in your space that allows this village to actually help in educating the children and, you know, changing the assessment world? Thank you.
Sure. I think the important part is of what all of you said. We have to see it in a holistic way. That if we don't change the assessments, the journey is going to be broken. So we have to build up that village again, you know, come together, educate on the way, give feedback on each step on the way. And in a lot of cases, I hear teachers saying, okay, it's not possible. There's policies, there's rules, we can't walk that way. You know, it's just pure impossibility to do that. And in Germany, we are quite strong in policies, but we have an initiative in our state which is trying to build schools of the future. And even from ministry side, we have the support to say, okay, look at those rules. We are not capable of changing them as fast as we would like to modern standards. So please, you as a teacher, you are the one at the very bottom. You are the one operating, basically learning or building that village in a more positive term. So each of us can make a change. And often, if you look at the policies, there's many options that you have, how you can interpret them. There's many things it might say and many things it does not say. And if we read in between the lines and see the possibilities that we have, I think we can change the way assessments is done and actually build a village, give positive feedback, make our students stronger, support them on each step that they are taking, include, if we're now going into more vocational training, basically the corner where I'm coming from, include the companies where they're actually working in. So we're trying to build up projects in our school where we say, hey, we're going to take the company inside, they're going to do projects together. We're going to evaluate them, a teacher, the students themselves, but also the company that's working together, and build a team which looks at the project and actually reflects on the projects and the process that we're on that. And there's many such little things that you can do, even if the policy is very strict. Often it doesn't say, okay, you can't do a second alternative to that, so maybe you have to do a test. Okay, then do the test if you have to. But you can look for chances on, maybe I can change the test. Does it truly say it has to be written? Does it have to be like a checkbox test? Sometimes it doesn't, or often it doesn't. It's just a tradition that we are used to because everybody has been doing it for the last, depending on your educational career, I'd say something like 20 years, you know, going from kindergarten to university and all those tests and trainings that you have. But you can change that. Just change the view, read in between the lines, and start looking for the alternatives to give positive feedback and bring the children the possibility to actually learn and enhance on the things that they have. So in Germany, I had like a guy that was talking to me in teacher education. He said, okay, we have to switch our minds. We're looking on a wall with thousands of tiles, and one tile is wrong. We say, that is wrong. you did that bad. But there were 999 tiles that were perfect. You know, we should be focusing on them and building that strength. I think like the assessments that we were used to, they're a good tool to give the, like you said, Heinrich, we don't have to throw it overboard, but it's something that we can automate with AI, with technology, to give students a direct feedback when they are learning themselves, empowering themselves to evaluate, did I get that knowledge? I go online, I do the test, the teacher doesn't even have to see it. The system says, oh, well, you know, there were 9 wrong from 10, maybe you should go back and check it again. But the true assessment of all the competencies in hand, head, and heart, that's something we humans can do and we should be working on, you know, working together, enabling leaders, or like we were talking yesterday, you know, that we have like very strong people, that you encourage them, if they have that strength, to bring it to those students in your class which maybe need more assistance, to make them more aware of, you know, where your village is going. Be strong as a village, not as an individual. We've heard a couple, I think, examples how you can go on that, but together I think that's the strength we have.
Thank you. I love that, and I think that's a big challenge for educators, right? Because as educators, we grow in a lane, right, that we have to follow. But then to educate the next generation, we kind of have to be rebels, right? We kind of have to interpret rules in a blurry way so that we can actually equip the next generation to be prepared for the future world of work, or to be prepared for life in general, right? So there's that challenge for us to be like, okay, we have the set of rules that we have in our countries, in our regions, but for me and my students, how am I going to manage them, or how am I going to see them in a way that actually empowers these guys, the next generation, right? And from your side, Abinev.
Hello. Yeah, so I would like to start with just a simple examples taking from you. Like, for example, you mentioned about the village. Now, if, let's say, for example, if we are all educators delivering certain training, qualifications, or teaching, now, one important thing which I feel is, taking example from your village. Now, you have experience who have farms and they want to employ someone. Now, it's their demand, their need. Based on that need, what kind of staff, what kind of people they need. That's where we develop the assessment. So that's your industry engagement. Now, say, for example, aviation. Let me give an example of aviation. In the aviation industry, I can't afford to have less than 100% accuracy. Otherwise, it's a risk. So that's where the demand changes. So which means the way we assess, it changes. So that's 2 aspects, 2 examples that I just wanted to start with. Now, the most important thing, again, which I personally feel is, yes, we all contribute, we all support this system, whichever assessment we want to take, any methodology we want to use. However, is this approved? Has this come from the system, or is it in the system from top? Because yes, we would love to do this. However, will our learner be accepted by an employer? Because if we see, say in the UK, I'll just give you a concept that we have the National Occupation Standards. And on National Occupation Standards, there are different occupations, different sectors. Each sector at different level has a different need. Say you have a team member has a different skill set that's needed, manager has a different skill set, and like that. So if as an employer, if I have to employ someone at that particular level as a team manager, I would would like to assess based on my needs, my profit. So at the end, this is the end goal which people have to sustain in the real work life. So that's the sustenance. And based on that, we need to have more and more industry engagement in developing the assessment. If we can't, which means that progression, that articulation, or that growth, it becomes stagnant, or we just get lost. So that's one key factor which I just wanted to discuss about and talk about. The other factor, I know we are all talking about, moving away from grades. I totally agree with that because I personally didn't like grades. However, we will cater to a vast majority of learners who not like to get grades. But there is some number of people who are competitive, And for them, grades do matter. Now, it depends your grade giving in numbers or grade like your pass merit distinctions, but there is some kind of a recognition they would like to get. So the assessments, I would suggest, should be like designed, developed in such a way that, yes, it has an element of competition. At the same time, it gives recognition, and also it maintains a balance for those whose nature is not like that. So they are not competitive, like, yes, 90% of distinctions. So for example, let's say we have like an assessment wherein give a presentation about a topic. Now, again, coming to the aviation industry, so if I give a presentation, someone else gives a presentation, my presentation will be like, okay, I give basic things, definitions, and how to do it. But the other person might give same definitions, however, how that person is relating to emergency situations, how the person is relating to, how to cope up with that stress within that industry, or when I'm doing 300 hours of flights and what happens. Similarly, we teach policing qualifications. Similarly, in policing, now we have policing leadership training that we do. But again, the assessment differs here. So again, one officer is like one student. He might give me a presentation or a practical demonstration, giving me those basic needs. The other might relate to some emergency situations or neighborhood policing, how we deal with these situations. So the assessment designing, starting from the framework level, because in the UK we have the awarding body concept. So the qualifications get designed and the training organizations, they deliver. So the assessments criteria are designed, majority of them developed by, or set by the awarding body. Now, that's where this should change, wherein the industry engagement should be there at the top level, so that when it comes down to educators or the people who are delivering it, we deliver it effectively. So that's gist of it that I just wanted to share.
That actually ties in very well with the conversation that was happening before with financing, right, and building that gap, where now as educators, before, educators were imparting knowledge for it to go into the industry, right? But now we have to be at a stage of looking around us and seeing the correct knowledge to be imparting into these people, so that there's a good synergy between industry, life, and the academic world. So that joining or that looking out for the industry is a great way for us to actually build that assessment, right? But there's something that we spoke about yesterday. I know we have a few minutes left before we open it up. Was speaking about the grades and how some people would actually appreciate it, right? We do know that grades, they create that competitiveness, right? How do we build the assessments to ensure that, yes, there's still competitiveness, but it's positive competitiveness. It's not competitiveness that makes me want to be better than my peer through any means necessary, because that's a problem we have in society now. In work, it's something that in school, I want to be an A-star student. I'm not going to share my notes with anyone because I want to be number one in class. And then when you get into work, you're not collaborating with anyone because you want to be the CEO. So now within the assessments, how do we still maintain that competitiveness?
So coming to the previous example, again, same thing. So say, for example, I won't have, even if we have a grade, but that won't be like numbers or anything like. So yes, there is a grading system, but that system is based on how you present, how you demonstrate, and how you relate. So your analytical skills, you're relating to your workplace, relating to day-to-day activities. So same example, I am able to define the systems, how the, let's say, plane works, I'm able to define how to take off, what are the systems. The other person is able to tell me not only the same thing, but also how to deal with emergency situations, or what if my co-pilot is not there, or something like that. So that's where we differ the skills here. So that's where, okay, yes. So we are not telling the one person that, you didn't score well. We are giving a logic. The reason is that person knew how to deal with emergency situations. So that's where they have that achievement. So the other person is happy, And the first person, yes, I do understand. If I was in that situation, what would have happened? So there's a self-realization. So a bit of a balance like that. So that's what I would suggest.
Thank you very much. We're going to open it up to some questions and comments from the floor. Please do come up. Ryan?
I love it when there's someone straight.
I know, it's perfect.
Okay, good afternoon, panelists, and thank you so much for your insights. So my name is Ryan. I was on the creativity panel yesterday. So my question to all of you would be, how effective would you think a gaming metaverse would be as an alternative assessment practice? Yeah, wild answers appreciated. Thank you.
I would like to take it. I could try to rephrase it because I think we had a little dialogue about it. I think like gamification, to put it in short, what options are there if we put gamification into, of course, learning, but especially now into assessments? And I think actually the modern gaming world is showing us that it's doing nothing else, because most of the games are basically constantly assessing the gamers. Yeah. They're telling you, okay, you're doing great in that, you're getting points for this, you can advance in this, or you have to do something, I don't know, to advance at another level. So I think what we are lacking in assessments is a variety. I mean, in most of the games, they have like different paths that you could choose. I'm not an expert, but I don't know, it could be a magician or be the sword fighter. You choose the path and the assessments which will come to you. And I think if we open up in assessments and take a look at the gamification world, it's very positive. You're not being like punished, nobody would play the game if it's bad assessment. But if the game is good and it motivates you to do more, to engage and try again, that's what gamification is doing. And I think we really need an education to have that positive impact, or have that industry, come into education, because there's so much potential behind that if we actually would use it. We were talking before about like a game which replaced in a game ancient Egypt one-to-one, and you can go there. It has like a learning alternative. You don't have to do all the other stuff that the game offers, but you can see ancient Egypt. And if you go into the metaverse, I think it opens so many more chances to actually be in there, like in a flight simulation. You can go there, you can fly in real, you can be thrown into situations which they cannot do in reality, make the engine burn up or something like that. It has to be virtual to do that.
There's one more thing I just wanted to add on to this. Say, for example, gaming, let's say gaming qualification, gaming training. Now, the assessment part, let's say, again, same example I would like to give. Now, one person does the gaming qualifications or even develops a game. The other person develops the same game. However, looking at the, when they're going in the market or selling that, or for an employer, probably I will take a person who will generate the revenue at the same time, who will maybe touch vast majority of people. Maybe let's take a negative marketing point of it. Maybe people will get addicted to that. For an employer, that might be a beneficial, but that's where we develop an assessment in such a way that the output is this. So they are independent, they are recognized, and they are self-sustainable. So that's where we add on certain assessment questions, tweak it, and mine is the grading part.
Thank you very much. I'm going to answer, and then Henrique. I think gamification is a great thing when it comes to assessments, because if we look at the future generation, or if we look at Gen Z right now, they're filled with so much aesthetic stimulation, right? When it comes to TikTok, Instagram, everything that they're touching has some sort of visual impact or some sort of emotive thing that comes out from it, right? Now, if we look at traditional assessment practices, we're not going to engage them. We're not going to get them engaged in getting this assessment or wanting to succeed. So gaming is a way to actually join this world of technology that's there right now and ensure that we are speaking the same language as the digital natives. Whereas in before, if we stick to the traditional side, they're going to be looking at us like, okay, guys, I'm fine. I'm going to go play my game that side, and I'm going to learn life lessons on how to buy a house from playing Sims. You know what I mean? But if we can't adopt that in the education space, then we're going to lose them. They're going to be learning from TikTok more and more and more. Henrique?
Now it works. I guess it depends on the content. The first thing to me would always be, what is a competency that the one who's sitting in front of this game is supposed to achieve. And if I have a clear vision about that, which competency is to be achieved, then I can also include. I would call it feedback systems. Yeah, feedback systems. So as another word for assessment in this context.
I think we had one more question in the crowd.
Hello. Yeah, so there is actually a saying in India which goes like Guru Kumar Sheesh Kumbh hai, Gad Gad Kade Khot, Antar Haath Sahar De, Bahar Bhaya Chot. So what it basically means is that teacher is like a potter and the student is like a pot. So the teacher gives shape and cures the flaws with care, protecting and supporting from inside, but pounding from the outside. So what I think is that while we are thinking of alternative assessment practices, we also need to think that how we are teaching the students to adapt to those assessment practices. For example, the current system of assessment that we have, it's all about discipline. For example, like you need to be regular in going to your classes, you need to be regular in your studies. Then you would find that the current assessment practice is very much to your adaptability. So I think this is something that needs to be answered alongside this. So any comments on that?
Okay. I do believe, I mean, your statement was the teacher is the potter, right? And then the student is the clay. There's also a mentality within the potter themselves that the clay kind of tells them what the clay is going to be, right? And a perspective for us as educators is literally that we should be in a space of bringing out what is the student. If he's a coffee cup, if he's a bowl or whatever, we must be there to help shape that, but not necessarily be there to bring our thinking of what this clay needs to look like, because then we take them outside of who they are, right? And we don't want to do that, because when they're an adult, they'll have crisis identity, thinking to myself, oh no, now I'm a doctor instead of a musician. You know what I mean? So it's that thing of really being centered around the child and bringing out what's in them. And us as the potters, we shape the clay to be what it needs to be, because sometimes you can't force it. Yeah, I don't know.
It would also call teachers as facilitator, because we are facilitating and shaping, actually bringing out the essence and the potential of the student. So I would call a teacher actually facilitators.
Just quick thing. Now, mention teachers, mention students, but I think we have forgotten one key aspect which I personally feel is we are not involving parents, actually. Because, yes, they come to the school, fine, the regulatory bodies make some assessments and circulate it, including employer engagement, yes. But at the end, the children go home or they start their day from home. That is the pressure where it starts, the actual pressure. You need to achieve. They are more competitive. That's a different generation. So that generation has to be involved, actually, I personally feel, because it's the whole circle then is completed, actually. So parents, teachers, we have regulatory bodies, and we have those who may develop the framework, and the people who are delivering it. If all are involved on the same page, I think then we can incorporate any assessment strategy, whichever, and the change is easy.
Thank you very much. I have a big red sign saying time's up here. Thank you so much to my colleagues on stage. These guys were amazing, and I learned a lot from all of you. I hope you guys enjoyed our panel discussion. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for that insightful discussion right there. Let's everybody step in front and have our photo. Fantastic. Let's give them another round of applause. Okay, now we'll just reset the stage. And next up, we have a fireside chat coming up with two wonderful speakers. Now, the internet, a vast sea of information and interaction, brings with its challenges like cyberbullying, where the digital playground can turn into a battleground, and online addiction, where screen time often overshadows real-time connections. It's our role to light the way, teaching not just academics, but also digital empathy and self-awareness, ensuring our students can sail these digital waters safely and wisely. Now, to enlighten us on this very important topic, I would like to invite up our speakers, Zoe Madewell, the CEO and founder of Musicology Lab. Come on up, Zoe. And also Tim McNevin, Principal of Galilee School in Canberra, Australia. Come on up, Tim. Do we have Zoe? Well, come on up, Tim, and then we'll... Yes, I did see Zoe recently. She might have just stepped out. We'll see if we can find her. She might just be outside. I did see her at a booth before. Okay, Tim, how do you feel about taking the stage on your own? Take centre stage, my friend. You've got your microphones there and the clicker there, and I think Zoe should be back in a few moments. Just while we wait for Zoe, let's just all have a little chat with somebody. I know we've done a lot of connecting over the last 3 days, but there might be some people that you haven't connected with. I connected with some people just before in the bathroom, which is always a wonderful time to chat to people. So just see if you can connect with somebody who you haven't spoken to. Get their Instagram, their LinkedIn, connect with them online. And I'm also going to remind everybody, right up here, we have our hashtag, Education2Conf. So education, the number 2, and then CONF. So make sure any photos that you have with your newfound friends or any photos of anything that happens, let's just make sure that we use that hashtag. So let's just take a moment to connect with some people that we haven't connected with. And then we'll get Zoe up on the stage. That's okay, Zoe. People are going to have a little moment to connect, and then you can get started.
Hello.
Sure. You're going to start. All right, fantastic. Okay, so I think, Zoe, you were definitely connecting outside, and I think people in here were also connecting and made a few connections. But now we're happy to have you here, so please take the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And I've welcomed my colleague Zoe, who we've connected with a couple of occasions on the last few days. And you met her on day one, and her passion and enthusiasm for what she does is quite infectious. And I'm delighted to be here with her. My name's Tim McNevin, and Zoe and I are going to have a conversation about a topic that I think can be quite sensitive and impactful for people. And we hope to invite you into this conversation. I think to begin, we'd both like to ensure that there's a sense of safety in the room for anybody who may have had lived experience of some of the topics that we might be discussing, and to offer any support or assistance that we can to you, but also encourage everybody to be respectful of each other's contributions and perhaps the lived experience that others may have around what can be quite a sensitive issue. Zoe and I have just planned to sort of break our conversation into 3 parts. To bring perhaps a personal reflection on these topics, and then to talk about some of the interventions and strategies that we've seen applied that have had success and impact, and then to invite a conversation with any of you who might also like to contribute your expertise, your experience, or any comments that you may have around navigating what can be a difficult and challenging area. So with that introduction, I might pass to Zoe.
I'm a stander. If you're here looking at your phone, can you hold it up? This is a kid killer. 4,500 kids were killed by this phone from cyberbullying this year. Maybe it's a phone, maybe it's their computer in their room. We need a keynote about cyberbullying and our role as parents, our role of educators, of what we can do to stop the dangers of, oh, you in the back that's still looking at your phone, you're fat. That girl that just heard that might very well go home, remember that I called her fat, and wake up unalived the next morning. I'm a mom. My kids have been bullied. I have nerdy kids because they're very smart. They're very good in science, top performers. They've all experienced bullying at one time or another. As teachers and as parents, we have to talk about it. This conversation is great. I'm grateful for Tim being here. What is the solution? When he asked me how we could prepare for this, I'm a music person. I'm in music education, and I have always one answer. Music is the miracle that will heal the world. And I believe that music is the answer to bullying, and I'll tell you why. There's two people involved in bullying. There's the bullied and the person who is being bullied. Raise your hand if you think you know what is the root cause of the person who is bullying the other child. What is the root cause? Why are they bullying that girl and telling them they're fat? Why are they bullying that boy and telling them that they're a nerd alert, your glasses? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes. I agree. Lack of self-confidence. I say self-esteem is the root cause of bullying, in my opinion, and I'm going to defer to Tim, his experience. I believe that if a child has low self-esteem, they're going to bully, and then they're victim to being bullied. How is music going to be the answer? If a child has a gift, and my son was very nerdy in one of the top private schools in the state of Texas. He was teased, he was bullied, but guess what? He was never going to be an athlete, but when he got up on stage and he performed Rachmaninoff, all the cool jocks that teased him, all the cool jocks had to put their hands together. When my son won first place in the citywide piano competition, he suddenly wasn't the nerdiest boy on campus anymore. How can we empower children through helping them with confidence and self-esteem, through creativity, and helping them feel that they're special? So Tim, I have to sit down now. With your experience in your school as an educator, have you experienced students being bullied, parents? Talk about that.
I sit down with every student that comes to our school, with them and with their parent. It's part of our intake process. It's a part of our cultural inclusion process. It's about getting them to understand our school, who we are, who we support, and their place in it. For those of you who heard me on day one, our school is what's known as a special assistance school in Canberra. And our school is designed specifically to support those young people who have yet to thrive in mainstream education. They may be school refusers themselves. They may have been expelled from a number of settings in the past, and they've really struggled to find success and that identity that we all need to find our way in the world. When I sit down with each young person, I ask them a number of questions, and it's very much a conversation. But two of the questions I ask them are, have you ever been bullied? And the vast majority say yes. And I thank them for their answer and their honesty. The second question I ask them is, have you ever been a bully? And the vast majority, to their credit, say yes. And so I agree with Zoe, there's a connection and a relationship between the experience of being bullied and bullying, although I don't think they are inclusive only. I think they can exist in isolation. But the impact of that experience on those young people is debilitating. Zoe spoke so well about the need for self-esteem and a belief that we can have purpose and we can find place in the world. And for our students, that is what's lacking so much for them. So much of the feedback, and we heard from our previous panel about the role of feedback and the role of assessment in helping young people identify themselves as either a successful learner or otherwise. And if my identity has been shaped by that negative feedback, my perception of myself is one of deficit and absence of success. And so the self-esteem that we know our young people need is so very, very lacking in them. I'm also the parent of 4 children myself, the youngest of which is now 16. And none of us are immune from the pervasiveness of technology and the impact of technology. In 2004, a fellow by the name of, he's a Japanese researcher, and his name was Masaru Emoto. And he wrote a book called The Hidden Messages in Water. His methodology was to expose water to various words, pictures, or music, and examining the properties of that water following that exposure. One of his experiments deliberately took 2 plants, and he placed those 2 plants in a school. And the brief to one cohort of students was, every time you walk past that plant, say something negative or derogatory or abusive towards that plant. In another part of the school, he placed a second plant. And the brief to a different cohort of learners was, every time you walk past that plant, praise, affirm, or encourage that plant. Both plants were treated the same way in terms of water and fertiliser. The plant that was exposed to encouraging words, affirming words, thrived. The plant that was exposed to the negative words, the put-downs, and the abuse withered and died. We as human beings are composed of 60% water. The impact of this stuff is real. It's not just real in terms of our mental health. And we heard yesterday of the impact of the positioning of mental health alongside cognitive health and the decline that happens in our cognitive development if our mental health is deficient. But there's a physiological element as well. And the impact I see on some of our young people who come to us, and the anxiety and the nervousness and the inability to navigate society and the fear, the genuine fear that they hold about the power that others have exerted over them in the previous years of their life is tangible and debilitating. And so the privileged position that we have as a school of, like we are, and all of you have as educators, is to turn around that narrative that those young people have been exposed to give them a sense of self-esteem, to build competence and mastery, to find a sense of safety and security and belonging, and allow them to discover in a new way the potential that resides in every single one of them. And we need to do it on a person-by-person basis, but I believe we also need to do it on a much more holistic scale. And that's where some of the discussions about strategies that work may come from.
We're going to go to question and answer. I just wanted to bring up a statistic, ask you a question. 3 million kids missed school because of bullying, cyberbullying, in-person bullying. Is that 3 million a month, or is that 3 million a year? Who said it? Month is right. Anybody shocked by that? 3 million students globally missed school because of cyberbullying and bullying. We need to find solutions. Raise your hand here. Have any of you either been bullied as a child, have one of your children bullied, or one of your students bullied? Who has been bullied as a child? If your hand is up and you were bullied as a child, do you believe that it affects your self-esteem today? Keep your hand up. If you believe that the bullying that you experienced as a child affects your self-esteem today in your weakest, darkest, vulnerable moments, I say yes. I struggled with imposter syndrome on the flight here, knowing I was going to be on the stage with a bunch of PhDs from Harvard, and I was bullied as a child. All of us have something that makes us feel less than others. We have to find solutions to build children's confidence and self-esteem so that we don't have a generation of kids skipping school. And the phone and AI and ChatGPT, and the more time they're in their room with addiction. So there's several things we need to talk about. I think cyberbullying and screen addiction. The second part, I think we need to talk about how can we, as parents and educators, get kids off of screens. I put my youngest son in a local public school. Now he's in a charter school. I was horrified to know that 90% of their education was on a laptop. Who's scared by that? So we have to how can we set limits from screens and help the terrible, terrible epidemic we have of bullying through our social media? How can we find solutions together? Tim, do you have any suggestions for the audience? And then we'll ask, what about screen addiction? How do you limit technology as a parent and as an educator?
It's hard. I'll speak first as a parent. I think my wife and I were very deliberate about this. And perhaps sometimes with the perspective of unfairness from our children in terms of the level of liberty and access that our children had relative to other friends of theirs. But we felt it was the right thing to do. And so I think there's an education piece for parents, which is about helping them understand the impact of the technology and the potential negative impact it can have, and also an equipping of parents to give them the tools and the networks and the resources and the support that they need in order to navigate what is a very, very difficult space for them as parents, to retain a positive relationship with their child, to give that child confidence that where they live, they are accepted, and they are loved, and they are safe. And that is not a universally present situation for so many young people, and I acknowledge that. But for so many of our parents, there's an intergenerational factor here that we need to be mindful of, respectful of, non-judgmental about, but incredibly supportive to equip, train, and support and encourage our parents and ourselves, for that matter. There are tools, monitoring tools, that I think are useful and applied well with balance can be incredibly supportive for homes and families in monitoring the level of screen time and what their young people are exposed to. I think there's a quality and a quantity element here. It's not just how long they're on screens, it's also what are they being exposed to whilst they are on screens. And there are some very smart people pushing some very influential content out across our technology platforms. As a school, we've taken a very holistic approach to navigating this issue. It starts from that very first conversation that I spoke about earlier, and it extends right across the school. The two simple ideas that we encourage our young people to accept and adopt upon entry to our school is around safety and respect. Safety is about our role as educators in providing a safe environment, but we also encourage our young people to acknowledge their role in providing a safe environment for themselves and for their peers. Respect has many dimensions in our school, but the first, and we think most important, is promoting a sense of self-respect, self-regard, self-esteem. And we say to our young people that this is the highest threshold. This is the most difficult element of respect because of the experience and exposures and the innate sense of self-deprecation that so many of us have and have experienced. But how I regard myself is going to have a tremendous impact on how I engage with others. We heard yesterday how a positive attitude will promote pro-social behaviour. If that's true, then the inverse stands to be also correct, that a negative attitude will promote and provoke antisocial behaviour. So really encouraging our young people and giving them opportunities to challenge those deeply held beliefs about who they are and to challenge those deeply held attitudes about what they're capable of and to replace the absence of hope with a hope and aspiration for the future that is realistic and achievable for them is very much about what we do. Helping them understand also the impact of their behaviours is an important element here. I think our young people, and I speak generally, many of our young people they're very technologically literate in terms of what technology can do, but I think in some ways they're ignorant of the impact that technology can have. They may have experienced it, but they don't necessarily see the link and the cause between the two. So we go to some lengths in our school to educate and equip and empower our young people, and we do that very much in partnership with a range of other community providers, mental health professionals. We provide mentoring relationships for our young people so that they can find that trusting adult in their life with whom they can exchange and explore and reveal sometimes some of the damage that's occurred in their life. The Australian Federal Police come into our school and deliver a very authentic learning program called Think You Know, which talks about the very real risks that technology has and the risk for them in terms of transmitting of nude pictures, sextortion, which is on the ever-increasing rates, particularly among young males, and the various other forms of risk and exposure that technology provides to our young people. We also encourage and promote a model of restorative practice in our school, so that if a young person does make a mistake and does damage a relationship, or perhaps breaches those concepts of safety and respect that I spoke about before, we equip and empower that young person to sit down with the person that they have hurt, with the person that they have offended, and to understand the impact that their behaviour had on that young person, and to restore the relationship that is so pivotal to the success of our school.
I love that. Thank you, Tim. I think that last point really hit me. How do we take a bully that hurt another child and help them to not do it again? And by putting them in, letting them see the pain of that child and trying to let them know the impact that had to heal that. Does anybody have any comments or suggestions for limiting screen time or anything that Tim had said, his great approaches in schools? Any ideas how we can come together? Yes.
Thank you. I just want to share what we did in our school. So, because when you run a school, safety is number one. So, 2 weeks after school started, we called all the parents because Trend Micro runs this online, safety program.
Yes.
So we used that. And we did a pajama party. So it was at night. It was relaxing. We divided everyone into divisions. So all P1 to P3 are together because you teach it in a different way. Depending on the age. And then P4 to P6 are together, and then the secondary was also divided into 2 groups. And the teachers were divided. We had a session wherein I was talking to the parents and teaching them about protecting your kids online. So, because we are in Chennai, aside from Bangalore, it's also an IT hub. So I have a lot of parents who are very good when it comes to technology. So they volunteered. So we asked all parents and students to bring in their device. So after the talk about internet safety, we had the experts help the usage control. So all of their devices,
wow.
Yeah, all of their devices, they gave it, and then all those experts in our school, they helped. So it was one way to, if the parents are on it, the kids are safe. And if the kids know what's harmful to them in the internet, it's also good, right? So as much as possible, we want to make our kids be bully proof. So not just on the internet, but also at school. So, of course, we have, we always teach our kids to be nice, right? But there's always that one kid who will bully. But for us, we teach the kids the world is a harsh world. You have to be bully-proof. So how do we do that? First and foremost, you have to be confident. Because if you are confident, no one can bully you, right? And then, they should have a league of their own. So in our school, we partner them together. So if you have a best friend, it's hard for someone to bully you because you have someone to back you up. So that's one thing that we are doing at school. So just to share.
What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Rapunzel.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Can I just reiterate, just stand there for a second. You said bully-proof the children. What a great phrase that is, bully-proof them. And then you said give them a partner. Those are 2 very great keys that I think will really help when a child doesn't feel alone. What fabulous suggestions. Bully-proof your kids, giving them a partner so they don't feel alone. They have someone to go to that is always there for them. Fantastic. And then we all agree building up that self-esteem through whatever way possible. Thank you so much. We have 5 minutes left. Are there any other great people coming forward? Those are 3 great takeaways from the conversation. Yes. Your name, please?
Hi, I'm Miriam Najjar.
Wonderful.
And I'm a specialist in giftedness in Holland. Lately in Holland, they removed the cell phones from high school, so you have to put it in a basket, and that's very great. And if you need technology, you have tablets in the classroom. What we do in Holland, especially with primary school and second graders, how do you say that? Like high school, we have programs for the peaceful school. So they teach in different cultures, how do we communicate, how do you interact if there's some bullying, a lot of play roles, also with cyberbullying. So the children are being like exercised like that to know the effects of bullying.
Yes.
And every day. It's not just one time a week, a program. It's an everyday system. And I think that's great. It should be all around the world. There are also workshops for how to, what is cyber media, what is cyberbullying, how to be on the social media. There are workshops with professionals come to schools and educate the children how to be on social media. It's working. So I think it should be everywhere.
That's fantastic. Let's give her a hand. Yeah. Wow, fantastic. We have about 3 minutes left. I just wanted to add, and then I'll let Tim close. As a music teacher, I have 600 students, and I get calls every day from parents. We have children coming out of COVID, 367% increase in speech delays. The pediatricians are putting them in music class. Autism is skyrocketing. Doctors are saying, take music class to help children's focus with ADHD. We are the problem solvers as music teachers. I have to give my side here. And specifically building up self-esteem. You can take a music lesson and you can play a song, Let It Go, Star Wars. Everyone can play someone else's song. True self-esteem is based in uniqueness. And I'm so thrilled that we have 5 students in my music school that are in this composition class, the only one of its kind, where they are learning how to compose their own original songs, which will set them apart. Where in June, we are going to have a recital of original compositions. And imagine a child's self-esteem to know they're not just playing someone else's music, they're playing their own song. And I believe that the self-esteem, all of these great points, bully-proof the kids. What great techniques. And Tim, thank you so much. Close us out.
Thank you, Zoe, and thank you, everybody, for your contributions. In no way do we believe that we can solve these problems alone. And so together, sharing our ideas, what's working in all of our settings is going to be the most powerful. I think the one thing I would add is this notion of loneliness. And whilst we have so much technology which we claim to be connecting us together, it seems to me from the research and the reading that I've done that there's an epidemic across the world of loneliness. And I think one of the ways we can bully-proof our kids and give them the resilience that they need is to help them find their tribe, to help them find those people with whom they can connect and have relationship with, and who they can defend and stand up for, and who that they know will defend and stand up for them. And I think schools are a vital place for that to happen in the lives of our young people. And if we can put in place the right tools and strategies in our young people, hopefully we can insulate the older generations against the devastating impacts of suicide and other societal challenges that are contributed to so powerfully by the experiences of our youth. So in so many ways, we as schools are both dealing with current problems but also taking a preventative stance for the future. and it's a powerful and privileged position that we all occupy. So thanks again for your contribution and attention this afternoon. And Zoe, again, we love your passion and enthusiasm for music, and the role and contribution that music and the creative arts can play, I think, are really powerful opportunities for all of us to explore. So thank you.
I love the loneliness. I love that. What an honor to speak with Tim, and I love the loneliness to close it out. I think the fact that you ended with that. We are here now connecting, collaborating. I'm flying back to Texas, feeling less lonely. We are all in this together, and that hit the core. Thank you, Tim. Help us. We no longer feel alone coming here, and now we need to just bring that to the world. Beautiful job, Tim. One more round of applause. Yes.
Thank you so much, Tim and Zoe. A very, very important topic indeed. Let's give them another round of applause, everybody. Okay, so moving swiftly along, we've got something really special lined up that I'm super excited to hear about. We're about to dive into the world of gifted education with a discussion that's all about tapping into the incredible potential of those brilliant young minds out there. So this next discussion is entitled Unleashing the Potential of Gifted Minds. And I would like to invite up our moderator, Pranav Sharma, founder of The Policy Tank. Let's put our hands together for Pranav. And then our panelists, Dr. Rose Susan Barty, Department Chair and Professor of the University of Central Florida. Mirjam Najjar, Specialist Giftedness and Differentiation, Mayas Pratik Betafit. And I did my best at pronouncing that, but once again, you can say it again with the proper pronunciation for everybody. Dr. Manakandin Kathifrel, Consultant HPB, Liver Transplant Surgeon and COO, Prep Medico. And Shalendra Dakard, CEO of Code Young. Can we please all put our hands together for our panelists and moderator of our next discussion? Over to you, Pranav. That's okay, it's already on, Pranav. If you just start talking, it'll magically go on.
Hello?
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Hey guys, how are you? How are you all? I guess you guys are not feeling tired? Okay. So, I would like to introduce our today's topic. Our today's topic is very interesting actually, on the lines of what we all are working, all four of us. The topic is Unleashing the Potential of Gifted Minds. So, I would like to introduce first of all of our panel members and my own self. So, starting from my own self, my name is Pranav Sharma, founder of the Policy Tank Foundation. We are working in the domain of public policy, working with the government of India, and apart from that, with international organizations on the topics like women health and hygiene, governance, climate change, investing into the students with universities and all. So that is what all about me, and I would like to pass on to Mariam then, if you can. Yeah.
Oh, it's not working.
It will work.
Yeah. I'm Mirjam Najjar, and I'm a specialist in gifted education. I have my own practice office, May's Practice Office Giftedness, and I was a teacher for more than 10 years, and now I'm specialized in gifted education. That's what I do. I go to schools and teach them about this topic, how to recognize these children. I coach the parents, the children, and now I want to bring over this topic all over the world because it's not very known, this topic. Yeah.
Then?
Hi everyone, and I'm Dr. Manikandan Kathirvel. I'm one of the consultant surgeons from the UK, but I am sitting here today as an educator rather than a surgeon. So I'm the COO of Prep Medico, an online training platform which predominantly functions in the UK, but we have learners from all the countries. What we do is do mentoring and guidance for very senior surgeons and physicians who like to excel in their medical profession by giving their fellowship and membership exams in the UK. So that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mani.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Shailendra. I run actually one of the largest private tutoring platform from India to the world. We are based in Bangalore. More than 20,000 kids globally we teach through one-on-one tutoring. And I think this topic is something very close to my heart personally. And we, being a one-on-one tutoring platform, actually play a big role in gifted child. So I'm really looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you guys for giving your introduction. So I will start. So let's start. So when this topic actually came, the unleashing the potential of gifted minds. So while also representing our audience, what I thought of about this topic, like unleashing the potential of gifted minds, I guess this gifted mind terms is a very vague topic actually, So what I believe, because as I come from a public policy background, so what I thought of is like, is in every individual, we have a particular, potential, particular, trait, skill that with which we all are blessed. Like if I talk about my own self, I am a person who is very artistic in my own approach. As like, I guess Shailendra is pretty good in the technology. You are, Mani, you are there in the specialty in the medical. You are coaching, whole specialty in the coaching. Somebody, have their specialty in some other things, in environment or something like that. So we all are blessed with, some other, every sort of different skills, different sort of, specialty. But when I actually, had a word with Mariam, so she was like, no, this topic is actually different. It is not like what you are thinking. So then she came up with this point that yes, this is the thing. What actually, there are some kids who are challenged, especially challenged from their mind, from the on the lines of emotional intelligence and what do you say? Educational intelligence, EQ and IQ, both. So if you can take up this thing and please explain what EQ and IQ, on what level this term means, and what is the what this topic conveys to tell.
Yeah, I will tell you a little bit about what is real, what the real meaning is of giftedness, and then we can discuss the questions. Because last year I also was here for another topic, and I noticed there was absolutely no knowledge about giftedness. Also, the people that I was talking to did not know about. So that's why this year I came back to include this topic, because there are many gifted children out there, also gifted adults that don't know they're gifted. So what is it? It's if you think giftedness, you think about a high IQ. The most people think there are smart people, just like Einstein, don't have problem, but that's none of it. IQ is a little part of it, yes. If we see science, that's, they say if you have an IQ above 130, then you're gifted. But an IQ test is just a moment. If you don't feel well, you cannot see the potential of that child in a test. If you didn't sleep well or you have a cold, you will not have the same results. So giftedness, we look in Holland, we especially love to see the Delphi model. Delphi model looks at different ways of being gifted. It's like being in thinking, and it's a way of life. It's a part of your personality. They think deeper, they're highly sensitive, they have always questions in their mind, they say they're social emotional behind, but
in fact, they're very early in that development, especially in a young age. They can, how do you say that? Recognize emotions with others, take over emotions from others. They have an early development from babyhood. There are also signs that are common, like with ADHD and autism, and that's why many children are diagnosed with autism, but it's really a giftedness. So what's the difference? They have a creative mind. It's the creative part in their brain that is always on and have quick solutions for problems, out of the box ideas, out of the box problem solving. They quickly bored. They consciously want a challenge. And if the challenge is too complicated, they will leave it because they didn't learn how to learn. But because when they were young, everything went fast, the talking, the walking, the learning. And then when they go to high school or university or to their work or in their relationships and they face problems, they don't know how to deal with it. So they didn't get learning bits. So what is giftedness? It's a creative, deep thinking brain, highly sensitive, can really make quick connections between situations. They're very ambitious if they're interested. If they're interested. If the topic is not interesting, their mind is just, okay, what should I do now? And so that's very important to see at schools because these children face very much problems. Many dropouts. In Holland, we have 33,000 children who are not going to school, dropouts, and a third of them are gifted. I also spoke today, someone from London, also many dropouts there. And there are a lot of gifted children. Why? Because the school system is not, how do you say that, adapting to their needs. They're not being recognized. It's not only about they need to excel. No, you need to compact and enrich their curriculum, especially that enrichment. So I want to ask you really to read about giftedness, especially search for the Delphi model or the positive disintegration of Dabrowski. Also, you can read about giftedness in a way of being. It's something you are. So, and spread the word. Because I'm now going to Morocco and here Dubai because I see they don't know about this topic and those kids are suffering and the potential is not coming out. And yeah, they need really something. Just 2% of the population is gifted. So in school you don't have peers. If just 2% of the population is gifted, at school you don't have peers to practice those social emotional development. So these children also need peer contact, not age contact, no, peer contact with like-minded minds. Just here at this conference, I discovered 2 gifted adults just by talking and telling what the symptoms are. And maybe there's more. I see a lot of entrepreneurs are gifted because they are autonomous. They have creative ideas and at work, it's not appreciated. Also, they always get here, you're difficult, you're too criticism, you have too many criticizing points. You're too fast, you're too this, too that, too. And that is affecting the self-esteem of gifted persons. Me, myself also, I just discovered I'm gifted 4 years ago. And, no, I'm not getting emotional, but I always felt dumb. And all other gifted adults I speak to, they always felt dumb, even if they were clever. But you will always feel different because there were no other people like you in the classroom. And people let you know you're different. It's not clever to be clever because you're too critical. And, but we cannot stop that. It's a way of being. You always have questions in your mind. So in the classroom, I see many children who want to ask questions and they're shut down by the teacher. No, why are you being like that? Don't ask, just do it. But they have questions after questions. And why do they have that? Because the mind wants to understand. When they understand, then they can leave it. So that's giftedness. I can talk about this the whole day, but this is giftedness. So that's a whole nother level than what people think about that. So if you want to know more questions about what it is, then you can contact
Thank you,
me
Mariam.
later.
Actually, thanks a lot for letting all of us know about what actually this term meant. And coming back to you again, like I would firstly ask this question to Mr. Manikandan from the perspective of medical. Like, if you can tell us, like, how can healthcare system, in a better manner, how they can identify and support gifted individuals in medical and surgical training programs to foster innovation and excellence in patient care?
Yeah. As Mariam told, when I started researching on this topic, I actually thought what you were thinking of, like gifted minds, is someone who is working with us, who is gifted with some special skill. Say, for example, in medicine, someone might be very skillful in fine hand skills. So, okay, fine. So he is going to be a good surgeon. Someone would be very good in reading images. So okay, fine. We can give him an opportunity to excel in the field of radiology. Someone would be very excellent in clinical examination. And so that is what I thought as giftedness. But having done a lot of research, although even coming from the medical background, having been in the medical training for so many years, my knowledge about what actually is giftedness changed a lot in the last maybe 2 weeks. Although Mariam says that it's only 2% of the population has giftedness, but I have been having a long conversation with her. To me, most of my colleagues, especially from an Indian background, because the pressure and the competitiveness we have in India to enter medicine is extremely high, and almost most of my colleagues who has shined in medicine, I think that, they're all gifted. That's what I feel. I might be wrong, but how I look into that is, yes, they are very strong in an area where they can learn, they can reproduce stuff, they can stretch their learning time and working time for 14 hours, 16 hours, extremely goal-oriented, but I could see plenty and plenty of my colleagues suffering from so-called anxiety disorder, so-called autistic. Suddenly an autism diagnosis of a partial or a mild kind of autism comes in. Suddenly an attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Everything comes in, as we go along our training in the medical career. Every one of us face extreme anxiety, and most of these diagnoses and stuff ends up in some kind of an anxiety disorder, something ending up taking anti-anxiety pills or antidepressant medications. But looking into this perspective, I feel that the concept of giftedness is largely undiagnosed, and it is a completely an ignorant topic, even in developed countries, I would say. And I think this is something which needs to be addressed as a childhood. I was just even discussing about the way it meets my kids and my kids' friends, their behaviors. And I doubt whether they all have some kind of a giftedness, and everyone needs support. So I think there should be a huge clarity on this. Now, coming back to your question. So how in a surgical or a medical training, how do we identify these people who are extremely skillful means I think the medical system or the medical training bodies or the system in any country has plenty of assessment tools as we come up from the undergraduate to post-graduation to super specialization. So it starts from your presence in the ward, how you deal with the patient. It starts from how technically you operate on a patient. And it also comes from how you speak to a patient. So based on all these things, obviously the mentor or the teacher has plenty of opportunities to identify people or trainees who are very good in a particular aspect. So I know most of the surgeons, if you ask, why did you become a surgeon, including me, I would tell that I hate sitting and reading in books. I am so weak in studying and reproducing stuff and keep gathering so much of knowledge, which is very, very essential for physicians. But I feel and I felt that my prime skill is fine hand skill, so that's why I chose surgery. If you ask a radiologist, he will tell that, no, I cannot be with patients. I hate being with patients. I cannot be talking to them. I want a calm area where I can process my mind and I can evolve. So this is how I think we get the opportunity to identify gifted people in various areas. But the main problem is, of course, many of us know that who is strong in which area, but what happens after that is the biggest problem. The first thing is, majority of the time, the students or the trainees themselves won't come out and tell that, no, I'm feeling so hard in that field, I feel more comfortable here. That is one biggest hurdle which we have. The second important thing is the mentorship. Okay, now that I have identified this particular person is very skilled in this field, so as a mentor, as a teacher, as an educator, my role is I need to tell him, yes, this is your strongest area, these are the opportunities available. I think this area, it's lacking both from the candidate's perspective and from the mentor's perspective.
What do you think? Like, is it also because of the lack of acceptance when it comes to like these kids and the elderly people? Because see, it is not just for the kids, but it is also seen when it comes to society, the elder people. So yeah, in what sense? So
see,
in this sense,
I
what
would
do you
not
think?
say a lack of acceptance. The problem is, especially in medicine, there are so many components involved in your training before you reach a particular area. And from the best of my knowledge, none of my medical colleagues or someone will be open enough to tell that, no, I hate that.
But there is a sense of hesitation, right?
Absolutely, because we are
yeah.
all scared that whether our opportunities will go away. Okay, when we accept that, no, I don't know this, but I would like to do that, then obviously they feel, especially in the training part, obviously we are not given chance to speak much, telling that, okay, I'm not going to do this, I'll do only that, but at the same time, more and more you tell that you neglect a particular area, obviously your opportunities are coming down. That's what we feel. But again, it all roots to the concept that we really, to be honest, there's so much of ignorance on this area, and we all think that, okay, a particular person is good in surgery. We just look at the positive aspect of that. Okay, he is a genius and he's a master in surgery, but we don't look into the other aspect, which the candidate keeps within himself, and he suffers within himself. This is what I see.
Yeah, but okay, I'll ask this question the same question to you, Shailendra, because see, when it came to this thing, that is, if what you said, 2% of people among the whole population, right, are challenged. The gifted, you can say.
Exactly. So I think we should clarify the concept that giftedness is not a kind of a disability or anything. It is not disability. It is not a psychiatric problem. It is not a psychological problem. It is the way your brain is designed.
True.
Yeah.
But see, when we also look this thing from the perspective of psychology as a discipline, so there are actually many aspects of this particular thing too. If you agree this thing.
I think so, because as Mariam rightly mentioned, these candidates or these people, they cannot process things in a pace which a normal person does. A simple example being, you ask, say, if I am gifted, and say if 10 people are working under me, I would expect the fastness or the rapidity with which I process things with my colleagues. And I feel so frustrated and I become so impatient when those people don't do as per my expectations. So this is one of a very simple real-time example.
And like, see, asking this question from the side of academician and from the side of policy maker, I would like to ask this thing from giving it an element of from the side of medical. And Shailendra, if you can also let me know how we can come up for a solution and look after for a solution from the side of technology. What are your point of view on this?
Sure.
Yeah, it is working.
Yeah. So I think, first of all, I'd like to bring...
It can be a bit loud, actually.
Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to build on some of the things that were said in this panel, even in the earlier panels. Uh, when we think about education, we think in terms of learning outcomes, and the whole aim of education is achieving those learning outcomes. But very few people actually see beyond that. Just like Sir said, somebody became a very good surgeon, but that's not enough. Really, we should look beyond it. And this is a particular topic where we are not talking about not achieving learning outcomes. In fact, these kids sometimes achieve those learning outcomes very early compared to others. So I'd like to give a bit background about myself. I grew up in north part of the country, India. Um, I was academically good, but during my early years, I was a kid who was good in study, but was a backbencher. So I used to sit towards the back of the class, but I was the only one who was good there. My parents-teacher meetings used to be very confusing to me because all during the school I used to be scolded a lot by teachers. But when these parents-teachers meeting used to happen, I used to be praised a lot by these teachers that their child is doing really great. And I used to get confused. Like, are they angry on me or are they happy with me? But I never had a good relations with the teachers. I had a lot of respect with them, but I was never the favorite child there because I was very mischievous. Then, of course, during my end of the school, I actually went to IIT Delhi. So who are from India actually know how competitive it is. Just like Sir again said about surgery, even getting into IIT is very competitive, and I met a lot of people who were like me, academically brilliant, but I saw that how differently they branch out in that stage of life. A lot of people, they were like topper of their states, top. Just imagine coming at first out of 3-4 lakh people who applied for the same exam, and then totally losing interest in studies and just failing for years and years. So I saw that how differently they branch out, how differently the personalities become. Some people become so isolated. Of course, some of them navigated really well, but there are many cases where they really face a lot of challenges which nobody sees. They just see that now she's become lazy, now he's become lazy. It's such an easy assessment. Somebody is anxious, you call it just calm down, just chill. But that's not how it works. And this topic is so important because these people who face all this, they started feeling inadequate, and the kind of mindset they have, feeling inadequate, even feels worse to them than compared to anyone else. So I think this is very important that we connect these two. Like we talk about cyberbullying. Some people who get very quiet and very nerdy, they're very nerdy and become very quiet, they are the ones who get bullied. Some people, some of the gifted child who are very hyperactive, they are the ones who bully. It's all a lot related. I have seen people who were excellent in studies and then were the ones who actually, were kind of personality who will bully others. So this is a very important topic, and I think we should be talking more about it. Personally, it really was very enlightening. Second thing is, what are the solutions? So I'll tell you what worked for me, because I had a very chaotic childhood in that sense. Even the early college was very chaotic. But one thing that really gave a shift to me, because I was really struggling with my studies in last few years of my schools, not because I was finding it hard, but because I was finding it boring and pointless. But a teacher came in, and I'll come to, like, not an anecdotal answer, but I'll tell you how can we scale it. A teacher came in who actually understood what I was going through. Even though my marks were not good in that year, he made me sit down. His name was Ram Deshmukh. He made me sit down and told me, I'm teaching since 15 years and you are the best student I have found ever. And that was very encouraging because I was feeling like I'm fumbling. I'm just not doing anything. I'm not going anywhere. But he said this, and he said it with a lot of conviction. He said it to my parents. And then he took me under, and then he constantly guided me. He constantly guided through my anxiety or competitiveness or whatever it was. And I could channel my and I was on a different path. Of course, it took many, many years, and today I see I'm in a good space in that sense. And later on, I also worked on a lot on emotional learning and how do you do well. So my answer to your question is, I think it takes a lot of understanding. Like you need just one person or two people, a few people actually to really understand you, that who reminds you that you are not inadequate, you are fine. In fact, you are actually very smart. But these challenges are there. It doesn't make you any less than anyone else. It's just that you have to deal with it. So a lot of people know that depression, talking about depression, like high IQ people are most prone to depression. This is a very well-known fact.
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you, but as you mentioned that there should be some person, to guide you on all these things. So I have this question. Any of you can, answer this thing, that what are some of the biggest challenges with gifted individuals face in pursuing their goals, and what steps can be taken to overcome of these obstacles?
Can I have a quick remark on this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you asked about what? Sorry. Personal goals. How do you achieve
biggest obstacle which these gifted individuals face in pursuing their goals, and what steps can be taken to overcome these obstacles?
Sure. I think Miriam will take it, but or sir will take it, but just a last remark related to this, but just to complete that, a lot of people thought that I was very good in studies, got into IT Delhi, then started my company at 23 because I was getting bored at my job and not feeling like I'll do so much. I'm not being able to do enough as much as I would want to. I wanted to prove myself. That's why I started company early. People thought that my parents would be very happy with me, but that's not what the case. Only they know what they struggled. People used to think my partner or my friends would be very happy with me. They actually struggled a lot in the early years. So yeah, it's like you are very much misunderstood, but it can be overcome, and eventually you can. But Miriam, you will take it up, and like to know more about you, about it from you.
No, it's good to know your perspective also on this topic from your work area.
Yeah, because I guess all of us can go through with all these lines somehow in a short manner. So yeah.
Yes, for sure. You mentioned something about relationship. I want to say also about that something, because they were asking normal children, what do you need in a teacher? And they were asking gifted children. The normal children, they said teachers should be clear in instruction and have control over the classroom. And the gifted children said, we need the teacher to be honest and have a good relationship with us. So with these children, so they have other needs from the teacher also. So that's why it's very important to know this in education, that you really need to bond with them first, and then they get to education. It's really different from the other children. The problems that are facing is they don't know how to learn. They don't have learned strategies. Yeah. They do just everything on their knowledge. They don't know how to learn. Like comprehensive, they just answer the questions on their knowledge. They're not reading in the text to get the answer. Yeah. And then they make quick faults. Yeah. The problems they have is also they feel different in the classroom. I have a story from a little child, Nora. She's 4, she's going the first time to school, and she sees children drawing and talking to each other, and then the teacher gave them how do you say it? A challenge to draw a banana, and some of them were using different colors, and then they went to the teacher, and the teacher said, "Oh, good, that's a good banana." It was blue, and then she was thinking, "Huh? Is yellow still yellow? Is a banana still banana?" She was doubting herself, and that's what really a lot happens with gifted children and gifted adults. They're thinking there's something wrong with them because they think differently. They have another way of a different way of sense of humor. Other people don't understand. They're going too fast. Like in a classroom, everyone's going 100 and you're going 130, and consciously the teacher is stopping you. Just sit down, just not questioning. That's are really problems they have.
So is it also like they do it because so that they want to increase their confidence levels, so they should not feel like that, yes, we are, not that much capable enough of understanding things or something like that?
No, their brain just want to understand them,
Yeah.
and many of these children don't feel competent at all.
Yeah.
Because they want to do everything in one time. They don't want to pass through the
Okay.
learning pits. So you
Yeah.
need to give them more learning pits so they know how to face problems.
Yeah.
They need really enrichment in classrooms. Like the panel before said, instruction must be maximum 20 minutes.
Yeah.
For these children, really maximum 10 minutes.
Okay.
You really need to teach them the strategy, because they have strategies that are
Yeah.
not helpful. They do it on their own way, and it's not helpful in the university anymore. So really...
So I guess it
very-
differs person to person too.
No, like if one instruction for the whole classroom is
Yeah.
not good at all. If you have all different animals and you want to climb them in the tree,
Yeah.
how can you be expecting the fish to climb in
True,
the tree?
true, true.
But in a classroom, those children are still getting in the tree because they don't understand. The teacher is carrying them.
Yeah.
They give them materials, they give them videos
Yeah.
to understand. But those who are ahead, they
Yeah.
have to wait and sit,
Yeah.
and they get bored. So,
True.
like the monkey, that tree is
Yeah.
just boring. He wants the whole jungle.
True.
So you cannot expect the same level from
Yeah.
everyone. So your instruction must be, there must be differentiation included.
Yeah.
Differentiation is important in the classroom. And well, in Holland, we're way ahead with this. But I still see in some countries there's just one instruction for the whole classroom. That's not possible at all.
And
yeah.
and giving the flavor of inclusion to this particular topic and diversity, I would like to ask all three of you. All three of you can pass. Just let me complete. No, like in what ways can businesses, educational institutions, and government collaborate to create an environment that encourages talented individuals to be creative, take risks, and develop innovative solutions today and tomorrow's challenges?
Yeah, I think just to complete the previous question, I think the biggest obstacle on helping these kids or adults is diagnosing that they have giftedness. I think with the way Mariam explained and the work she does in Holland, obviously it is fantastic that the country has a system. There is a separate group of people who are looking at these kids or adults, and they have various strategies to handle these kids. I think Mariam, I want Mariam to answer this, but how do we actually pick up these kids? How do we know that? Or the other question is, all these schools, how much information our traditional teachers have on these kids in identifying these problems?
Well, first of all, the teachers at kindergarten or preschool, they should be aware of this, because there it all starts. These children adapt in 1 week. Science says they adapt in 6 weeks, but they adapt in even the first day. If they see other children are acting differently, they think, oh, I'm wrong, I also have to do like this. So their potential is gone. You will not see it again. So the teachers at preschool, kindergarten must know about the signs of giftedness. It's like a different way of asking. If you see a 3-year-old asking about death and life and war, you should be thinking, this is some different way of a child. It's there, these days, you see a child is very playful and running around. It has ADHD, but it's also a sign of giftedness. They have a lot of energy. They don't sleep well because the brain is always active. They have a lot of, words. If you see them, use them, some words that are for adults, you should be awake. These kinds of children have more contact with children that are older than them or adults than age-level children. So if you see the child is continuously going to elder children in the playground, you should talk to the parents and ask them, how was your child as a baby? Because there are signs from babyhood that these children are different. So that is where it all starts. And please give them peer contact with level-minded brains, not their age, but level-minded brains, even if they're older or younger, but the same thinking level. That's very important.
So my question is, I think as parents, we should stop being happy when we see our kids performing well in the schools. Means, you know, like when I see my daughter doing something fantastic, you know, my next reaction is, oh, see my daughter, she's doing this and that. But now your response is making me feeling scared whether I should enjoy that moment or it is a red flag.
I guess it should be neutral enough so that, you know, they should not get that way more motivated and less more, you know.
Well, I'm glad you're scared because it's stimulating the fixed mindset of these children. Oh, you're good. Oh, you're smart. You're this, you're that. Then they think, oh, I always have to do like that. And they will get fear of success. You know, many people know only fear of failure. There's also fear of success. Many gifted people facing fear of success. And to have a growth mindset, especially these children, because if they don't know something, they will not try it.
True.
They will don't even begin with it.
Yeah.
When you see they're doing something good, oh, I see you're making effort on that, or you did your best. You make the process, the effort, more important than the result. That is very important for these children. And
True.
I want to also tell, gifted children are not highly gifted at everything and high scores. There are many underachievers.
Yeah.
There are most of the gifted children end without diploma.
Yeah.
Most gifted children, in Holland especially, end without diploma because the school system is not adapting for them. They think they're just stupid and they can't learn. So you should read Bright Minds, Poor Grades. There are 6 types of underachievers in gifted children.
Nice.
Mark on this?
I guess we are running short of time, but I know the time is very less, but in concluding remarks, if we can, you know, conclude this topic.
We can finish and then we can have the questions.
Sure. I'll just have a remark on this. It's very important, I think. So I'll say one of the things that they said, I'll build on that only. But when you're in a classroom, if you're a teacher, I think having that bond with the students. Of course, in a big classroom, it's not possible, but having that empathy. In schools where in India, I'll tell you, and at my time, I'm born in 96, so at that time possibly, that we are very quick to judge kids. We should not do that. If they are good in studies, bad in studies, you should see the other talents. If they are good in studies and not behaving properly in the class, so this empathy should be there. So at Codium, because we are in one-on-one tutoring, there are a few big things which are very important that we train our teachers on. One is that from the day one, we have made sure that teacher have to make sure that kids should want to come in the next class. You have to have that kind of bond. And I think I could come out of it because I had that bond with the teacher.
Yeah.
So this bond has to be there, that empathy has to be there towards your faults and towards your gifts. Second thing which is very important, which Mariam really rightly said, that is about growth mindset, which also we train on. But that still is not very relevant to this, but one thing, that having that empathy, just whenever you see a behavior in a kid which is not as per the expectation, just do not fit in the mold. Just look at it with kindness, with empathy, and just talk to that kid. And you will find your answers if you make that kid your friend, and I think it's very important to make that kid your friend.
True.
That's what I'll say, and that's why what we're doing at scale today.
And I guess everyone goes also through this thing. And yes, thanks a lot, all three of you here, like letting us explain all these things. And I would like to ask if somebody has any questions to ask from us. So yeah, please.
Right, is it open? Great. So lots of insightful discussion there. I'm actually not worried about monkeys of the classroom while we're teaching climbing trees. I'm worried about the fishes that we never realize until they appear for the examinations. So everyone talks about having personalized curriculum for those students. I want to know how practical does that sound to you when you have 30, maybe 40. If we talk about India, you have about 60 students in one classroom, and that is a lot. Talking about empathy, you never get a chance to speak to all the students on, maybe it's over like 2 weeks when you get a chance to speak to all of the students there. That makes it hard for a lot of students there. What do you have to say on this?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. You have big classrooms, I think. In Holland, we just have maximum 34. How we do it is we give the main instruction for 10 minutes. Then we give them the exercises. Then we get the children who needs more instruction, they don't understand. You call them to the table. That's a little group. You give them 5 minutes extra instruction with materials, with video, with etc. Then you get them to work. And then you call the gifted children and explain what they're gonna do. They have another exercise. They don't have the same exercises as the rest. So you're giving 3 instructions about the same topic, but 3 different levels. And that's hard. That's hard working. But that's your job as a teacher, because they don't deserve to get all the same. So if you have a classroom more than 35, at least give a short instruction with important things, and then give the differentiation in the exercises. And if they have questions, they can come to you. That there should be time for asking questions, because I see also many teachers are giving like a complicated exercise for these children. Here, you go to the hallway and do this on your own. And then these children think, okay, the teacher thinks I can do this, I have a question, I don't understand, but I feel too stupid to ask, so I will not ask. And then the teacher says, well, is he gifted? He does not make this. So everyone needs instruction, also the gifted children, but on another level.
But
so we are always in Holland, primary school, there's one teacher for every classroom. She or he is giving instructions the whole day, like math, 3 times, English, 3 times, Dutch, 3 times. So you're continuously giving instruction, first for the whole group, then for me myself, when I was a teacher, I was doing differently. Because the gifted children need to wait. They don't like waiting. They want to start already. So if I finish the 10 minutes for the whole classroom, I call the gifted children, just 2 minutes. I explain to them what they should do, give them enrichment. You can start, and then I would call the children who don't understand.
But I guess I want to put this point up in the respect of But in the respect of India, I guess I want to put this point up because in India, apart from traditional colleges, right now in liberal arts colleges, we don't have enough amount, like a larger chunk of students in our classes. There are like the strength somewhere lies up around about 30 students or like 20 students. We are more focusing upon output based education, so that everyone should and contribute to the classes and all, not based upon the textual learning, but practical based learning. So that is how we are actually now bringing up reforms from the side of liberal arts colleges. So we are although on the lines of this, but yes, we are now also giving a recommendation to government so that they can apply the same system into other traditional colleges too. So I guess then this problem will not be there.
To answer to the same, of course, in India it is so very difficult to bring in any change with the demand we have between the kids and the teachers. I think it should be a multifaceted approach. The first key thing is obviously we need to pick up these kids. And this picking up of kids, I think we should not expect that this should happen only in the school. Because again, if you see, there are various curriculums where is one particular curriculum where a teacher comes to a class from morning to evening, the same teacher stays. There is a different curriculum where you have 8 teachers coming on the same day with different hours, okay? So the interaction between the kids and the teacher varies a lot between different curriculums. So obviously the first thing is, as I told, identifying these kids. I think there should be a spread of knowledge on this, with the focus on the parents first. You know, the parents should be the first person to pick up whether the kid might have this giftedness. Yeah, that should be the first thing. And once the parents does that, obviously they can approach the school, or obviously they can approach someone who is specialized in that to make sure that the kid has the problem. Or I would not say the problem, or because as she rightly told me, we should not brand it as a problem. Okay, has giftedness or not. And then obviously, you know, when we have a certain problem, we know that how to deal with this, whether you go to a government school or a private sector or an additional aided schools or whatever it is. Yeah, I think the government should come out, they should come up with what is this giftedness. We should have you know, knowledge which is spread on this. The parents should be aware of something called this, you know, and most importantly, I think we ourselves create a huge amount of risk factors for these kids to acquire this giftedness also, because the parents are, you know, pressurized by so much of peers looking at them, asking me, pushing their kids to achieve this. They don't worry whether, they don't see how the kids reach there, but what they need is the kid should reach there, that's all. They don't see what is happening in between. I think this culture is still there. I would say 80 or 90% of the kids, especially in countries like India, where obviously education is the only, you know, property or something where a kid can have. And in many families, only if you're educated, you're going to run the family. Unlike other developed countries where whether means you are supported in your education, and even if you don't do education, there is a lot of other ways the government can support. But in countries like India, where we are so much dependent on what level of education we are in, I think it is so very crucial, and I think there is a huge population who might be affected by this problem, and I think this is the right time and it's the right place where we have discussed such a topic, that we all take it and see, because it's a very, very new topic and a new area for me to explore.
I guess our host will not eat us up, and no, don't throw us off all of us.
Can I just
what was
end
the
with
one last question?
One more question.
Yes, then we can conclude.
End with one sentence after the question.
Cool. Thank you so much for this discussion. It's actually been very eye-opening. I was sitting in the crowd, like, literally diagnosing myself. I'm like, oh, wait, could I be gifted? Now, my question is, right, within gifted students and identifying gifted students, right, is the strength in, or the golden, is the gold in finding them, or rather, let me rephrase this, is the strength in the gifted child, is it in self-awareness or practice? That's one thing. And then the second thing is that with what you've seen, specifically to Miriam, is like with the gifted children, right? Is it, do they work more on self-motivation, or is it external motivation? This is a personal question, and just trying to understand as well.
Thank you. The first thing they need to know about self-awareness, they need to understand themselves, why they are like that, because you don't have it, it's not a disease, you are gifted, you're born like that, it's something of your personality. But if you don't know, you will always feel different, stupid. They're really afraid to ask things because they think I should know everything. So the children, they come to me and I teach them about what it is, what is normal for your behavior, and they think, oh wow, it's normal, it's a part of me, and then you can develop as a normal and happy person. Most of the gifted adults that discover now that are gifted, they all say, oh, why didn't I knew that when I was young, because now I had many coaches, many medicines for sleeping, depressive, because they always feel not good, not worthy. Even if they have successes, they don't feel it. So that's why this topic should be aware for the children, but also for the parents, because some people think, oh, you have a gifted child, you have it easy. He scores best, he's good at everything. And even in Holland, even we know everything in Holland about this topic, people without gifted children say, oh, you have it easy, you have gifted children. You know, the upbringing of these children is very difficult because they're very intense in fear, intense in happiness, intense in asking questions. Those parents are with their hands in their hair if they come to me. It's very difficult. So, yeah, everyone should know about this because, if you understand them, they feel seen and understand, and most of the problems will be gone.
But I guess more than self-awareness, we should aware them and their parents so that then they should, let these kids aware about themselves that yes, they are actually gifted.
Yeah,
So
and about motivation, it's like with every child. External motivation is just short time. They need to be inspired. Inspiration is for a long time. So these children are motivated if they have interested for the topic. So you must inspire them to get interest for the topic.
so I guess we did the justice with the topic, unleashing the potential of gifted minds, and I guess we, yes, we we changed all of our perception about this particular topic, gifted minds. So yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I could really feel the passion there, and it was very hard to cut you off there. So I'm glad we got all of those questions in. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so moving right along. Next up, we're venturing into an arena where academia's depth of knowledge meets the entrepreneurial drive of the startup world. Our panel discussion, Fostering Startup Culture and Business Ventures in Collaboration with Academia, promises to be a fascinating exploration of how these two spheres can not only coexist but thrive together. So first of all, I would like to invite up our moderator, Ren Butler, Director, Applied Innovation and Business Education, the Camel Collective. And then our panelists, Cranston Sai Hawkwinder, Founder, Consult Cranston, Tim Nevin, Principal of the Galilee School, and Ricky Schmidt-Karregard, CEO of the Science Club. Please welcome them to the stage. Okay, so the microphones are right in front there, and they should be on.
Wherever you're most comfortable. We still appear to be missing one. Yes. The team, I checked with the team and they said they had, and they said that he was downstairs. I went and tried to have a peek, but he wasn't. We'll get started and riff a little bit, but not get into the meat of it until.
Do you want to start with a bit of an introduction?
Yeah, we'll start with introductions and hopefully it'll be materialized by then. The team swore they saw him. Hello, welcome, and thank you so much for staying for this very last session of day 3. We know it's been a long and intense 3 days in a really good way. So I'll be moderating today, but just real quick before we jump into introductions, I wanted to say we are sadly one person short. The person who was supposed to be moderating, Dr. Safia Al-Shabani, was struck down and not feeling well, so that is why she's not able to join us today. It is a real shame, though, because I was lucky enough to have lunch and some great conversation with her yesterday. She is just an absolute wealth of knowledge in this particular space, actually having 3 degrees spanning a Bachelor's of Science, a Master's, and then actually even a PhD in entrepreneurship from a Western Australian university. So we would have had even more Australians representing on stage. Despite my accent, I do actually live in Australia and have for the last 12 years. So that's the majority of my perspective that I bring to this topic. My name's Ren Butler. I build and run entrepreneurship and commercializing innovation programs. Majority are for more mature and established startups, but I was actually also a field science teacher in a previous life, so we've got a few things in common, myself and Reki. And I'm super excited to be moderating this topic, and we will be speaking about not just academia from a university sense, but spanning all the way through to even primary school age, and the importance of linking startups, new ventures, and the concepts of entrepreneurship through to, from the education journey through to actual venture creation. So I've been teaching and facilitating in this space for a little over 9 years. So first off, I'd love to introduce directly to my left, Dr. Reki Kiergaard. I won't, hopefully won't butcher it too much more. She's a scientist and has worked as a scientist at prestigious universities, including University of Cambridge and Harvard Medical School. Her research area covers science, communication, molecular animation, and data visualization. And in 2017, she actually left academia to found the Science Club in Denmark, which she is still the CEO, and has also recently won a very prestigious award that was granted by the Queen of Denmark, and she is one of only 15 people to have ever won this Amalienborg medal for her work with that science club, which we will be hearing a lot more about, and we're very excited for. She's also an author of an autobiography about her time fighting bacterial meningitis and basically her entire body breaking down and having to heal from that and build herself back up. That book is called The Blink of an Eye, if you're interested in reading it and finding it. Do you want to go from there? And then I'll do Tim next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ren. I am the founder and the CEO of the Science Club, as Ren told you. But I actually want to tell you a bit about my motivation and what drives me. So meaningfulness drives me. Paying it forward drives me. My story, I want to share this very personal story with you. I used to be a scientist, as Ren said, and suddenly, 10 years ago, I was struck with bacterial meningitis. So within 12 hours, I went into a coma. I was rushed to the hospital. My heart stopped in the ambulance. My children, I have 3 children, they were set to say goodbye. The doctors at the hospital thought that I would most certainly die. I was in a coma for about 10 days. I had multi-organ failure. I had sepsis. I had, you name it, that you can die of. Hundreds of blood clots all over my body, a large hematoma in the front of my brain. So, life was over. I started, miraculously, to wake up after 10 days. And there's no Hollywood moments when you wake up from a coma. It's very slow. It takes weeks to wake up. When I finally woke up properly, they had told me over and over again where I was, what had happened, and so on and so forth. They thought I was severely brain damaged, which was even worse for my children to hear, because what kind of mom would they have after this? So when I woke up and I finally could sense that I was here, I had locked-in syndrome. That is, I was only able to blink. And that was how I communicated for 3 months. Finally, I got to the rehabilitation center. I could still not move anything in my body. And I started rehabilitation. Training, training, training. There was one way, and that was forward. So I trained for about a year, and then I came back to the university as an associate professor. And I thought, what am I doing here? I needed to do something meaningful. I needed to pay it forward. I felt it as a duty. So that's why I created the Science Club in Denmark. So that's my motivation, and now it's a successful non-profit organization. We are national now, and we want to go abroad. So if anybody wants to hear about this and take it to your own country, please let me know. I'll be very happy to help with that. What it does is that we have 4th, 5th, and 6th graders coming to an after-school club. It's like taking football lessons or musical lessons. You just go to science. The only demand is that you're curious as a child. We don't want children who necessarily gets high grades. We want them to be curious. If you're curious, you're welcome. So it's for everybody. We don't have grades. The unique thing about this is that it's peer-to-peer education. So we have high school students volunteering to teach and be with, have fun with these children in an after-school club. 1 week or 1 day every week for 7 weeks. And they love it. So this is what the Science Club is. And please let me know if you want to bring it to your country, because it's great.
That's fantastic. Yep, that's okay. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we'll get into a little bit more detail and hopefully get some stories about some of those amazing, I hate the term light bulb moments, but aha moments that you have with students, especially students that don't necessarily thrive in a classroom setting, but have, when they're connected to those actual hands-on and real-world application kind of opportunities, it can be an absolute game changer to them. So I think that's a good transition actually to talk about Tim's background. So Mr. Tim McNevin is also here to join us. He has led the Galilee School in Canberra, Australia for little over 7 years actually as their principal, and has had a career in education spanning over 25 years, including that time at the Galilee School. His experience includes management training in business, government, education, as well as not-for-profit sectors, working in leadership and management across a very diverse range of industries. And he's also the founder and owner of his own business that he started 12 years ago, and is also successfully running on top of his obligations as a principal as well. I don't know how you do it. His qualifications in higher education, and has also been a lecturer in the areas of management and operational service, really with a focus on service design and hospitality and experiences. He's passionate about working with people and teams to really help them identify their goals clearly and reach them in whatever way is necessary. And he really believes in the power of entrepreneurship to address and unlock so many of the challenges that communities and individuals are facing in the world today. And I think he'll tell us a bit more about the Galilee School and how that actually does play quite centrally in his personal mission around leveraging entrepreneurship to empower individuals in communities of all sorts to leverage entrepreneurship to solve the problems that matter to them. Over to you, Tim.
Thank you, Ren, and good afternoon again to you all, and thank you for being here. I've told you a little bit about Galilee School, and to supplement that and to connect with this panel, my first comments would be that success looks different for each young person. And so our motivation for establishing and supporting models that encourage and equip young people to pursue, or at least inquire or ask questions with regards to entrepreneurship and perhaps establishing and designing their own business, is to give them another alternative to post-school pathways. As I've shared with you before, the young people that come to Galilee School have come struggling to find success in mainstream education, and the turnaround that's required to put them on a pathway to success and to establish hope for the future is a long and deliberate journey that takes time and is built on relationship. Having encouraged them to reconsider their future, we also need to acknowledge that there's sometimes a harsh reality that's present in that future. Some of the experiences that our young people have journeyed through, we can regard as adverse childhood experiences and can be summed up in a category of experience called trauma. And we know that trauma impacts the developing mind of young people, and all of us have probably experienced trauma of one form or another, but our young people have experienced multiple experiences of trauma in a relatively short period of time. And so the cumulative effect of that trauma on their brain leads them to respond and react to society and the expectations of society in challenging ways. So the reality for some of those young people will be post-school. Their capacity to engage in further education may be limited. Equally, their capacity to work for somebody else may also be limited because they have damaged ideas of power and control. And so anyone in a position of authority, they oftentimes collide with. And so our primary motivation in generating an entrepreneurship pathway for the young people at Galilee School, and it's not for everybody, as I said, success looks different for every young person, is to open up this third pathway. This idea that perhaps I can work for myself. Perhaps I can design a business that I'm passionate about. But more importantly, we encourage our young people to take up a model of social enterprise. That the design of their business, we encourage them to target towards the identification and addressing of a real-world problem that is relevant to them. And it's that relevance to them that is the power of the model that we are pursuing. And so we've partnered with a number of organisations, both locally and internationally. Our two primary partners is a wonderful not-for-profit called the Academy of Entrepreneurs. They are an international NGO that work in countries all around the world doing exactly what we at Galilee are endeavouring to do, to ignite this passion, this opportunity and self-belief in the hearts and minds of young people that there are solutions to local problems and that those solutions can be found in the business models that young people can create. So we're incredibly grateful to the Academy of Entrepreneurs for partnering with us. In Canberra also, the ACT government has been very deliberate to try to establish the ACT, or Canberra, as a hub for entrepreneurship in Australia. And the Canberra Innovation Network is designed to bring together and to establish collaborative environments where new businesses, established businesses and startups can come together, nurture, support, encourage and equip each other. And one of the business units of the Canberra Innovation Network is an organisation called Millhouse Ventures. And they are specifically designed around promoting and encouraging and equipping social enterprises in Canberra. And so our two primary partners are the Academy of Entrepreneurs and Millhouse Ventures. We start in Year 7, and our Year 7 to 8 program is called My First Business. And the objective there is for every young person to generate their first $100. in whatever business they wish to activate. And all young people are encouraged to participate. It's not mandatory, but they're encouraged. And then our Year 9 and 10 program is called Boss Your Future. And what we do there is equip them and give them the skills to develop business plans, ecological maps, and design thinking principles applied to the real world problem that that young person is interested in. And at the end of Year 10, we run a pitch event where those young people are pitching their ideas to a qualified panel of experts. And then in Year 11 and 12, those young people that want to take those ideas forward are then put into a business incubator environment within and partnering with Millhouse Ventures, where our ambition and our goal is to actually take their product, their business to market and equip them to leave Galilee School with a operating, functioning business model. We're in early stages of the program, but already we've seen tremendous benefit and fruitfulness from these partnerships, and unlocking the potential that exists in these young people is powerful to be a part of.
It's music to my ears to hear that you're actually baking it into curriculum that young, because I was actually quite surprised, but then also disappointed a couple of years ago when I put together a pitch to do a PhD through a university in my state, I won't say which one, and by no fault of the leadership there, unfortunately I wasn't able to get it off the ground because it required the School of Education and the School of Business to basically collaborate and co-chair as my advisors, and that made me dead in the water. That was not feasible. But I was really happily surprised to find out that it is actually in the core Australian curriculum that teachers are supposed to be teaching to and exposing their students in all schools in Australia to the basic principles of simple entrepreneurship. What unfortunately happens is, because of the myriad constraints that I'm sure are not unknown in this room and have been talked about on this stage the last 3 days, it just isn't really feasible, and what ends up happening is it's almost only exclusively brought about and extended to the more affluent schools, and a lot of times it's tied to and expected to be part of some kind of computer and or tech class, which then automatically limits even more for schools that, say, don't have those kinds of that kind of equipment or don't have teachers that can teach that kind of subject, and it really shouldn't be. It needs to be simple and started early so that those students have the access to it. And there's also a lot of the same principles that would be exposed in Science Club, because at the end of the day, it's a lot of times when I explain to people my experience and background, they look at me funny because they say, you're a field science teacher back in the States and then came and did a master's in Australia, and now you teach remedial startups, or to startup methodology and the process, which is the fun, messy part, scary, messy part, to adults who I lovingly a lot of times call them corporate escapees or recovering corporates. And so many times it turns into just reviving scientific method 101 for adults who haven't done that for such a long time, because that's the best way to pull them out of this is how it's done. You just rush into developing the product and getting investment and pushing it on a market, whether or not they say they want it or not. And almost always the principles come back to and are in some way, shape, or form related to that core scientific method of what's your hypothesis, what does a null hypothesis look like. And I have a love-hate relationship with the F word. The F word in my book is not the four-letter one that a lot of people don't like. It's failure, because you didn't fail, you just didn't support your hypothesis, or you supported your null hypothesis, and you still learn from that. A lot of times you learn more from that than just sauntering into a quick win and assuming that your market and those assumptions will scale, because that can get very expensive when it doesn't. So with that, would just like to define, I'm assuming that we're just going to trudge ahead on. If Cranston shows up, we'll tap him in, but in his absence, we'll unfortunately have to proceed. So real quick, just so that everyone here and anyone who might be listening at home is on the same page, one of the things I find a bit confusing and frustrating about this topic is sometimes the definitions of a small business, a startup, and even entrepreneurship can be a bit murky and can be a bit used interchangeably. So I'm just going to kind of define those terms real quick, and if you two have anything else to add to it, please be my guest. So a small business, I mean, there's a technical definition in almost every jurisdiction and country for statistical purposes, but typically it's a business of 20 or maybe even 50 employees, like full-time employees or under, or sometimes it's counted by the turnover of the business in monetary terms, but we'll use the term small business for a traditional business that is something that there's lots of out in the market, and if you said at a dinner party or a afternoon barbecue, oh, I have a so-and-so business, it does this, nobody would look at you funny and say, is that a thing? It's not, it's very honorable and good to have a solid, solvent, small to medium-sized business. There's absolutely no shame in that, but it's very different than a startup. So a startup, and you can have a small business that's in its first year, or its 5th year, or its 50th year. A startup is, for the conversation we're having today, is not just a small business in its first year or two. It's a business that is starting with its first, small pot of money, and maybe even just 2 or 3 founders. Maybe you have 1 or 2 employees, part-time or otherwise, and you're trying to take on a big challenge, a challenge that nobody's really done before in your market or in the market that you're heading towards, and you're solving a real problem in a new and different and dynamic way, and really aiming to have a scaled impact. Whether or not that's scaling the revenue or scaling the impact or both is up to however the founding team defines the challenge, but it's really trying to leverage innovation as much as possible to scale the impact of what their mission is. And then entrepreneurship more broadly is just a definition of starting a venture. It could be a not-for-profit organization, it could be a for-profit, it could be a new business line within an existing traditional organization, sometimes referred to as intrapreneurship, but it's basically just the overarching term of seeing an opportunity and wanting to create a solution for it from sort of seemingly nothing or very minimal resources. And that uphill battle, and it's more targeted at individuals than the organization itself. So, do you want to add anything to that?
I would like to add something. So I completely agree with your definitions, and it is difficult to distinguish. It really is. I would say that the Science Club is a startup in collaboration with academia. Because what I didn't tell you before is that coming from a scientist background myself, I engaged different researchers, scientists, to work out the programs for this science club. So what we say is that the 4th, 5th, and 6th graders, they become mini scientists, we call them. So they're entering a program where, well, it's built on recent academic knowledge. They get to do open-ended experiments, like Ren just said, that it's okay to be a failure. But you have to ask yourself, why did it fail? And try to get results out of that. So they make a hypothesis, they make the experiments, and maybe it fails, maybe it doesn't, and they try to figure out why was that. So we work closely with academia, we work closely with scientists, and we get the newest knowledge to the children, and they love it. We have a program, for example, about primatology. They get to be primatologists. They get to work with primates, and they love it. They get home, having dinner with their family, talking about apes and monkeys and their skulls and how they're different. Things like that. They love it, and they are small sponges, so we should just get out there. The more the merrier to do things like this.
And the only other thing I'd add, Ren, is I think it's also a mindset. And I think that has been so evident across this 3 days of conference. The number of businesses of various sizes and scales who have sought to address a problem or an issue or make the most of an opportunity. And I think it's that mindset that entrepreneurs and innovators, business owners take on courageously that shifts them and the society within which they live. And if we can provoke and promote that in the minds and hearts of our young people, I think there's a powerful impact that can be generated from that.
Definitely. That reminds me of a quote that's near and dear to my heart and technically foot, because I have it written on my body. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing's going to get better. It's not. And I never realized the sort of almost inkblot test of that. It's one of the sort of, not punchline, because it's not a funny book, but it's from the Lorax. And when I was a science teacher in California, we actually had a lot of the parents that were chaperoning on the field science trips we ran tell us it was horrible that we had a whole sort of campfire, like interactive Lorax thing that we did with the kids. And the parents said, "That's horrible. Why do you teach that book? It's so doom and gloom and sad." And most of us were really taken aback because we were like, we don't get that from that book. And the parents and even some of the kids interpret that as, well, throw your hands up in the air then. Like, everything's, broken and there's nothing that can be done. This is the system we inherited, so this is the world we have. Can't fix it. And it's really the kids and adults that see, something is wrong and have a really strong desire to want to do something about it, whether that's in business or society or, natural resource use, aka the environment, and really, go full steam ahead on trying to solve it. And no matter how much friction they might get and how much they're told they're crazy and it can't be done. For true entrepreneurial minds, that a lot of times only fuels you more. So with that, I'll give you guys the sort of core question. We've got a little over 10 minutes on the clock to go, but we'll probably also have a little bit of time at the end for questions. From your experience, or even just your, very experienced brains, what policies and initiatives do you think could be implemented to create a more inclusive and supportive environment for students, ranging from primary through to academia, to learn or be exposed to entrepreneurship? And from what experience, or in your experience, what age or grade level do you see the most sort of impact and benefit?
It's a big question. And one that would probably provoke a long answer, but I'll avoid that. From a personal perspective, a couple of things have been pivotal to my journey as a business owner, and I think I'll start there. As Ren said, I've established and run a coaching and consultancy business for 12 years. And a pivotal moment for me was 14 years ago when I was in my home one evening and I'd been doing a bit of thinking, and I turned to my wife and I said, "I think I want to become a life coach." And without hesitation, her response was, "You should do that. You'd be good at that." Now that may sound inconsequential, but it's pivotal in that it was the authorising environment that I needed, because I knew the commitment that I was going to require for that initiative, or a little bit of it. I now know a lot more about it. But I needed the permission to do that. And so much of the policy environment that we work in does not give us permission. And so we need an authorising environment to give us permission to innovate, be creative, and do things differently in our school and educational environments. Bringing it forward now to the program at Galilee School, what we learned was we can't assume that our teachers are equipped or confident enough to lead these programs. And so we first, if we want to create an environment in our schools where these programs are embraced and taken forward, we need to equip and empower our teachers and our staff with the skills, knowledge and confidence to be able to lead these programs. And so we really need to put the architecture in place in a proactive and deliberate way to ensure that our school environments and our education environments are equipped to take these things forward. And the third experience, which is both personal and professional, is what impacted me so much when I started my own business journey was the support and encouragement that established business owners gave me. Their generosity of spirit, their willingness to share, their understanding of my journey, because they'd been there before, was so humbling to me, but so powerful for me. It gave me access to resources and people and encouragement and mentoring and support and wisdom that allowed me to navigate so many of the pitfalls, challenges and obstacles that business owners encounter, particularly in those early stages of their journey. And so we need, to quote a term that we've heard previously these days, we need an ecosystem that is willing to step in and provide support, encouragement, mentoring, assistance and wisdom to business owners of any age, so that they too can feel encouraged, supported and protected from the pitfalls and challenges that business ownership can present to us.
Maybe I can add just a little bit to that. And for your question, how early can we start? I believe, and maybe Tim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you can start as early as possible, because we know that by third grade, they have already decided what they want and what interests them. And if we can get an interest for entrepreneurship in earlier than that, that's great. So I believe as early as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's it's a really good point. If we think about, at least from like my Western cultural experience, and I grew up in an area of the U.S. that is very high pressure. I was never particularly academically gifted. My sister was always that one. My family was amazed that I even finished my undergrad degree, and my grandmother might or might not have bribed me with a trip to the Galapagos, which was good motivation. And I saw George before he passed away. When do you start asking kids what they want to be when they grow up? Which we shouldn't do that full stop, but we should ask them what they want to do, what they want to contribute to. Then towards the end of your pre, if you're going to go to the tertiary track, your A levels or your SATs or ACTs or whatever the testing regime in the States is now. I push that out of my brain because I have enough other trauma to process. And that sort of critical crossroads, in that's typically in a year 10 to 11 sort of stage. And then even in that first year or two of university, if you're going that path, you have to declare a major and decide what all your subjects are. One of the things I think that's happening, I see in the university system in Australia, and I think some of the other systems that I've spoken to folks about in this over the last few days, is entrepreneurship finally coming out of the business school and not just being seen as its own major and almost synonymous with, you know, MBA or pre-MBA, but something that actually should be an addition to or sit on the side as a supplement to any other degree. Entrepreneurship needs to be understood, especially in a university environment, as a addendum to whatever the actual core curriculum is that they're learning, just like there should also be a professional, you know, skills development track. I've had a lot of really interesting conversations with folks over the last few days about that, because that is at its core what it is, and the landscape that you know, even I went into after my undergrad and my master's, and I graduated from my master's in 2014, so it's not that long ago, I mean, it's already a vastly different job and commercial landscape than it was back then, only barely a decade ago. So the fact that we're not exposing students to these opportunities and ways to actually apply and implement all of this amazing knowledge, experience, and confidence that they're hopefully getting in their entire education journey is just really falling short, not just for the students themselves, but for the communities they're then going back to you know, to hopefully share the fruits of all of their hard work from that educational journey.
Can I add just one tiny comment to that? I absolutely agree about the not asking children what they want to become. Instead, I think we should ask them, what are you curious about? And later on, what are you passionate about? I think we get much better results from that.
Definitely. So I think that actually starts to answer the last quick question that we have, and then we'll open to any floor questions. What strategies do you think educational institutions can employ to actually help bridge that gap between classroom knowledge and an actual real-world application in the context of entrepreneurship?
I think I'll just keep my answer short, and it's the partnership with industry. I think we assume so much that teachers in schools or teachers in education institutions have all the skills that they need to deliver all of the subjects and all of the expectations that society...
With all of their free time.
Exactly. With all of the expectations that society and community places on them, and I think it's a false assumption. Teachers are amazing people with deep skills in oftentimes specific areas. So we need to partner with industry, people whose expertise is different to those of teachers, so that we can supplement the pedagogical skills that teachers have with the entrepreneurial and business skills that business owners and entrepreneurs and the business sector has, and so we can broaden the range and depth of experience that our young people can be exposed to, and as I say, they can journey with more mentors on that journey of business ownership.
I very much agree. Schools cannot and should not bear the responsibility by themselves. We need to partner with the industry, definitely.
Fantastic. And we're just about at time, but I think we wouldn't be doing the few dedicated souls in this room justice if we didn't open the floor to maybe one or two questions. If anyone has any, please step forward. There's a mic in the middle of the room. Not all at once. Calm down. I was going to say, I think I'm going to go into teacher mode here now and flip the script a little bit and say, we're not going to finish until I ask a question and at least one person from the room stands up and answers it. Because I'm curious. From the folks in this room, what is the most interesting and applicable thing to not necessarily entrepreneurship, but empowering your students, be they little humans all the way up to larger, more time on clock humans, empowering them to actually take knowledge and bring it out into the real world and put it into application. If that's into their own business, that's great. Yay, entrepreneurship. But if that's even in a job or in a future academic career, it's also amazing. What's one thing you might have learned about?
I think the ability to appreciate.
So can you expand on that? So the answer was the ability to appreciate. Appreciate what?
But everything they do. I mean, you give them small tasks. Once done, you appreciate like they have achieved wonders.
So appreciate the students and the effort and yeah, so being a champion, not just for their ability to absorb knowledge, but actually, yeah, and analyze and do something with it, not just mimic it for the test and then dump it out of their brain. Yeah, so I think that's a really good note to finish on. So the ability to really nurture, and there's a phrase that I love, and it ties actually well with the panel before us. Encourage effort, not outcome. The panel before on gifted and nurturing gifted students really was quite touching to me, and I think that's so true 10 times over in an entrepreneurial mind, be it a young one in a school setting or even older folks in their first, second, fifth business. That it's about the effort. It's about being almost insanely curious about trying to solve a problem and the landscape of that problem, so that you can really weather those bumps that you will find along the way. And that's education. If it was easy, everyone would graduate school and go on and do exactly what they wanted. So making sure that we're really giving the time and effort to the students that we have the pleasure of teaching, even on the not so hard days. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to the organizers.
Fantastic. Let's have our photo. It's your moment to shine. Step forward, everybody. Let's give our last panelists another round of applause. Fantastic. Okay, now sadly enough, everybody, we're wrapping up already. Can you believe that these 3 days have just flown on by? Now, just before we totally, completely wrap up, can everybody stand on up and come right down to the stage, and we're all going to have a group photo of everybody who's in here, and you'll all have some nice memories, and you will post it, and you will use the hashtag. Who remembers what the hashtag is? There we go. Well done. Well done. Did you get it right too? Yes? Copy and pasted? Okay, great. Education to Conf. Education to Conf, everybody, is our hashtag. And of course, make sure that you connect on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and also on Instagram. Come on over. Come on up, everybody. If there are some people left seated, come on up. We have some people on the ground. It's definitely school photo time for sure. His family is over here. So you can come back over this way if you like.